Trump's inauguration speech, what they
Yeah.
did was the Democrats just sat in the audience and like would just hold up signs that say that's a lie or like this
Oh
is
yeah, yeah, yeah.
normal.
Those.
And you're
Yeah.
just like, are you what? Who are you? Like,
Yeah,
this is
right.
the most pathetic thing I have
This is
ever
not a
seen.
fucking Dodger game. Like
Yeah. You know, you actually have power, right? Like, you can obstruct him, you can make things difficult for him. Like, you might not be
that's
able to
what's
fully stop
crazy.
him, but like, you can make it difficult, you can slow him down. Like,
Yeah, 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 yeah. It's so
it's
crazy.
really bad. And it's one of those things where I'm just like, I don't understand if they are complicit or if they are just so tone deaf that they just have no strategy. Like, I don't know.
Uh, like, do you think that people are like fearful for their lives? Do you think that that's what it is?
I
Do
don't,
you,
I mean, maybe a little. I do. I mean, I will say, like, you see businesses falling in line with the whole, like, getting rid of DEI stuff. And it's just like,
what the fuck?
it's so weird because it's one of those things where it's just
How could
like,
you get rid of that though?
yeah, well,
What?
it's because they made DEI a buzzword. It's the same thing
Yeah,
with woke, and they just made it a buzzword to like be like,
yeah.
oh, this is bad, and it's just like, no.
No.
It's the whole idea behind DEI is specifically to get the best candidate, not just
Yeah.
another white guy. Like, that's the
Right.
whole point of it.
Mm.
Like, and if you think like, but yeah, I mean, it's just it's something that people that they tried to make people upset about that wasn't really a problem at all, just so that they could
Yeah.
get them amped up. And I mean, the only thing that makes me feel better about any of this stuff is that just like when I see headlines about Tesla stock plummeting, like that's the only thing that makes me feel better. Because I mean, not that it will like meaningfully affect him, I don't think in the long run, but like
I mean it
it
won't,
might.
right?
I mean,
I don't think it
apparently,
will affect him, but it will
no.
affect Tesla.
I mean, from what I understand, a lot of his wealth stems from Tesla. Like that's like his kind of like his biggest enterprise, I suppose. So
Right.
if we can essentially make that business fail, that would be pretty great. And I mean, it's also just like a decent form of like public like protest. It's like,
Right.
oh, okay, so you're a billionaire. Let's just specifically never buy your product. Like and harass like people like spray paint cyber trucks and stuff like that, which I'm like, they were already stupid, and I wouldn't have been pissed if I saw someone doing that before
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
But
But he's a billionaire. I mean, not to poo-poo that, but like
no, but yeah, it's like
he'll never run out of money,
yeah,
right?
I can't imagine. I mean, the other thing though with him is that like so much of his money comes from government contracts
It's
too.
so fucked.
It is. It's like and I mean not that this is anything new for Republicans, but like he literally is like talking about like the parasite class and how like the problems are like government waste and this and that. And it's like they're doing that thing that good liars do where you take something that's true and then you twist it to fit your narrative. And it's like, yeah, the government probably does waste too much money with things,
Of
but
course.
you're picking the things that are like fractions upon fractions of the actual budget and do good, like just world, like they give us good foreign influence.
Right.
And I feel like it makes it really hard to not think that Trump is a Russian asset, or at least they have dirt on him, because I mean he's always been like buddy buddy with the dictators, which is gross, but he is so like in a
I
nutshell.
agree with that. Like they have to,
Because,
right?
well, because literally what's happening now is exactly what Russia wanted since like since our I mean for forever since Putin had power. This is what he wanted to happen. He wanted
Right.
America to show the rest of the world that democracy doesn't work. That's his
Yeah.
whole thing, because if democracy doesn't work, then
He's
you have,
right, right?
yeah. and like so he's just and all we're doing is essentially just cutting basically what it looks like the game plan is to me, and this might be like, very like doom and gloom and everything, but it really looks like what their strategy is to create another depression so
Yeah,
that
like a
people
real one.
like a real depression so that people don't have the bandwidth to protest, to do whatever, like because they're poor, because they don't have the ability to take time and do things like just make people just so preoccupied with that you can't stop what he's doing, which is essentially just like changing world power. Like this is
Yeah.
bigger too than like America only.
Yeah.
And like the tariffs are gonna bite us in the ass hard, and they're like depreciating the dollar on the world scale. Like there's a
Mm.
lot of things that's like just nightmare fuel. And it makes it very like it's very difficult to be like, well, what do I do? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's like what I know that like things can be done. Like I do think that like mass protests and like phone calls and stuff is like, valuable. But I'm like, living in California, I'm like, so do I just call the Democrats and be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, is that the thing that will help? Like, because
Mhm.
I don't know. That's the part of it that is like the hardest for me is like this feels really, really bad and I don't want to do nothing, but I also just don't really know what to do. And I think part of it is like there's no democratic leadership in the sense of like this is fucked up. This is what we can do. Like the best I
Right.
do is like I donate $3 to AOC every month because she's at least talking normal. She's at least being
Yeah.
like, this
And
is
she
fucked
has the
up.
balls to fucking say shit. Like
Yeah.
always. She'll
It
always say something.
it's like the only like Democrat slash independent people we have that are doing that are like her, Bernie, and Elizabeth Warren, and they're like the only ones who are like, this is fucked up and we cannot do nothing. And I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
well, I'll give you guys some money because you might actually like
Speak.
do something, say something, start something. Like, I don't know, I'll give you a little money, but like I don't have a full-time job, so like I can't really
Fucking
do
A.
more than that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just like honestly at this point, I'm just trying really hard to get some kind of like revenue stream before it all goes to shit.
Mandy and
Um,
I were having this call. We had like a phone call the other day, and we
mhm,
were like, this is so weird. The call we
mhm,
had because we were talking about trying to get like luxury weddings, which
yeah,
it's like impossible to do right now, but
mhm,
like how to get more weddings. And then we were also talking about buying food in bulk for,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Because she's like
what's gonna
terrified.
happen? Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
because she's like Dave, like what's Dave's last name from the dollop? I can't think of his last name.
I know who
But
you mean.
she was like, he's like, yeah, it's rice and beans time.
Yeah.
Like it's like soup line time,
It's bad. It's well, because
yeah,
it's one of those things where the LA in general is struggling so hard. Like the
just
entertainment industry,
yeah, so
just like
fucked.
just independent of everything that's going on in
Right?
the country, is just like so fucked up. And like the thing that's so crazy is I genuinely don't know how long it will take to unfuck, and I don't know what it will look like.
Yeah.
Because essentially, the way I see it, I mean, yeah, there were road bumps with like strikes and COVID and blah, blah, blah. But the real meat and potatoes of the problem was Netflix changed the game in a way that is worse for business,
Hmm.
just strictly worse for
Plus the tax
business.
incentives are gone, right?
Yes. Yeah, they like and the governors like they've been talking about like changing things, but the problem from producer standpoints is even with those incentives, it's still much more expensive to shoot anything here than it is in Canada, in Mexico, in other states. Like
Hmm.
it because like I remember 2 years ago I got flown to Mexico to shoot a commercial and I was like
I remember
that's
that.
yeah and I was like this is so weird because like they're flying out like
A
over
ton of
five
people.
talent, three essential crew like director, AD, and DP, and then sticking us up in a hotel for like 5 days. So that's like I don't know 12 people that you're flying doing hotel accommodations, and
That's 30
still,
grand at least,
and that's
right?
still cheaper somehow. And I think the reality is, I mean, at least in Mexico, like you can pay them dirt you can pay that production
To
company
the
dirt.
permits, because their permits are like $500. It's
Yep.
not
It's nothing.
fucking, yeah, it's not LA, whatever the fuck the
Yeah.
shooting companies are.
And
It's
like there's
like
a lot of
5-10
positions
a
that you
day.
don't need to be the cream of the crop. Like you can just be okay. And as long as you have someone to be like, move this a little, do this a little. Like it was a weird set because most of the set didn't speak English. And so like there were times when like the DP would have to be like, settle everybody, like we can hear you. And it's like they would
They don't
still
know.
just do stuff. And it's like you have to, and it's like those problems exist, and but yet we still did it. The product is still
Right.
out there. It still got
Yeah.
made, and it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, you're gonna sacrifice expertise, but for the price, people are gonna do it. And the other
Yeah.
thing about it is the market here isn't as good anymore. So it's like it's harder to make up your loss. So they're more incentivized. I don't care if it's a little bit worse. It's way cheaper. And in this environment, that's what we have to do.
So
Because
we're just gonna
like
churn out half-ass shit.
yeah. I mean, well, because like on the movie front, movies are Gesundheit. Movies are
Thank you.
screwed because like movies are screwed for two reasons. One, there is no more like back in the day, like when we were like kind of like growing up and like watching movies and stuff. One, movies were not competing with literally every other source of entertainment.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
two, they had DVD sales and product tie-ins, and so making a movie was like printing money. And so
Hmm.
anything would get greenlit. And now there is no other accommodation for the movie besides box office opening weekend. That is it. There's
Yeah.
nothing else.
Yeah.
And so that's why IP is so big because there's a built-in audience.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know that even if the movie is a flop, you can get X amount of people to see it on opening weekend. That's why Marvel is the only blockbuster that is still going on.
Yeah.
Um, and the other thing that's a problem is like they rush things to streaming so fast now. It's like 2 weeks after a movie's out, they put it on streaming. And if people know that's going to happen, they're just
Why
going to
would they go?
wait. Why
Yeah.
exactly? They're already paying for the streaming. And so
Yeah.
until they do things a little differently there, that's going to be a big issue. And then from the like streaming perspective, it's like the whole business is now about getting new subscribers and maintaining subscribers. It's not about like advertising, even though it's annoying, used to actually show companies how much value a show had. So
Right.
like if you were an advertiser and you want to get this many eyes, like, oh, I want Simpsons at 8 p.m. because Simpsons brings in a lot of eyes. And so that tells Fox, oh, we should keep Simpsons around. But Netflix, they have a show come out all at once. And then if it's a good show, you have people talking about it for maybe a week, maybe three
Yeah.
days. And then all that effort is gone. Unless it is a
Yeah.
Mondo mega hit, which they're not all gonna be. Most of them are not gonna be that.
They're starting to get hip to do a weeklies, but even still.
Yeah, I that's one big change I think they really need to make because that it like keeping the conversation around your show is one thing that's good, but it's also like you have adopted a style that is about longevity, which is about
Mm.
subscribers over time. So
Yeah.
why on earth are you giving them everything right away?
Yeah.
Like it just
Totally.
doesn't make sense with your business model. I mean, part of it was to do it to shock and change the world, and it worked. But like now that it's done, go back to weekly releases. Like
Yeah.
it's
Right.
just
Which a lot of
strictly
shows
better.
are doing, but
Yeah.
some aren't. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like,
Well, it's part of like the Netflix brand to do it that way. Like so
right.
they do a little bit with like sometimes they'll do like 3 episodes every
Right.
week, which
Right.
that I still think is better. Anything is better there because like the binging thing is it's just bad for business. It's
Yeah,
just
it's super
you
bad.
and then also like you because the structure is this way, that all they want to do is make 10 episode seasons. And that's worse for everyone in the industry. It's shorter, it's
Yeah.
less work. It's like if you did longer seasons over the course of a time, you keep engagement, you keep subscribers, and business is better.
Yeah, what happened to 24 episode
It's
seasons? Like,
crazy when you think of when you go and try to binge old shows. Like last year, Joe and
Lost.
I, yeah, so many.
It's
It's like
crazy.
20 plus episodes a
It's
season, and
24 episode seasons, and you're like,
it's
fuck.
it's insane. It's so crazy that, and it's like, but that is better for business. Like
Way
literally
better.
across it for everybody.
Way better.
Audience get more of a show.
Way
People
better.
working on it get longer contracts.
Yeah.
It's just strictly better for the business. But with the kind of like streaming wars basically dead now, and no one wanting to throw more money at a world that is unsure, now we're
Yeah.
just kind of waiting to see who basically like the thing that's sad is I don't think anything is going to change until streaming figures out how to be profitable
Hmm.
because I think now that there are like Netflix might be profitable at this point because they have a lot of subscribers, but it's we don't know how much money they're spending to keep this amount of output. And anyone who isn't just like entrenched or super rich like Apple or Amazon, it's like you can't afford to weather the storm,
And
you
I feel like
know?
people are leaving Netflix because of
Yeah.
what you're saying. Like, I think they're going to watch shows on Apple because Apple
Hmm.
has such good programming and they don't drop them all.
That's the thing. Apple's like we have less content, but we're like really curating it. We're not just giving you just tons of garbage. It's like this
Hmm.
is like strong quality stuff. It's like Severance is a lot of fun to watch every week.
It's crazy.
It's
Severance is
just
good. Slow Horses is good.
hmm
There's a bunch of fucking really good shows on there. And then also, like, Amazon has, you can add on like Paramount Plus, which also has
yeah.
like really good shows.
hmm
I think a lot of people are leaving Netflix for those
I've
reasons.
heard a lot of people talk about dropping Netflix because the like yeah, because they're the like bingeableness is like old now. Like I don't think a lot of people really still want that.
Mm,
And a lot of but more importantly, what I hear from people who like read online is people are like Netflix doesn't have anything good anymore. It's like all
they
the stuff
don't.
that is good is like old shows they have the rights to. It's like
Yeah,
Joe
they
and I
really don't.
recently rewatched Breaking Bad, which will
Hmm.
hold up forever. Just such an
Yeah,
incredible show. But like it's stuff like that. It's like I'm not
yeah,
watching your original programming. I don't even know what it is right
yeah,
now. Like
yeah.
it's
There was some fucking, oh God, it was so bad. I was like, oh cool, they have like some Charles Manson documentary on Netflix. I'll watch it. And
oh yeah.
it was so bad. I was like, this is trash. It was so bad. I was just like, what the fuck? Why do I have Netflix? This is garbage. It was
It really is. I was just sorry. I was looking quizzical because I started a recording and it only said 1 second, and I'm like, we're doing the preamble, so now is the
once
time.
again.
Yeah, but let's see if it okay. And this one's actually counting. Okay, gotta keep an eye on that.
Counting is good. Counting
But
is good.
yeah, it's like they just don't really have anything. It's like they're the first ones in, so it's like everybody has a subscription to Netflix, but. Yeah, now the competition is actually pretty good now because like HBO Max is really solid. Like the
Yeah,
fact that they have all old HBO shows and still have like that's really big. I think that's their like strongest asset. And
yeah.
as long as they like I know HBO is like kind of gone, but things like White Lotus come out and it's like they still are there's still something there in that way.
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
like, White Lotus, I think honestly is a little overhyped. Joe and I are watching that too.
hmm.
And I think that it's mostly a nothing show
Yeah,
with and to be perfectly honest, if White Lotus didn't in the first episode of every season show you that a murder was going to happen, I would
yeah.
say it's the stupidest show I've ever seen.
It's like a who done it the whole time,
Yes.
and you're like, who's dying? Who killed them? And
That's the
that's
only thing that keeps the show going, and it's like a cheap gimmick, but it really does work
it does work.
because you watch it and it's like the fun the because like we watched Joe had seen season 1 and 2, and we watched season 2 and then watched season 1
Mm.
because the third one was coming out, and I so season 2 was my like intro to the show, and I felt like when I was watching it, I was like the by the time I got have you seen seasons 1 and 2? I don't want to like
Uh-huh.
spoil
Yeah, yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
Okay, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So like I after the end of season 2, being, of course, my gateway to the show, I was kind of like, you know, a lot of those storylines had no bearing on the result, and
They're all red
that
herring things.
yeah, and
Yeah.
that kind of bothered me because I was like, as soon as you realize who gets murdered, everyone else's storylines are irrelevant to the plot. And
Yeah.
that to me is such a dumb, like they should intertwine. Like
Yeah.
they should all make it so that by the end, it's like they're all these people that we've been following are now somehow all tied together in some way. And
Yeah.
I was expecting that.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the fun of the ride because you're like, I don't trust these people. These people seem weird. These people are on the edge. I don't know.
Yeah.
And the show also like tries to be like kind of funny in ways, and I'm like, what? I don't get your tone. And
Yeah.
then I watched the first season, and I was like, this makes so much more sense. The first
The first
season,
season was funny.
the first season had clear jokes and things that were supposed to be funny. It wasn't like
Yeah.
awkwardly like, is this a joke? I think it's
Yeah.
a joke.
Steve Zahn made it very funny, I thought.
Was he the hotel guy?
No, Steve Zahn, he was like the dad, the
Oh yeah, yeah.
he was funny.
Mm-hmm.
I thought. I mean, he was like very like out of touch. Like he was
Yes.
just like tone
Well,
deaf
and
dad.
Jennifer Coolidge is so much funnier in
Oh
season
yeah.
one. Because like
Yeah.
season
Yeah.
two, I was like, I was kind of expecting more from her because I knew who she was.
Yeah.
And then I saw season one, I'm like, oh, she's so much better in season one. I don't know if it's a
Totally.
director thing or a writer thing or
Yeah.
what,
Yeah.
but she like her character completely came through and was like one of the like weirder, funnier characters.
Yeah.
And I think season one works way better than season two or so far season three.
Mhm.
I think like season one was, but maybe was like a little bit of a fluke.
Mhm.
Because season three, like we're watching that and we just watched the last episode. Are you like caught up?
Mhm.
Yeah, that was the most like waste my time nothing episode ever. I feel like the whole episode felt like they only had like 8 or 9 episodes, but they were contractually obligated for 10. So they're like, let's just waste their time, give them like 2 pieces of info that are maybe relevant. And then like when Walter Goggins meets Sam Rockwell, and then Sam Rockwell is just saying, like, yeah, man, I did a lot of weird sex, and
Yeah.
that's really, I just kind of got to the end of that rainbow, and it wasn't all it was set up to be. And I'm like, you're all this is all everything you're saying is just like shock value nonsense. Like,
Yeah.
what does this have to do with fucking anything? And look, I love Sam
Nothing.
Rockwell.
It
I've
was
never
a cool
have.
scene. Like the
Yeah.
scene was very cool, but I'm
Yeah.
like, this has
This
no
doesn't.
point.
It just feels like you're saying shocking shit because you don't know what to do, and then like, okay, and then they're undercutting between those 3 women who are trying to not be their age, and it's
Right.
like you 3 have nothing to do with anyone else's storyline. At the
Yeah.
very least, the annoying rich family is tying in to the old white guy group, and you're like,
Yeah.
okay, I can see. And then also Belinda, it's like she saw him before, so she's kind of tied in, and you're like, these 3 at the very least, even though there is like stupid nothing happening, so much of that episode was just party time, excellent.
Yeah.
But at least 3 of the groups are tied in there, and then it's
Yeah.
like, what? Unless one of these women die, then what is the point of them at all?
Yeah.
And if they do die, then what was the point of anyone else? It's like,
I know, right? Like, why?
Yeah, it's like all I've seen from them is, oh, this one woman really hates to be her own age and hates when it comes up. And then they have a very dysfunctional friendship where there's always one of them left out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
They fit character-wise into like the clear clientele of like these White Lotuses, but I'm just like,
yeah,
but like, why are you here?
Right. It's a very Clue setup. It's very like, who is gonna be the person who is gonna be the killer, blah blah blah.
Yeah, and again, like if they didn't have that looming, the show would be such utter trash. Like,
I mean, I already know. I told Nick, I was like, I already know who's gonna die. I mean,
you
no,
spoilers
I mean, I don't
know?
know for sure, but
you think who do you think it's gonna be?
I think Mook is gonna die.
Which one?
Mook is the security. So the security guard.
Oh, the guard.
Not the guard. The girl that he loves.
Oh, her. Oh, interesting.
That's who I think.
Yeah, that would be a pretty good one. Because I was thinking, obviously, I think like the most obvious two people that's like I was thinking it's either Belinda because Gary
Mm,
or whatever like does see her as a threat. We don't know for sure, but it is very likely he was behind her setup and murder.
mhm, mhm.
Because also one thing that was weird too is in season two, I remember, I started with season two, so I hadn't seen season one. And in
Right,
season two, he is just introduced as her husband, and he's like clearly like he just really reads as like, oh, you're a distant, like busy, annoying rich guy.
right,
Understood. But then you watch season one and you're like, this is not how you acted at all.
right.
Which I
Yeah,
suppose is part of the like, yeah, because he's a manipulator. Like
yeah,
that's his whole
yeah.
thing.
He's a
Um,
grifter all the way.
And so it's like it feels like Belinda's almost too obvious
Yeah, well,
because
it's
like,
too obvious because her son is in the opening scene,
yeah,
and
and
he's
he's
like, "I hope my
specifically
mom's
looking.
okay." Yeah,
hmm So like
yeah.
we're teed up to think it's gonna be her, and like it makes the most sense from like who has a clear motive.
Mhm.
The only other one would be the guy with the horrible Southern accent.
But it's automatic weapons, right? Like you hear, like it's like a
Yeah, you
shooting,
hear
right?
multiple. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So it's like, and we saw there was that one group who broke in,
Mhm.
and just like, and so my thought at first was that like maybe the security guard is going to stage something to fix his reputation.
Mm,
That could
that's
be kind
smart.
of like an interesting twist, but he
That's
seems a
smart.
little too dumb for that. Like he seems like a
But that's not
well-meaning
that's not a
idiot.
bad theory though, because he
Yeah.
wants to impress her.
And then also, if it ties into your theory, if the woman he loves is the one who gets killed by accident, that would be a pretty nice twist. But yeah,
This is why we should write television.
we should. Kelly, you know what's something that I find to be so. What if I'm watching a television show? If after seeing how they did it in 10 minutes, I can think of a much more satisfying answer. I'm so mad. I'm so mad because it's
I
like,
watch a lot of TV and I know the end already, and I'm like, I
hmm
could fucking write this. I know what
yeah,
you're already gonna write.
and it just makes you wonder, like, why, who, I don't know if it's like time crunch or if it's like that thing where you're too close to something and you just need the outside eyes to kind of like actually show you what's up.
Yeah.
But there's enough shows that I've seen where I was like, what? If I can think of a better solution in 10 minutes after watching that, why could none of you professionals?
I agree. Did you watch Honora? Did you watch that movie?
No, I really want to.
Okay.
Joe loved it. She said it
She
was
did.
great.
Okay.
But I haven't seen it. Do you think it was worthy of Best Picture?
No, I don't.
Yeah. What were you hoping would win?
I thought Substance should have won, personally.
Substance was fun. I definitely liked that Substance was like it was. I appreciated it on like three different axes. One, very clear, uncomplicated message. Just
It was
like
very clear message, yes.
very clear message, and it's like the best kind of like horror movies and stuff do that where it's like we're trying to get across an idea or a feeling, like this is a one-to-one for a real life experience and
Hmm.
we're dramatizing it for the sake of making a movie. And so this one's like very clear, very and very well done. The
I
other
will say
thing,
that, but I haven't watched Conclave or Amelia Perez, so I can't
I
say
haven't
that.
watched Conclave, I didn't watch The Brutalist.
I didn't watch The Brutalist either, so
The
I've only
Brutalist,
watched two
that was
movies.
one of those ones where like I don't know much about this other than it's 3+ hours, and goddamn, like I don't like the trend that movies are going for, which is like we're gonna just let's do three. Like I don't have that attention span, man. Like
Yeah,
I
not in
don't
a
want.
theater.
No, like I don't want to watch a 3 hour movie almost ever. Like
Yeah,
I love Lord of the Rings. It is my favorite series of movies, and I do not watch the extended edition, even
yeah,
though the added scenes aren't bad. They're not bad scenes. There, I get why there is the extended edition, but 4 hours is too fucking much.
it's too
Even for my
long.
favorite thing, it's
It's too
too
long.
much. I just
I
like.
liked Nora. I'm curious your thoughts after you watch it.
hmm
It was good. It was
hmm
really good. You have to watch like the whole movie, but
hmm Just
I
not
don't
like
know.
best picture good.
Yeah, I don't
hmm
know. Yeah, I don't know. It just won so many awards, and I can't say like
Yeah.
the substance should have won. I wish Demi Moore won Best Actress.
Yeah.
That's more of what I wish.
Hmm.
Honora could have won Best Picture, and I would have been like, fine, I don't care. But
Hmm.
I wish that it was like that was the plot of The Substance. Was
Yeah. Yeah,
this
that's actually
fucking
that's a very
young
funny point.
actress
Hmm.
fucking
Who's very nuded up in the
yeah,
movie.
she's naked the whole time, which
Hmm.
she's doing good, but it's just like that is
But that
it's
is
just like
ironically the substance.
so
Yeah.
ironic. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. That's very interesting. Substance, I think, was probably one of the only of the movies that I actually saw that was nominated for a lot of things. To be honest, like Joe loves movies. She's got like an
Mhm.
AMC like pass and everything like
Nice.
that. And her and her best friend love to go to movies. And there's a lot of them that I would have liked to see, but like Conclave, I don't give a shit.
It's just about them picking a pope, isn't it?
Yeah, and like it's like
Fine.
look, there I'm sure like what there's a lot of good actors in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
sure that there was like contention and twists and turns and like I'm sure like set design and all that stuff and costume design was probably well done. But I just don't care about religious figures like that. I just
Yeah.
don't care. I went to
Yeah.
Catholic school. I've had enough
I'm
of
sure there's
old men.
politics and they choose it the wrong
Mhm.
way and there's no
I'm sure it's
religion
Game
involved.
of Thronesy, you know?
Sure,
Like I'm sure it
sure.
is, but like I just don't care about that. Like
Yeah.
that's the kind of thing that someone would have to tell me this movie is incredible.
Right.
And then I'd be like, okay, that's someone I trusted, of course, not just like someone
Yeah.
on the internet.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
and then, maybe I'd see it, but yeah, the movie I was most looking forward to and what to be honest was like really disappointed by was Nosferatu. Did you
Me too. I
Yeah.
haven't watched it, but I heard it was not good.
So here's the thing. I have mixed. Joe hated it, but she
Really?
also really doesn't care for Lily Rose Depp. She
Mm.
thinks she's just like hypersexualized, and that's all that's going on. And this movie does not do anything to say that that's not happening.
Okay.
Um, yeah. So the thing about the movie is there are some parts of the movie that I think are excellent, and then there are other parts that are just like huge misses. Like
Hmm.
the set design and costume design is fantastic. Like it looks really like the first half of the movie, I was so all in. Like they do really good spooky like the atmosphere was excellent and I
Yeah.
loved that and I thought all that was so well done. But the story like the way they try to like wrap it up and end it is like really didn't work for me. Do you care if I spoil things for you
Oh yeah,
or
I mean I've seen a lot of Nosferatu movies, so I'm
So
like
you
I
know the
know.
rough idea.
Yeah, yeah,
But basically the way the movie goes is he also it's interesting because I did the press junket for Nosferatu,
yeah.
and
Oh,
so
cool.
I was the camera op in Robert Eggers' room, so I heard him and Willem Dafoe talking about, which also Willem Dafoe is such a sweet old man. Um,
Ah,
but but I heard Robert Eggers talking about this movie for like 10 hours.
oh wow.
So yeah, which and I will say press junkets totally work. By the end of any press junket, if I had
You're
no
like, I
interest
want to
in the
see
movie,
it.
I'm like, that does sound kind of good. But there were some things that he was saying about the movie, and like, I know press junkets are kind of hard, but he was saying how like his version was much more focused on like Lily Rose Depp's character's like POV. And I
Mm,
just flatly think that's not true at all.
interesting.
Like,
Interesting.
because honestly, I think from a story angle, her POV makes the most sense to analyze because she's the one
Sure.
who is essentially being hounded
Yeah.
by
Yeah.
Nosferatu.
He wants to
Um,
eat her, have her.
yeah, exactly. He just like wants to possess her.
Yeah.
But the beginning of the movie, they show that she has some weird bond to him, and it's not established in a way that like it's like she's lonely, so she just reaches out and says,
Mm.
"Sure." And I'm like, that one, I don't like.
It's like that's he has a power, right? Like that's the whole thing is that
Yeah,
he can like
he can
not
like he appears in her dreams, and he like
yeah, like he can
tortures her.
psychically like get you,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah. And so, but like she basically the setup is that like she allows him to enter her dreams for some reason because she's lonely. I don't really, that's the best. I don't
She's
know. It's gonna,
susceptible to this. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that is a big part of the movie about how like she is like kind of like a medium or something. Like she's more likely
Open.
to, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And basically the beginning of the movie shows Nicholas Holt trying to basically sign a like he's like a real estate agent essentially. He's going to
Right.
to Nosferatu's
To do the
castle
deed, right? He's
to
like
do the
signing his deed
deed.
over. Yeah.
And that whole beginning when he goes and does it is an excellent introduction to the character
Right.
and is handled really well. That being said, Nicholas Holt doesn't do it for me at all. I just do he isn't to me, he is not a leading man. He is a side character that
Yeah.
because like to me, he's the kind of guy who like I don't he doesn't make me not want to see a movie, but if he's the lead, it does nothing for me.
Right.
Like
He's just like
absolutely
a
nothing.
tertiary.
He's like you're not gonna add or subtract. You're gonna just like super medium this. And so and a side character, that's not a big deal. When he's the main character, it does end up kind of taking away because he just doesn't sell it for me. I just don't
Yeah,
care
yeah.
about him or anything he's doing. But that's I know some people disagree with that, but like he just doesn't do it for me. But anyway, the whole movie is just like Nosferatu is just like plaguing her, and there's like a lot of allegories to like him wanting to fuck her and like and then like that's kind of like the whole thing is he wants her and Nicholas Holt is like trying to like he eventually gets wise to it and he comes back and Nosferatu is out there and they got to stop him. They get Willem Dafoe, who's an old guy who knows about the occult, and they're basically like, we got to kill him, we got to stop him, and they go looking for him. And Willem Dafoe which also Willem Dafoe is not in the movie very long, which the movie's like definitely a half an hour longer than it should be. And Willem Dafoe essentially realizes like we're not gonna be able to kill him. Lily Rose Depp is the only person who can do anything because she's the only one that's like tied to him. And so he sends them on a goose chase and he goes to Lily Rose Depp and is like, look, you're the only one who can actually stop this guy from like taking up root here and like just like feasting on people in this town forever.
Yeah. Right.
And so the plan that Lily Rose Depp comes up with or is like kind of pushed towards by Willem Dafoe is cool. So I'll let him have sex with me and I'll have sex with him so good that when the sun comes up, he will be distracted by good sex and he won't go back and then he'll just die. And that's what happens. Like they're having weird, creepy, like vampire sex and he's not like hot vampire. He's like decaying corpse vampire.
He's yucky. Yeah.
Yeah. And like there's the whole thing is like he's got to go back to his coffin before the cock crows. That's like his rule. And it's like the scene is just they're having weird sex. The cock crows. He looks up out the window, and then she just kind of like gently pushes his head back into her neck, and he goes back to drinking. And it's like so he sees it, and he decides, nah, this is too good. I'll die. And then he eats it, and then he stops, and then it's like he realizes, and then he's like, oh, fuck, and he lights on fire and dies, and then she dies from blood loss. And it's like, so you're telling me this guy who we've introduced as like the ancientest of evils, this old like necromancer guy who's been around forever and no one can kill him, he's the devil himself, he knows his own rules.
He's like, obsessed with her.
I just like I couldn't get over the fact that he literally looks out the window, sees it, hears the chicken, and then is like, I'll die. It's like,
have you ever seen Shadow of the Vampire?
No.
You have to watch that. It's so good.
That one's good?
Because Willem Dafoe, it's about the making.
Oh, it's about the making of. They asked him a lot of questions about that movie.
Good. It's so good. So it's about the making of the original Nosferatu. And it's so you'll see beat by beat how they're filming. That's what the movie's about them filming it. And then they find this actor, but in the movie,
he's like, an actual vampire.
He's an actual vampire. It's fucking cool. And he looks crazy because Willem Dafoe plays this.
He plays that great.
Count blah 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 whatever, and he's an actual vampire. It's fucking cool.
Okay,
you should watch it. He looks insane.
And that was the other thing. Like they talked up a lot about. Well, Robert Eggers was very like one thing he is good at is period piece like aesthetic. To me, I think that dude should be a director and not a writer because I don't think he's good at writing, but I think he's excellent at like giving you a vibe, giving you a like picturesque look at something. Like I think he's
Right.
very good at that. But just someone else needed to work on this script with him because anytime there's a movie where a villain is chalked up to be just so hard to deal with, and then when the like solution is so like you can just so easily see them not falling into that trap, it just feels
Right.
so cheap.
Yeah.
And yeah, so there's just like there was too much of that. The movie was 30 minutes too long and the ending wasn't satisfying. And so you're like, you had a really nice setup and like the aesthetics were right and everything. But like as the movie goes on, you're just like, okay, he's scary, we get it, cool, whatever. And then they're like, okay, cool, this is gonna be it. This is where they like deal with them or fight him or whatever it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
And it's just like very unsatisfying how they do it. And like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's just one of those movies, like half of it was done right and half of it was done really wrong. And so walking out of the theater, I was like, man, I there was parts that I was really excited about. And then
Yeah.
there was other things that I was like, God, that was so dumb. And like,
Like a missed opportunity.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like because it's like honestly, it kind of goes back to like, and I believe we've talked about this before, but just like my frustrations with David Lynch, where it's like, you did something really weird and cool. I just wish you made sense in a story way at all.
Yeah.
Like,
Which is why I like The Substance, because I felt
mhm.
like a lot of that was really Lynchian and really
Yeah,
weird, but it
hmm
was linear in the
it was
storytelling.
coherent.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
had a clear story. It knew what it was trying to get across. And yeah, and the thing of Substance that I did really well too was like it shot things weird. It was like weird fish angle lenses,
That's what
and
I
it was
mean. Like
like,
it was very Lynchian and it's like weird
hmm
angles and very POV and very
and
weird.
I'm a big fan of people just doing some like weird shit. Like
I
as
dug
long as
it.
you have a reason for it to be weird, like you
Yeah.
have like there's a story reason, which this made perfect sense. This was like about grotesquity, right? It's
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
and
Exactly.
so also just like that's the grossest Dennis Quaid has ever been
I
in
know.
anything. It
It
was
was
so
so
fun to
good.
see him
The
do
fucking
that.
shrimp. Oh,
Oh, it's so bad and so good.
it was so good and
I do
gross.
really wish that like I mean, they're not going to do it now because the state of things, but I really love it when they let actors do roles that is not typically what they would do, right? It's
Hmm.
like Dennis Quaid is not the guy you imagine. It's like Paul Giamatti is who you cast in that role. You want
Right.
some guy who's going to be like icky and
Yeah,
yucky.
and smarmy and grody. Yeah,
Yeah, but it was
totally.
fun that it was Dennis Quaid because he presents like if you just saw him walking, you'd be like, oh yeah, look at that like well-to-do guy.
Yeah.
But those guys are gross. Like,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
so like it was just fun to see him do that. You could tell he was having fun with it.
Oh yeah. I thought that movie was fucking cool. And it
Hmm
was so over the top. I mean, she's like
Yes.
throwing up
Oh my God,
boobs.
that scene is so long. That scene is so long.
It's crazy. It was
Hmm
crazy. That movie was crazy. I was just like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah. Well, and too, like I really appreciate when movies really fucking go for it and they know what they are. Like
totally.
that does so much towards my enjoyment of a movie. And especially these days where like, look, movies have been around a long time. This storytelling medium has been done like for a long
Hmm.
time.
Hmm.
I don't want to see the same shit.
Yeah.
Give me something weird, different, odd. It's like there's so many like avenues that haven't been explored and like storytelling methods, and I just want people to get creative.
Yeah.
Like
That's why I
it
felt this story was, yeah, it was like it had a message, and yes, it was a horror movie, but it was
mhm,
super creative in how it was
mhm,
presented.
yeah.
And I thought it was really cool. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I liked it a lot. I thought it was well done, and I thought that it used the tools that you have to make a movie to its benefit. It's like
Hmm.
we use these weird angles to make you feel kind of gross or make you feel like put on the spot or whatever it is.
Hmm.
And they like not enough movies do that. It feels like a
Yeah.
lot of movies like and Marvel is the easiest thing to point to these days where it's like it's very like copy paste. It's very like
So
we're
formulaic,
it's
right?
so formulaic. It's kind of like if you made a movie and you just did shot reverse shot the entire time. It's like this person's talking, this person's talking, this person's talking, this person's talking. They're done. Establishing shot.
Yeah.
This person's talking, this person's talking. And it's just like
Yeah.
you can do so much with and this is like rewatching Breaking Bad. It's or like watching Severance. It's like those are the shows that like
Cool.
kids who went to film school. It's like, oh, I see all the things that we
Yeah.
talked about. You're doing it.
Yeah.
And it's just like you can tell so much of a story without dialogue when you use movie tools appropriately. And it's just, we just don't get enough of it. And I really think that people want it. Like, I think that people are really tired of seeing the same shit all the time.
Yeah.
And I don't know what like streaming service or movie studio, or I don't know who's gonna figure it out first, but the first person to give us a fresh blockbuster, like that's like a good movie, whoever does the new version of like Indiana Jones, you're gonna make a killing.
Right.
And we want it. We just want it to be different and like have and like have somebody who actually gives a shit about it. Like and you're never gonna really get this outside of like a perfect storm, but like you're not gonna get this kind of thing where you're like, what IP do we have? Bad Boys. Can we get those guys for it? Okay, Will Smith will pay him $500 million. He'll say yes if we do that. Cool. We'll get Martin Lawrence. Okay, cool. Who can we have direct it? Michael Bay doesn't want to, so just some guy?
Yeah.
Cool, let's do that. It's like,
yeah,
you're gonna spend so much money on this movie, and that's the kind of movie that unless it makes its money in the first weekend before people know it's bad, you're just gonna throw a lot of money out the window.
Right, right.
Get people who give a shit about what they're doing. It's why like the movies like The Substance and Anora won awards because they had a very clear thing they were going for. Right?
For
it's
sure.
like,
yeah. And I think Substance and Anora is an interesting story, but The Substance was such a fucking original idea.
Yeah.
Anora's good though. I'm curious what your take on it.
Yeah, I definitely like of all the Oscar ones, that's the one I want to see. It's funny. The Brutalist was one of those movies that like I feel like I should see, but don't really care about.
Yeah.
And then to be honest, Adrian Brody's speech really sucked. Like, and the bummer too was like I felt like what he was getting at was a good message, but then he was such a brat about like, give me my time, this is my time, this is my. And I'm like, man, you had a very good message about how it's scary to be an actor. And it's like all this can go away, and I really appreciate this.
He should have stopped halfway. He should have stopped, and then he kept going.
Yep, and then he just really doubled down on it to be like, no, give me my time. And it's like, this isn't even your like. You've won an award, like you've been here before. You know how this works.
I've done this before,
and it's like everything you're saying just makes you sound like a brat. Now.
Yeah.
It's like you had a good message, and if you just were succinct about it and then moved on, would have been fine. You won Best Actor. They'll give you a little more time than normal. It's not like you have to be like 20 seconds.
Like fucking 6 minutes or something.
And then the worst thing ever is when he demanded his time and they threw his tantrum and they gave it to him. He didn't have it succinct.
Yeah.
He rambled.
He just rambled, yeah.
And I'm just like, dude, you just fucking leave now. Like, you started off fine, and if only you just kept it. It's like, look, we know you can't thank everybody. You know you can't say everything you want to say. You get a choice. You either say something political, you thank literally every single person in your life, or you say just whatever you wanted to, which it sounded like you were saying, I really appreciate this because acting is hard and scary, and I didn't know if I would ever work again, even though I'd won an award before. So this really means a lot to me. Thank you to this, that, and the other. See you later. Like,
you're like, I'm forgetting people. I love you guys. Bye.
Yeah. It's like I can't sit here and thank everyone. I'll do it in my own time. Thank you. See ya. Yeah. But yeah, it was just like what the way he handled it was just like, dude, good luck. Good luck. It's like the thing that's so funny is like Mikey whatever, who the Anora girl who's like she's gonna get a lot of shit now, right? Because she's like this young hot thing who just won Best Actress. Yeah. And I haven't seen the movie, but Joe was like, yeah, she was really great. And so it's like, and she was to the point about it. She was like, I'm really nervous. This is new. This is cool. Thank you so much. See you later. It's like, you can't, you just got to be short and sweet. And the thing that's crazy to me, it's like, if you're an actor, you should know how to do that, especially someone who's been around the block. It's like, you could totally get it if she had that kind of a moment, right? If she was like, oh, please give me time, please. And then it's like, yeah, you're new, you're nervous, you've never been here, but it's like, Adrian Brody, this is not your first rodeo. Like,
Yeah, you've been
you're,
acting for 20 plus years.
yeah, and you've literally been on this stage before. So, like, this idea that you're like
Yeah.
frazzled or whatever, it's like, I don't know. It's like, I feel like that's going to be really bad for him. I mean, who knows? There's a great chance that, like, in this amount of time people will have forgotten, and who cares because the attention
Sure.
span is so low. But I remember just watching that and being like, dude, this is like shooting yourself in the foot big time. This is like this event is essentially PR for future you.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
I mean,
And
people fucking like recite that fucking Sally Field speech all the time, that you like me,
mm-hmm.
you really like me, all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was like fucking 40 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
And yet it's
Jesus.
like, because like these are the moments that are like, this is gonna get you clout towards the next thing. And it's like,
Yeah.
I already have been seeing headlines that like Mickey whatever in talks with Marvel and in talks with this and that. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
well, of course, because
Mm-hmm.
she won, she did a good job, and now people are like, great, let's get her in. People like her, let's get her in our thing.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
Adrian
she's a
Brody,
good actor. Like, she was on a
yeah.
series with, I forget somebody, but she was on like a series that
Hmm.
Louis C.K. was like an EP of.
Yeah.
But she was really good. Like, she was
Hmm.
like her late teens, but like she has the chops for sure. And like
Yes. Hmm.
she definitely like displayed them.
Hmm.
So she'll have a long and illustrious career, but she
Yeah.
handled it really well.
Exactly. And like that's the thing people remember, because I feel like so much of movies, like when you get to that level, when you're in stuff and you're kind of got some traction, there's a lot of it which is just like, do you suck to work with or are you chill? And it's
Yeah.
like, if you're
Yeah.
a superstar, you can be a little shitty because they know that you bring audience. But when you're newer, it's kind of just like that you need to be chill.
Yeah, you need
you,
to be chill.
you need to be someone who doesn't suck to work with, because then you'll get recommended and you'll keep going. And it's like, yeah, I would just, Adrian Brody's thing was just like, God, man, this is just like sinking and burning. Like,
Mhm.
I don't know what your game plan is right now,
Mhm.
because it doesn't sound like you actually have very much to say.
Yeah. I want you to watch Nora. It was a good movie. It was a good
Yeah.
movie, and the ending is good,
Hmm.
but I,
I want to watch that one, and then there was some other movie that like I literally was telling Joe like, when that's free, let's watch it. Which is like, the fact that I'm saying that is like, y'all need to stop putting movies out so soon.
so
Like,
soon,
you
yeah.
just like, I forget that new one, like Mickey 17 or whatever. It
Oh
went to
yeah, Nick went to
streaming
see it
2
today.
weeks after it's been in.
Yeah,
It was out for 2 weeks, and then they announced it's going to
to
digital, and
streaming.
it's
He
like,
went to the theater today. He's actually
yeah.
still there. I'm curious, but I really want to see that.
Joe saw it. She said it was really fun. She's like,
Yeah,
I would see that again.
yeah.
But yeah, I was just kind of like, you guys are so weird about this. Like, I think that their idea is like, if they're not making enough movie like money from it, and they don't think they're gonna get more after the second week, like, weekend box office, that like they want to use the promotional like buzz to get people to
Hmm.
watch it on their streaming. But
Did you ever watch? You know which movie I want to see is Companion, really bad. That looks good.
Companion.
The chick that's in Yellow Jackets is in it.
I'm gonna look at the like the like the image that comes up, because
It's
it sounds familiar.
Sophie's. Did you
Ooh,
ever see?
it looks spooky.
Did you see Heretic?
Oh, recently, and I really liked it.
It was
Um,
good. We watched it last weekend, and
yeah,
I was like, "Fuck."
it's honestly same with us. I think it's been recently like became free on one of the platforms. But
Yeah,
like, one, it was very fun to see Hugh Grant do that. And
yeah,
then the other thing too though was like, this is just like an angle that I haven't seen before.
yeah.
And to me, that's all you need with a horror movie these days. Horror movies, I will say, I really appreciate their genre, because they're one of the few genres that people do very much want to see in theaters, because it is a different
It's like a
experience.
group thing. Yeah.
But it's also like, you can not spend a lot of money and like get a good result out of them. So like,
Hmm.
they're one of the like, I don't want to say bulletproof, but they're one of the like safest ways to do cool stuff.
Yeah.
But that one was just sweet. It was like, yeah, you have a very clear message you're saying, you're coming at this at such an odd angle. It's like this villain is like trying to like prove a point to you.
Yeah.
Like I just like because so like he's like he's obviously a psycho, but like in a very specific way that I haven't seen done before. And I was just like, and there was enough moments where you're like, oh, I really didn't expect him to cut her throat. Just did not think that was going to happen.
It was fucked up.
Because you thought she was going to be like the hero character, right? Like she was the one who was wise to everything. And you're like, all right, so the other one's going to die and she's going to, and then it's like, no. Other way around.
Yeah. So the girl that dies first, right? The smarter one, she's in Companion. She's in that movie.
Yeah, I just Googled it and you can just kind of see.
The key art is scary.
Yeah, where she just like doesn't have a pupil.
Yeah, she's just like, I think she's like an AI robot.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's what I'm getting from it.
Is it? Yeah, it's out. It's like $10 on Apple. Yeah, also like Jack Quaid is fucking everywhere now.
I know.
I like I watched The Boys for a while. I'm not like current with it. And like I get it from a studio perspective because one, nepotism. Two, he does have that look of like a dude who is not like macho, but you know this type of guy. You've seen him on the street. Yes. But like he's like good looking enough that that the lead woman can still fall for him and you're not like this is so like from that angle, I get it. Do I think he's good enough for all this? No. I like, yeah, it's just nepotism. I'm like, I'm really.
You look at him and you're like, he kind of looks like Dennis Quaid.
He looks like a less masculine Dennis Quaid.
But then you look at him and he kind of looks like his mom, and who is I can't think of her name right now.
Is it? I was gonna say Demi Moore, but it's like that's
no. It's oh god, who's in You've Got Mail? Who's in Circus in Seattle?
I'm gonna find out by just clicking on Jack Quaid. Meg Ryan.
Yeah, he looks like Meg Ryan, but he looks like Dennis Quaid, but he looks like Meg Ryan. And you look at him and you're just like, you look like both of them. You do. And that's all I think when I look at it.
Well, and the thing too with him is it's just like you're like, to be honest, I will say I would rather see him in a movie than Nicholas Hoult. I just like Nicholas Hoult just does nothing for me. Whereas like Jack Quaid is like, I get it, but I'm tired of you. You know what I mean? It's like if you were in half as many things, you would be the kind of guy who like I don't have a strong feeling about.
Yeah.
You're just like you do the role okay. I'm not blown away at all, but you're not making me like cringe. It's just like you have a type that you're being typecast as, and I get it and whatever, and that's fine. But just the fact that I keep seeing him in all these movies, I'm just like I think the reality is that like that role, that like typecast role, there's so many movies for it. There's so many stories for that type of guy, and there isn't anyone else new. Because that's the other thing with the way that movies and shows are declining. There isn't like a fresh batch of actors. Yeah. It's like people are like relying on like Robert Downey Jr. and Leo. Yeah, it's like we don't have those movies where it's like just because this person's in it, we want to see it because those people are really old now. It's like Keanu Reeves is old, and we'll keep watching John Wick, but like fucking get new people. But the problem, of course, is that like
they're scared.
Studios want like guarantees, and we can't.
Well, and that's why that chick that's in Heretic. That's in Companion. She's in fucking everything now because she was in Yellow Jackets and she's killing it. And so they're like, put her in everything.
Yeah.
Put her in everything.
And it's like, you guys, it's like that thing where there's a good song that is like top whatever. And then you listen to the radio for 2 days and you're like, I hate that song now.
Yeah.
It's like, if you guys would just mix it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Because to be perfectly honest, I think also people like seeing actors they've never seen before because it lets you be more immersed. Like when you watch a movie, what were we watching recently? There was a movie that just like, it was Contagion. Everybody is a big name actor in that movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, everyone is a big name actor. And like I started to think, I wonder if they do that so that like you won't expect who's gonna die. Because if everyone is like a main character, then
Yeah, then
so
maybe
like it might
yeah.
have been a choice in that regard, but like when I see a movie and it's like an ensemble in that way, I'm almost just like it's unless they have like amazing chemistry, it kind of just feels almost like not the real world in a
Yeah,
way,
yeah.
especially when they reference real movies and stuff. That's the weirdest
Yeah,
thing. I'm just
yes.
like, so what
What
version of the
world?
world is this?
Yeah.
Like
What
when
world
you're
is this?
yeah, it's very weird. I don't
Yeah.
know. I mean, I would love just to see more movies with people I don't recognize. Um, but it's like
Did
you
you
get
watch the Penguin series? Did you ever
I
watch
watched the
that?
first episode and I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't watch more of it, but I liked what I saw. I felt like it scratches a Sopranos itch.
A little
Colin
bit.
Farrell does a good job with his character, and like I, it's one of those things where like I think he does a good job. I think it's really interesting that it's Colin Farrell in like a fat suit with all that
It's
prosthetics.
wild.
Like, and he
It's
does a
wild.
great job. Like he's very good because like that's a really fucking goofy character,
Yeah.
you
He
know?
does it. You should watch the rest of it if you have a chance.
Hmm.
It's pretty fucking good. And then he
Satisfying.
has another character that he interacts with. I wouldn't say it's like his nemesis or anything, but
Hmm.
there's
Is it that
another,
woman?
yeah. And
Yeah.
it's really interesting. It's very interesting.
You know, I feel like so recently, because like speaking of superhero stuff, recently they've been kind of like Marvel's been rebooting the whole Daredevil thing.
Yeah. It's
And
not good. The
did
show's not
you
good.
watch the original Daredevil, like the Netflix Daredevil when it was
The
first out?
series?
Yeah.
I didn't. Nick did though.
So the I really liked the first season of it, and for two reasons. There's a lot of it that is like marvelly in a like this is very you could see the formula in a lot of
Sure.
ways. So like it's
Sure.
not going to be refreshing in that sense, but it did two things that were different than Marvel properties at the time. This is also like before the Marvel fatigue.
Hmm.
But one was like the fights were very brutal and very well choreographed.
Hmm.
Like one thing I appreciated was instead of in the first season, instead of being a guy with like a goofy cartoon suit that they try to make as real as possible, he just wears black and he's
No,
the whole thing with Daredevil is he's a
he's
blind guy.
blind. Yeah.
And so he just has like a black bandana that's over his eyes and he's got like these like baton sticks and he just beats the shit out of people. And it's kind of like it honestly feels like if Batman didn't have all the money and he was just a guy.
Yeah.
And that was fun to watch him just like I'm a guy that's like because I mean he's a lawyer in the show, but like he's like a public defender. He's not like a rich lawyer.
Yeah.
And he's just fucking like I can't solve anything in that room, so I'm gonna go beat the shit out of criminals. And you're like, as long as you beat the shit out of them well, I'm in. And he
Yeah.
does. It's like very well choreographed and it's very
Interesting.
brutal. But the thing that keeps the show interesting is Vincent D'Onofrio as the villain.
That's what
He
I keep hearing is that he's so good.
he's the best part. The there I don't I think it's like the fourth episode or so,
Was
but
he Kingpin? Is his
yes.
thing? Yeah,
And
yeah,
like I used to be like a big like Spider-Man fan, and so like I recognized him from the cartoons and stuff. But he's just a big mob boss. That's kind of his whole thing. He's just like he's literally a very large
yeah. Yeah, right.
man. But Vincent D'Onofrio, like, there's one episode that's essentially all about him, and it's like I don't know that Daredevil's really in it much at all. It's like kind of setting the character up.
Hmm.
And I just remember it being so good. It's just like you're getting to watch an actor really have a meal out of a character.
Hmm.
And it's like he almost presents himself. I remembered him being this kind of like almost giant, sensitive baby that if you crossed would murder you. It's like
Oh, how
I have
funny.
like a softness to me, but if you make baby mad, I am going to murder you. It's
Is
like
that the one where he has his family and then someone
he
fucks with his
has
family?
I don't know that it's a family, but there's like one woman he's in love with.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm
And
thinking of
it's just
someone
like
else.
if you ever I will like just like that was the thing. It's like it was just like the villain is done really well
Hmm.
and the action is really good. And
Hmm.
because like so many heroes and those kind of things are like whatever
They're one-dimensional, yeah.
And I think they
Totally.
try to make that Daredevil a little more like tortured or a little more like he kind of goes over the edge sometimes. And but like at the end of the day, it's like
Right.
it was Vincent D'Onofrio doing a really good, juicy villain performance. And also at a like very real street level. It's like these aren't like superpowers. It's like
Yeah, they're
this
just
guy's a
bad.
blind monk. Like
Yeah.
that's yeah. So like but I will say I just kind of threw it on to like
Yeah.
just to see. And the very beginning of the episode was like this is too Marvel-y for me still.
Really.
Like there's parts of the show I do think are I remember fondly, but like the thing with Marvel is it's just like there's just like a formula going on that
Hmm.
I can't put it aside from, and it's very hard for it to ever feel different enough.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean
it's
the
tricky.
new one, the new Daredevil, it's like, at least from what I can see the episodes, it's like a fucking procedural. It's like all lawyer
Well, that's
shit.
interesting. But like, I mean, look, I don't know that I would be interested in that. But my main thing with Marvel is like, look, I like superhero stuff, but y'all need to just get crazy. Like, you
Yeah.
need to do weirdo shit.
Yeah.
And the movies that seem like they're gonna be weirdo shit, I've watched from this kind of like phase, but they weren't like they had their moments, but overall not weird enough. It's
Yeah.
like I need to see crazy bullshit because I've
Yeah.
seen too much of your formula. Like,
Yeah.
let's get weird. Like when
Yeah.
back when the Doctor Strange movie came out, I'm like, good, he's a multi-dimensional wizard. You guys can
Yeah.
fucking do anything you want. And
Yeah.
you know, they get Sam Raimi and it was kind of satisfying.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I want more shit like that. Like that wasn't
Yeah.
even weird enough for me, but at least we were like moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then I was like, ooh, Ant-Man, they're in the like microscopic dimension. That's
Yeah.
interesting. And then I'm like,
They could have done more. Yeah.
it's like it's a swing and a miss. It's like you didn't get weird enough. It's like you
Yeah.
got to, and then also now you have to watch all the TV shows to be tied in. It's like
Yeah.
before you just had to watch like four other movies, and
Yeah.
now I just feel like I'll never know what's happening. And also,
Yeah.
I think they've changed their plans enough time because like they were investing in Jonathan Majors, and then it's like, oh, he's a piece of
Yeah.
shit. And you're
Yeah.
like, man,
Yeah.
that's one of those things where you're just like, oh my God, dude, you were like, you were at superstar level. Like you
Yeah.
fucking did it, and all you had to do was not be a piece of shit.
Yeah.
All,
There's more.
and then you just, and then you're like, well, nah, I'll beat my wife. It's like, can you just, all you had to do is not do that.
Yeah.
All
I
you
know.
had to do was
And,
not
and
do
that
that.
character that he was building was cool as fuck.
Yeah, it was like interesting. It was like,
Yeah.
oh, so you're like this like multi-dimensional genius.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of interesting because it's like I don't know what you don't have a power, you're just smart. And I'm always
Yeah.
a fan of the characters. Like that's why I liked Batman, where it's like he's going toe to toe with gods and demons and stuff, and he's just a dude with a
Right.
lot of money and he's really smart. And that's
Yeah.
always like what's interesting. It's like,
Yeah.
how do you overcome these odds when you're just a smart guy? You
Yeah.
have to get creative, and that's what makes
Yeah.
it fun. But it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, you had it all, and then you fucked up so hard that they have to pay Robert Downey Jr. to come back
I
as the
know,
villain.
which is a lot of money.
It's weird. Well, it's just one of those things where I feel like they're struggling a bit. Like they're still making money.
Sure.
Not I don't think
Sure.
it's the same as what they were doing. But you know, now they're kind of getting to like the B team in terms of like heroes you've never heard of. And
Yeah.
it's like I watched Shang-Chi on a plane and I was like, you know, if this movie came out before Marvel's all their shit, I'd be like, yeah, it's kind of a fun movie. But like
Hmm.
it's just the same fucking movie. This was
Yeah.
just Ant-Man 1 again. Like it's just
Yeah.
like it's always the same thing. And that's why I'm like I understand you have a formula and you're afraid to not do it because you're the only blockbuster who's still making money. But
Hmm.
like please. Please. Like I I was thinking about going to see the new Captain America because I was like, well, Harrison Ford turns into a Hulk. Like maybe I want to see that.
Oh, does he? That's cool.
He's a red Hulk.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and I'm like he's like I think he's the villain. It's unclear. I don't know. I all I know is that he turns into a red Hulk and he has to fight Anthony Mackie. And I'm like I wouldn't mind seeing Red Hulk beat the shit out of Anthony Mackie for like 10 minutes, and then Anthony Mackie has to
Comes
do
back.
something creative to
Yeah.
stop him. Like I could be interested in that.
Yeah.
But I probably won't see it. Like I just like it's not enough for me, you know.
Right.
I don't know. It's they have a hard job at this point. But they're just
Oversaturated. So
that's the
oversaturated.
thing. It's like, and honestly, if there were just like a little bit less movies and other options that were like in the same kind of like blockbuster category or like adventure movies, it would probably not feel so like just tiresome.
Yeah.
The last one I saw, I think, was Deadpool Wolverine, which like it was funny enough, but it was the kind of, and to be honest, I think the strongest asset it had going for itself was Hugh Jackman is incredible, and I haven't seen a Deadpool movie in a long time because
Yeah.
all those movies are the exact same fucking movie. It's just
Yeah.
it's just Ryan Reynolds doing Family Guy humor. That's the
Yeah.
whole thing. And
Yeah.
you know, it was kind of fun in the sense that like I'm exhausted with Marvel, and
Yeah.
this is pointing at all of the like Sony Marvel stuff that like I saw a million years ago, and so it's kind of fun to be like wink, wink, nod, nod.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, that movie, I think if Hugh Jackman wasn't in it, I just don't care. You
Yeah.
know, it's like
Yeah.
Hugh Jackman was able to deliver emotional lines about just like utter garbage. Like, and it's just one of those things you sometimes you see people do stuff like that. You're like, oh, this is why you're a good actor. Like
Right.
you elevated
Someone
the
can give you
material.
something, yeah, and it's
Yeah.
actually good.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like there's a scene with him and Deadpool in the car, and he just has like this like kind of emotional moment, but like I think it's just because he's a good actor. Like I think if you like look at the script, you're like, this is kind of like a jokey, like, I'm calling you out and but saying like you're really sad at the same time. And if it wasn't Hugh Jackman, I just don't think there would be any meat to the line at all. And it's just like, yeah, Hugh Jackman's just really good. He's just a good actor. He always has been. He never
Yeah.
disappoints. But that
He's the
was, I think, the
greatest.
last superhero movie I saw in a long time.
He's the greatest showman as well.
He is. He is. I did recently a like YouTube thing with some friends, one of those like magic playthrough
Hmm.
things. And I like when at the end when they're like, "Oh, like where can we find you?" And I like mentioned Circus Stories, and I'm like just trying to give people like, "Oh yeah, we got like clown bureaucracy, and oh by the way, P.T. Barnum's a huge piece of shit." And our friend was like, "Not the Greatest Showman." I'm like, "Not hot." No,
No.
like he was a goblin. He did not look like Hugh Jackman.
Yeah,
Um,
not one bit.
no.
Not one bit.
Mm-mm.
Well, fuck, I guess we should start since
Yeah,
we've
I
talked
guess
about
so.
this fucking
Mhm.
Marvel and
Talked about
like
every movie that's been out in the last 6 months,
it was a distraction from the fucking free
which we
world.
need because G Bus Christie
It's
is it. I
they're
have like a
both
new rule for myself. I don't know about for maybe you can adopt it for your own mental health. I cannot click on any political anything until after I've eaten my breakfast.
that's a good rule.
Because
Yeah.
I've been finding that days because like sometimes what I'll do in the morning is I will wake like unless I have to like be somewhere very specific, I'll
Hmm.
wake up at a certain time when I'm like my alarm goes off or whatever, and I'll sit in bed for like a half an hour and just kind of like scroll a little bit and kind of like wake up
Yeah.
slowly. And if I'm not careful, I'll like be on Reddit or something, just like scrolling through bullshit, and I'll just see like political shit. Political, it's just like Trump is burning the country alive. Trump is burning,
Right,
and you're
seriously.
and you're just like, and then I'm like my. This is the first forming moments of like my
Your
attitude for the
day.
whole day, and more than once I've been like, oh, I'm just anxious the whole rest of the day now.
Yeah, you're like, well, I'm not gonna leave the house then, I
Yeah,
guess.
and it's so hard to break out of that anxiety. And I'm just like, yeah, I just, you know what? This news will be there at the end of the day.
Oh yeah.
Just don't click anything. If you see his face on a thumbnail, scroll past it. You
Oh
can
yeah.
you can get your news later.
I
You
try not to look at any news. I just will lay in the bed with donuts and stare into his eyes for about
there
20
you go.
minutes in the morning.
We all need these coping mechanisms because like we saw this happen like 4 years ago, but there's a very fine line between staying informed and doom scrolling to the point of a panic attack.
Yeah.
And it's just like you aren't actually getting anything done. And a
Yeah.
lot of these headlines, to be honest, I would say roughly half of them are kind of just shock value stuff that he's saying. And then the other half of the stuff that's actually like huge ramifications. But yeah, it's just like, regardless though, at the end of the day, you can just look later. Like, look at the end of the day, the stuff that actually happened as opposed to just being threatened or said is gonna be the same. You just form your outlook on the day, try to get into a good headspace, and then check it later once you've,
oh my God,
drank water and eaten food.
Yeah, you need to sustain yourself first before you have
because buckle up, this is going to be a long ride.
Oh my God, I can't wait for the midterms. It's fuck, man.
It's like, can we, and just a genuine plea to Democrats, please fucking do something. Please try. Please obstruct it. Like, just do anything at all.
And and not even just Democrats, anybody.
Yeah. Like, well, because the thing that's crazy too is it's like, the Republicans for a very long time have been a party over people. So like, even if individuals disagreed, they would still go along with the party, which is
so fucking stupid.
It's alarmingly close to the way Russia does things, which is just, our leader can never be wrong, and even if he is, we will do what he says. And it's insane. Like, yeah, it's some crazy bullshit, but it would just be nice if anyone, like, I would love if they realized he doesn't actually care about them. That's the like, I don't know that that'll ever happen. But like, he's putting you in positions to not be a roadblock, and like, if you're okay literally selling out America for personal gain, I mean, fuck. But like, yeah, anyone who's not okay with that, like, you should do something to push back. But like, I don't expect any Republican to do that. It's dumb, because like, as soon as they're no longer useful, they will just be thrown out like trash. Like, he doesn't care about anyone but himself. He just doesn't.
You know what's so funny is we're leaving a hot tub. I was leaving a hot tub, like, I don't know, it was probably like 6 months ago. And you know how it has that gate by Permanent Records from the outside patio, and I was like grabbing Lee's hand from the outside of the gate, and he's like, "This is how it's going to be at the camps." And I was like,
"Oh no!"
And I was like, "Don't
too
say that."
real, Lee.
And now
too
it's like
real.
fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, oh my.
Well, he's fucking sending immigrants to Guantanamo Bay. It's like. Fuck, so, dude. And he's like, literally, we're getting to the point where he's doing things, and even the courts are like, actually fucking stop. And he's like, I don't have to listen to you.
Which is so scary.
That's the scariest thing, because it's like,
that's the scariest thing.
Our government only works if the levers of power actually do anything. And he's just putting yes men in these positions, and they're just doing whatever he says. And
I remember I even called my dad, and I was like, what don't they have checks and balances? Am I dumb? And he was like, yeah, they're supposed to, but they're not. He's just like, I don't.
He's just not listening to them.
He's just doing it anyways. And I was like, yeah, but they can't do that. He's like, he's just doing it. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
What?
Well, like, and the thing, it's like, when none of the other, he's just gonna do it regardless. And then if no one else does anything, like, if they just like are kind of like, well, I guess whatever, then nothing will happen. Like,
which is insane. It's like, there's more of you.
Yes,
there's more of you. What is wrong?
Well, and the thing is, I feel like by cutting all of these government positions and installing people that just like don't give a shit and are like corporate sellouts that will just say yes to anything he does, it's like he's just building an environment that won't fight him. Like, that's really all it is. And it's like, I just wish, because like, I can, as sad as it is and as scary as it is, I can expect the Republicans to do whatever he says, even at their own detriment, which is insane. But the Democrats are the ones where I'm just like, I know you guys have been spineless for years, and it's so frustrating that you are our only other like actual option, and you don't do anything. Like, the entire Biden presidency to me was like, just like proving like we're stuck in the old ways. We refuse to see politics for what it is now.
Yeah.
And that's why they lost. That's why they lost. And
Yeah, because no
now,
one was voting. They were just like, I don't think we should vote because
well,
we don't like it.
I mean, I think that on the one hand, I think the whole thing with Israel really was really bad for Biden. I think
Yeah.
that he also was just like too old. He shouldn't have, he should never have run for re-election.
Yeah.
They should have picked someone else or just positioned Kamala Harris to do it. Like from
Yes.
the start, she should have been the one because all they had to do start with her, just like right off the bat, be like, she is the person. Biden was a transition president. That's what they said he was going to be, and then they walked it
Right.
back for whatever reason. And the thing that's crazy to me is like in my mind, he did not like that was a scary. I don't know that he's going to win because this guy is the most middle of the road milk toast bullshit I've ever
Yeah.
seen.
Yeah.
And they narrowly won, and then they're like, let's double down on that. And it's like, no, he's worse now. Like he's worse
Yeah.
than he was.
Yeah.
And maybe if they gave her an entire actual run and she distanced herself from him, like when they asked, like basically, like what would you do different? She's like, I think the administration did everything. Like that was such a dumb choice because even if you
Yeah.
agree with that, like the number one thing, and look, we're in
Yeah.
California, so we hear a lot of like liberal left ideas, but like the main thing I was hearing from people online and in person was I really hate how they're handling the Israel situation. They're essentially
Hmm.
giving them free access to war crimes, and we're funding
Yeah.
that. And it's
Yeah.
like, and I
Yeah.
understand that like there is a world where like it is more complicated than that,
Sure.
but at the very minimum, we need to condone it and stop. It feels like we can't be giving them money if they're telling us, we hear you, we're going to keep committing war crimes. Like,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
one of those things where it's like, well, but terrorism, and it's like, I understand the difficulty of terrorism. When a
Sure.
person has a bomb strapped to them in a public place and says, "I'm going to kill everyone unless you do what I want," yeah, that you don't just say, "Fine, kill everyone."
Yeah.
Like
Right.
you have to work around that. That's your fucking job. Like that's
Yeah.
sorry, I know that sucks. That's why terrorism sucks. Like
Yeah.
you don't get to just like blank check it. And like if they picked her, all she would have to do is say some medium ass like I don't think it was done well. I understand that there are allies, but there are limits to what is acceptable and blah blah blah. It's
100%.
like you have a right to defend yourself, but you don't have a right to just like displace civilians in that
Right.
in the hopes to defend yourself. It's like you got to do
Right.
both. That's
Yeah. You
that's
can't preventatively defend
yes.
yourself in such a
Yeah.
manner.
Because yeah, exactly. And like if she had done that and they had like actually given her like a full run, I think she might have been able to. I mean, there is a lot of things popping up here and there where like it might have straight up been rigged. Like there's things with like Elon and like the voting systems where it's like maybe that something like that happened. I don't know.
Well, I'm more
But
concerned about that happening in the
yeah.
future.
Well, because also the thing is like Putin technically has free elections. He doesn't, he just rigs them.
Oh,
But like
sure. Like a lot of
technically,
places do, right?
mhm. Yeah. And so it's like that's the scarier thing is like
100%.
yeah, it's just him like just refusing to give up power, which he's going to do again. It's just how is he going to do it and how will the rest of the government react? But like all he's going to have to do is spend 4 years replacing everyone in any position that opposes him. He's already trying to like he's like keeping journalists out of play. Like everything he's doing is just like authoritarian playbook shit. Like
I was researching this last night.
mhm,
This episode, but
mhm,
a lot of the sources that I was reading, and like the Guardian being one of them, was like at the end of the article, which this article is like 2015, but the end of it was like the Guardian is dedicated to not bowing to Trump's blah 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 blah. Like, and
yeah,
she's like, I was like, fuck, like
yeah,
I was like, Jesus. Like a lot of these things were just like, we're not bowing to Trump's bullshit thing. And I was
hmm
like, what the fuck? I've never seen, I mean, I haven't done an episode in like
yeah.
a month and a half, but I was like, whoa,
It's pretty
shit.
crazy. And like I don't know how it's gonna shake out at all. And like the thing that I try to remind myself, but like this feels so different than anything else that's ever happened in the country. I try to remind myself though that like it must have been pretty terrible when Ronald Reagan was president for a
It
lot of
wasn't
people.
not like this
But
though.
that's the thing, right? It's like it's so different. It's like this feels so like he is very much attempting to fundamentally challenge our government and change
Hmm.
it to a
Yeah,
dictatorship. Like it really feels like that.
that was fucking, puff like pastry bullshit
Hmm.
compared to this.
Yeah. And like I try to remind myself that like because this is the same thing that happened. Like, I mean, this is very different than his first, term. But like, I try to remind myself when we're going through these, because even when it was Biden and it was just like we're watching what's happening in Israel, and this is just like we're
It feels
watching
like the hardest
genocide.
thing at the time.
We are feeding genocide. It's not like that
Yeah,
we're just
we're
watching it. We're
funding.
giving them money. Yeah, we're funding
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
And the thing that I always try to remind myself when I'm experiencing stuff like that, is like the world has gone through moments like this and come out the other side. And so it's like,
right, 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 right,
which is like the only thing that is like, I don't even know if comforting is the right word, but like reminds myself that like this isn't the end of the world. Um,
right,
but
right.
but to be fair, this is like very, very, very bad.
Yeah,
And it would just be nice if we could get some type of opposition going so that it felt like at the
yeah,
very least the half of the political spectrum wasn't just like being like, I don't
yeah.
know.
Like some opposite, like opposing voice.
Just,
That
just
was
like yeah,
like,
just like slow him down. Like I know he's just signing executive actions, but like there's got to be something they can do to slow this shit down. There just needs to be something
I mean,
that
all
can
they're
be
doing
done.
that I can tell is that the ACLU is suing him, and that
Hmm.
will go through to the Supreme Court at some point. But if Elon Musk is buying a seat in the Supreme fucking Court,
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, you know what I
yeah.
mean? Like,
Well, yeah, and it's one of those things where it's just like he's like, and this is the stupid thing. Like they've been setting up for this is the thing. It's like they've been stacking the Supreme Court for this kind of reason.
right.
And it's just like I don't. And
Is
it
there
might.
any laws to have like a certain amount of Democrat and Republican in the Supreme Court? Is
Well,
that just,
technically they are not either.
oh, interesting. Okay.
They're supposed, yeah,
Really?
yeah, technically. So because even though Clarence Thomas is literally been bought off multiple times on the record, like, but for
Yeah.
some reason he's not fired.
How
It's
is he
like
still alive?
it's a
Also, he's a fucking rapist. It's like,
yeah. It's well, it's crazy. And then we got yeah. And then speaking of rapists, you have Brett Kavanaugh in there who
I
like throws
mean,
a
it's
fucking
like,
tank. Like there's so many people over there, and it's just like and somehow, even though we were supposed to have Obama put a Supreme Court in, the Republicans just bitched and were like, the election's coming up. We should let the people decide who gets to decide. It's like, that's not how it fucking works. But for some reason, the Democrats just let that happen. It's
that's
like
crazy.
clearly the Republicans are showing you can force this shit. And you
You
guys are
can
just,
stomp your feet enough to be
yeah,
like, nah.
and like, look, that's not how I want my democracy, but I think Democrats, and maybe this is too late by now, but like Democrats have been playing the old game of politics for 20 years too late.
And they need to do something different,
Yeah.
obviously. Yeah.
They've had to do something different. I would say like post Obama. Even with Obama, I think one of the big things with him was like he expected them to like play politics, which is like, okay, you don't want this, I don't want that. Let's meet each other halfway because like
Yeah.
that's how it used to work. But like
Yeah.
Democrats are stuck in the idea that that's still happening when
Yeah.
Republicans have decided, no, no, we fully stop everything you're doing no matter what, even if we agree, even if it's what we want. Like
Yeah.
remember when with the immigration thing, the Republicans were given everything they wanted. The Democrats said, fine, we'll do that. We will give you these things. And they're like, whoa, you're going to give that stuff to us? No. Because if they got it, then Trump can't campaign on that.
Ah, right.
That was the whole reason they said no. So the reality is they don't actually give a shit about the problem. They just want to bitch about something, and they don't want the Democrats to get any quote unquote wins. So it's not about governing. It's about winning. It's about winning. And they are willing to do it at all costs. And party over everything. We're winning, you're losing, that is it. And they've been doing it successfully for at least a decade. And the Democrats just aren't like, it's like the game is being changed and Democrats are just like oblivious to it, or they keep being like, you know what, no, we're gonna, when they go low we go high. It's like, fuck you, dude, they stabbed you, you're bleeding out, and now you're like, you know what, if I stabbed you back that wouldn't solve anything. And it's like, fucking you're in a knife fight now, man. It's about survival. Like, we can
maybe
deal
they
with
would stop stabbing you then if you stab them.
It's just like, god damn, you just please do something. But like, I don't know. I don't think that they are going to in any meaningful way, and I don't know anything other than like protest and calling. I mean, maybe we can call our like Democrats and just be like, fucking do something. But like, I don't know. That's the hardest thing, is like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how we do, and like, I'm sure there's something. Like, I do think protests like work, but it would be nice if there was like, someone spearheading that, or like throwing out suggestions or anything. Like, there was some other Democrat who was like, I think it's really the young generation needs to. It's like, fuck off. You roadblocking old man. All you do is roadblock, keep old people in power, just blah, blah, blah. And they're like, actually, now that it's all going to hell, I'm going to go to Sweden and you guys will figure this out. And it's just like, fuck you, man. God damn.
Well, let's talk about circus stuff.
Let's talk about something a little lighter. I mean, I don't know what episode's about, so maybe it's not lighter.
It's a medium.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to rephrase. Let's get distracted.
Let's distract ourselves.
Let's get distracted.
Sure.
I'm real quick. I'm just going to run to the bathroom before we get into it.
Fair. I'm going to get water.
Okay. Just a quick pee to reset your gears,
Just a quick pee.
A quick little pee to reset it.
Got it.
I mean, we just recorded an episode of Tangent also.
I mean, I should just put it up on the Patreon.
It'd be funny if we put it up on the Patreon, or just like, this is Tangent if you guys want it.
I should. I could.
Because like, there isn't much, I mean, I don't know how much work it would take to do. So like, I can't just say that like.
I mean, to be honest, I'll just put it up.
And be like, this is what Tangent would be. Do you guys want this?
Enjoy.
Because we have roughly 30 minutes of this type of content before every episode anyway.
At least.
So yeah, at minimum. So.
All right, I'm gonna do it.
I don't know. Could be interesting.
It's unedited, raw and wonderful.
Well, and it's for the Patreon. It's like it's the exclusive
for those few hanging on. And maybe we'll get more.
Who knows?
We only have like 10 people on there, so it's fine. All right, I'm gonna start. Hello and welcome back to Circus Stories, a circus history podcast.
Hi.
I'm your host, Callie B.
And hello, it's me, Mark Renaudin.
And we're bringing you another charming story from circus history. And for those that don't know how the show works, each episode I will share a story or topic from circus history to my pal Mark,
Hi.
who admittedly has little circus knowledge in general and has no clue what we're going to talk about today.
I don't
Um,
know anything that has, unless it's been on a previous episode. I have
yeah,
no exposure to the circus beyond what an average person does. So
yeah.
very curious what we're going to be talking about today.
Um, yeah, so first I will share our circus word of the day. And
As
Mark,
is
I'll let
tradition.
I'll let you guess before I tell you the actual definition.
Yeah.
This one's
Let's see if a layman can figure it out.
you might get this. Today's word is ace note.
Ace note. Hmm. Ace note. I mean, immediately I think of an important note.
Okay.
Ace note. I'm trying to think of like what. Okay, so like immediately what it would make me think of is like if let's say somebody is working on a new act or like they're trying to do in previous episodes we've talked about people who like they're inventing something new, right? The first person to be shot out of a cannon, they needed to do a lot of math and stuff and practice that to do it. And what I'm guessing is like someone is doing something like that where they're working on a new act and they can't be bothered. If someone's like, no, you got an ace note, it means like you really gotta stop what you're doing and go read this telegram or whatever it is. So
Okay.
that's my guess. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
An ace note.
Okay. It's actually a dollar bill.
Oh, that is important too. That is
Yeah.
pretty important.
But speaking of Cannonball Act,
Hmm.
Nick was showing me the other day, he was like, somebody at the Riverside Fair was doing a Cannonball Act and they bounced out of their net.
Oh no.
I was like, oh shit.
That's got to be something that people look into is like the elasticity of whatever is catching you.
Yeah.
Because
I
if
was
you
like,
just
maybe the
bounce
net
right
was too
off,
taut or they like
yeah.
overshot it or
Well, I mean, and for anyone who hasn't watched the can or watched who hasn't listened to the Cannonball episode, go give that a shot. It is insane how much math has to be done. And like, look,
yeah.
I was never a math kid. I know a lot of y'all out there are not math kids, but think of it this way. In school, if you didn't solve the math problem, you got a bad grade. These
Yeah.
people will explode
Yeah,
if
they
they
will
don't solve.
overshoot their net.
Yeah, they die. This is like life or death math, which does
Yeah.
make math a little sexier, but
Doesn't it though?
yeah, it's like you really just need stakes for math, I think, to make
Yeah.
it exciting. But
Yeah.
yeah, geez, you get that, you get those, coordinates, you get those calculations slightly wrong, and splat.
Yeah, it's like the catapult and your body weight and how far
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna go and all this other things, and it's
It's a
very
lot. It's really crazy.
precise.
And I mean, and again, it's fun to talk about and hear about because it's like to have math have such a silly and extreme application, like
Yeah,
shooting yourself out of a cannon,
yeah,
that's pretty badass. Similar
yeah,
to the Globe of Death episode, where if you
yeah.
haven't listened to that one, that's one is one of my favorites.
It's a good one.
Also, like neat, it was basically like have a lot of math or you're gonna break your neck.
Yeah.
Like figure
Nick
this
was
math
like,
out.
"Are these circus people geniuses?" And I was like, "Kind of.
A
Yeah,
lot of,
they
yeah, you
need to
kind of have to be. Yeah.
be."
It's like not only are they geniuses, but they are physically perfect geniuses.
Yeah.
Honestly, they are all Batman, but without money. Like
Yeah, yeah.
that's what I
Without
mean,
money.
some of them do when you get to the like high end, but like
Yeah,
the average person is just
yeah,
like a physical specimen, a genius in their own right.
yeah.
Like
It's true.
I mean, I will say, it's funny I say Batman. One of the Robins was a circus performer.
Oh yeah, I believe
Hmm.
it. Yeah.
And they said he made the perfect Robin because it was like
See?
he was an acrobat at a young age, very smart. It's like, come on,
Hmm.
it's been there the whole time.
You guys don't know, but Mark and I were talking about politics and comic book things for about an hour and a half before we
Yeah,
started
we
recording.
haven't chatted in a while, and
We're
whenever that
nice and warmed
happens,
up.
yeah, we are ready to chat,
We
ladies and
are.
gentlemen.
So today we're going to discuss the fascinating and rich history of a town in Florida called
Uh,
Gibsonton,
Gibsonton.
also known as Gibtown. So this is a
Okay,
small town in Florida that became a haven for carnival, circus, and primarily sideshow folk when wintering.
interesting.
Yeah, when wintering during the off season. Um, it's really interesting, this town, and it's very well known
Hmm.
if you know.
Well, I mean, I don't, the name doesn't ring a bell, but we have talked about how often there would be circuses that would winter in Florida, kind of like
Mhm.
when it's not time, when it's not the season for performing.
Right.
And I guess I didn't think about it, but yeah, that makes sense. Like if a lot of them are just like taking the, a couple months off during the winter
Mhm.
in Florida, it's like, yeah, they probably would all be in the same area, or at least they could be.
Well, so this town's it's close to Sarasota, and
Hmm.
Sarasota was I forget when they moved there, I think 1930 something. That's
Hmm.
when Ringling Brothers moved their winter quarters.
Yeah.
And so it was close to that winter quarters. And so
Hmm.
I think people that were in that show were just like, well, I'm going to live nearby in this
Yeah,
town. You know what I mean?
that makes sense.
So Gibtown was where folks could have their homes, keep a winter quarters in a sense, store their equipment if they had it, carnival
Mm,
rides, exhibitions, even have their animals, which was all within the laws and permits of the town. So
interesting.
this town was slowly curated and catered to show folk and soon became infamous for being as such. So we're going to talk about this unique and storybook-like place.
It's
Um,
funny that you say storybook like because that's kind of what I'm picturing. I'm like, what does a town look like when the majority of its residents are circus folk? Like that's
yeah.
gotta be so specific. And like
Hmm.
honestly, if I can this just like makes me picture like a 1990s early 2000s movie. Like this is
Hmm.
ripe for a script.
I
Like
know.
a
I know.
circus town,
Yeah.
like that it's like yeah, you get someone weird like you get what's his name? Edward Scissorhands director.
Oh,
Tim Burton.
yeah. I was like,
You
what
get
is this?
someone weird like Tim Burton or something and you just have a field day with this.
Hmm. Yeah. So this place was for a time an oasis for many performers where they could literally just be themselves. There's a
Hmm.
lot of like carnival performers, circus performers, but primarily sideshow performers.
Hmm.
So they can just live there in the off season without people gawking and ogling at them.
Yeah.
Mainstream society, like just staring
Mhm.
at them. They just were like amongst their own
Yeah,
people.
so
You know what I
to
mean?
which is at that point it's like everyone's like, "Oh yeah, yeah, whatever." Like we've seen it all. Like
Yeah.
there's no oddity or kind of like strangeness
Yeah.
to it. It's just
Yeah.
well, which I got to imagine is like a breath of fresh air for these
A hundred
people
percent
because
because
anywhere else people are double taking, you know?
constantly. And so they're wintering, off season, they can go to their like whatever they have like a trailer or a house or
Hmm.
whatever and just be like, cool, I don't have
That's
to be like observed, when I'm
yeah.
like off season,
That's
which is kind of
honestly
amazing.
so nice that they had that because, like,
Hmm.
just from a mental health perspective, like,
Yeah.
I can't imagine just having to deal with that so constantly.
Yeah.
It's one thing to have it like a little bit, and obviously, like, that's still uncomfortable. That still stresses you
Sure.
out and weighs on you. But like, when it's your whole life nonstop, like, it's
Yeah.
got to be so nice to be like, thank God in this town I can like literally have a normal life.
Yeah. Yeah. So from the Osprey Observer, written by staff writer Charles Nelson, June 4th, 2021, Gibsontown was a town with a fascinating slice of history unknown to many. It was, um, excuse me, it's within Hillsborough County. Nationally famous residents included Al and Jeannie Tomani, Casper Belsom, Dolly Reagan, and Priscilla and Emmett Belgiano, or Bijano, or Biano. I don't know. It's Bejano.
Buongiorno.
Belgiano. So they all share a unique story. These folks were once human stars of the bizarre traveling carnival sideshows or exhibitions of sorts.
Hmm.
Popular in mid-century America. Yet it was in Gibsonton where they found a permanent home far from these curious crowds. So it's alleged that before there's a couple like origin stories. The first is that
Hmm.
these carnival folk, Eddie and Grace LeMay, were like carnival cookhouse operators, and they came to Gibsonton in 1924, which before it became like Gibtown, full of all
Hmm.
these show
So
folk.
they were like kind of the founders of Gibtown in a way.
This is the only place that I really found it because it's a lot of other places credit Alan Jeannie Tamani, which I'll explain them in a second. But Edie and Grace LeMay allegedly came to the town first in Gibsonton in 1924, which initially was like a small lumbering town and had a population of just 614 people.
Wow.
So they are traveling through Gibsonton, heading south for the winter. And the story goes that they cross the, is it alfalfa or I wrote Alafa, but I think it's alfalfa.
Falafel?
Falafel River. I think it's Alafa or alfalfa. But they stopped to fish at this river. They had lunch, and then they planned to keep moving, but they were like, this place is kind of amazing. So they decided to stay there, and they're like, let's make our house here.
Yeah.
So together they opened Eddie's Hut, a Gibsonton restaurant that operated for many years. And then from then, Eddie and Grace urged their fellow carnival workers to join them. So they're like, this place is awesome. You guys should winter here.
Yeah.
So many carnival workers, including a large number of sideshow performers, answered Eddie's invitation. And then the word spread soon, welcoming this winter quarters type home for many traveling show folks from the 1930s through the 1950s and so on. But that was kind of its heyday. It was the 30s through the 60s, kind of.
Okay.
So from a How Stuff Works article describing the town's members, quote from David Doc Riviera, there were many characters, and David Rivera, he's a retired carnival owner. He says, and he's like, he said, you had to be a character to be in this business. There were two ways to get in the carnival business, he says. You had to be born into it or have to have personal misfortune. Other famous people that had lived in Gibtown were Priscilla, who was, this is like blocked out. How funny.
She like a witch?
No, they called her oh my God, why is this blacked out? I'll find her name, but they called her like the monkey girl.
Oh, that's fun.
She was born with a condition in which dark hair covered her face and her body. Her gums were enlarged. And let's see, I have my document.
Was this potentially the same condition? I never I forget what the sideshow name was called, but it was like the Wolfman. I forget what the medical condition was.
A little different than the hair covering thing. Why am I forgetting that? It's the tech. Oh my God.
It was like we said it a million times like a year ago.
The hair similar covering. Oh my God. Where's my computer? Hypertrichosis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Priscilla.
But this might not be the case for her.
I'm gonna look her up and see. I don't know why my thing printed funny. Okay, she had. Okay. Yeah, she was. The names of hers are horrible. The monkey girl. She had 2 rows of teeth. She was one of 7 children. She was the only one that was born with this sort of abnormality. We'll that's cover her another time, but she might have had that hypertrichosis.
Yeah, it sounds similar. But not that you would wish that this type of like deformity or whatever it is happens to more people, but for her to be the only person in her family that has it, like,
yeah, she was born with hypertrichosis. I don't know why this didn't print. It's so weird. But yes, she did have hypertrichosis. I'm sorry.
That makes sense.
When you do have hypertrichosis, you do have stuff that affects your mouth and your gums too. So that's part of it, because it's like a keratin. You have extra keratin in your body also, I think. So that maybe is like affecting your teeth.
Is keratin a hair vitamin?
It gives you more hair.
I only know that, or at least like could guess that, because there was an episode of Scrubs where a guy ate too much carrots and something happened, and then maybe it did. Maybe I'm conflating two things, but somewhere I
No,
learned that
that's
carrots
like
had to do with like your health, hair health.
oh, carrots. Well,
I
carrots
think
different.
so.
Keratin is spelled Keratin, but
Mm.
carrots. You're thinking of like
Is this one of those things where like someone named the color orange and the fruit orange, but they didn't talk to each other about it, and but yet
probably.
there's somehow still it's the color that the fruit is, so it's like
I mean, if you eat too many carrots, you get jaundice.
yeah, you turn like yellow or
Yeah,
something.
you can.
That's
Yeah,
what the Scrubs episode was. There was
yeah,
a guy who was orange, and it was
yeah,
because he ate a lot of tomatoes and a lot of carrots.
yeah.
And
That
one
could.
turns you yellow, one turns you red, and he
Yeah.
turned orange. Which it's funny because like if you watch
Scrubs.
enough like doctor procedurals, like all of them are about like here's a weird thing and how do we
Yeah,
solve it?
yeah,
And Scrubs was like, this man is orange. Where
yeah.
on like House, it's like this person is dying and coming back to life every
This is
minute.
serious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like big deal. And then Scrubs is like, this person can't poop.
So Priscilla was the monkey girl. She was born with hypertrichosis, a
Mm-hmm.
condition in which dark hair covers the body and the face. Her gums were enlarged, as in Priscilla's case, and she had two sets of teeth. Uh, and according to the Showman's Museum, that's all according to the Showman's Museum.
Mm-hmm.
At the Johnny J. Jones exposition in the late
Names from the
19
past
I know, right?
freaking rock.
They do.
So much alliteration.
At the Johnny J. Jones exposition in the late 1930s, Priscilla met Emmett, the alligator skinned man,
Oh, a match made in heaven.
whose condition was called isolithosis, I think is how you say this,
Mm-hmm.
which created a covering of thick, scaly skin all over his body. Both had been adopted by sideshow operators and exhibited from an early age, a not
Mm-hmm.
uncommon practice in the early 1900s for
No,
those
unfortunately.
with physical deformities. Yeah. So the two fell in love and married. And so they were mainstays of Gibtown for the rest of their lives.
You know, I was thinking about like genetically because you said like she had a second row of teeth, and like obviously those could be positioned in such a way where they are a hindrance. But I was wondering, like, I wonder if that is helpful at all. You know, like obviously the fur is one thing, but like, would a second row of teeth be good? Like, I know sharks have a second row of teeth, but I'm like, what could we get anything out of that? Like, is that one of those that could have been good? I don't know, which makes me wonder, like, can these things be passed down? Because like obviously the only way that like evolution works is like, oh, this is a trait that is beneficial, so more of those babies are surviving. But it made me wonder. I'm just like, I wonder
I
if
sent
that's a
you a
good
picture
one.
of her, even though it's a
Oh,
GIF.
you know, it's
But
interesting. Like, so she obviously has more hair than your average woman, but it's not quite as much as I was expecting.
she
Um,
has quite a bit on her body
yeah.
also, but
hmm
it's,
She
you know,
she has the equivalent, like if she was born a man,
mhm.
this she would not seem out of place.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
that's kind of almost more of what it is. It's just like it's just the fact that like I shouldn't even, I don't know, traditional is not really the word I want. Like on average, women don't have this level of hair, just body
Right.
hair
Right.
and what have
Yeah.
you. Because yeah,
Yes.
she just looks like a particularly hairy gentleman.
Yes.
It's not
Agreed.
like complete. It's not like fur almost, which
Right.
like
She's not
we've
covered in her
seen
whole
guys who
body.
had that, yeah, that
Right.
condition.
Right. So it's also much more well storied that the civic leaders and founders of this town, at least for the sideshow performers and show folk, were
Hmm.
Al and Jeannie Tamani, which were allegedly the first show folk to settle in the area, arriving in the late 1930s. So Al
Hmm.
Tamani was known as Al the Giant and is said to have
Hmm.
stood more than 8 feet tall
Wow.
because of the condition known as giantism.
Hmm.
I also read that he was 7 feet 11 inches. I read that he was 6 feet 8 inches, which and
Oh,
he
that's
probably
an enormous discrepancy.
I know, right?
Because when you said 7'11", I was like, okay, you know, that's like what, like 2, 3 inches.
He was
But
probably around there because 6'8", I'm like, it's fine.
6'8" is like a short basketball player.
I know, right?
Which is just like, you know, I will say, if when you see athletes in real life, it is striking how large they are. But
Yes.
like that's just like well, I don't know. They are really, really tall.
I'm gonna send you a picture of him and his wife Jean. I think it's Jean, or I don't think it's Jeannie, but it might be Jean. They're really cute though.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, obviously, like without like context, it's hard to say like, oh, I think he's this feet or that. And so like unless we know how tall she is, it won't be easy to tell. But yeah, that's like a huge discrepancy between 6'8" and 8 feet. 8 feet is like crazy.
So Jean, Jeannie. So it's written Jean or Jeannie
How
in some places.
how big is she?
So she was born without legs, and
That's
was
what's doing
only
it.
2 feet 6 inches. So
Yeah.
the two married and toured as the world's strangest married couple.
I don't think this guy's the guy we're thinking is maybe is potentially 8 feet, but also potentially 6'8".
Yeah, I don't
I don't
know.
think he's 8 feet because if she's 2 feet something and you just
Yeah,
look at her, you're like, okay, I think that he is 3 times bigger than her, which leads us to 6'8".
I know, right?
They probably said he was 8 foot. You know what I mean? And also in the past, weren't people shorter?
I mean, yeah, here's
I
another
don't know why
picture.
that is. I don't know if it's like vitamins get better or like growth hormone in our food is also going to
Yeah,
us and we're getting bigger. But like I
he is
do
probably like 6'8", maybe.
like he's for sure tall, but he's not 8 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, she looks like a
I don't know.
third
He
his
looks
height.
tall. He looks tall in this
His
photo.
legs, he's all legs, man. Look at this outfit. And you guys, when you get a chance, go to the Instagram and check this out. But like when you look at this photo when she's on the ground and he's wearing the cowboy outfit, like his torso is not long.
Yeah.
Like where his belt is, he is literally all legs. His arms don't even seem particularly long. They seem like
Yeah.
I mean, and granted, he's got him up on his hips, so like it might be misleading, but like it's the legs. It's just like they're so long before his knees hit. Like his knees are
It's pretty
just
wild.
above the boot. Like it's
He's all
all leg.
legs.
Yeah.
Um, let's see.
Yeah, it's this is so interesting because you look at this other one with them with the when he's with the turtle, and it's like, yeah, he's all legs. I wish there was a photo of him with his arms straight down. I guess the first one is he's got his arms at his side. Um,
Yeah.
but his arms, I guess, are like a little long. But yeah, it's the legs. The legs are wild, and that's kind of one of the interesting thing about like some tall people. Next time, like if you've got a tall friend or the next time you see a tall person, take a minute, stare not too long, but just like a little bit longer than you would and see what part of them is actually because like some tall people, it's their torso. Some people, it's their legs. And it's like it's interesting to see what it is because sometimes it's like this guy looks like all his proportions outside of the legs are like not super tall, but like just like a fairly average guy, just like a tall guy, but not crazy tall. And then his legs are crazy tall.
They're pretty long. So these two married, toured as the world's strangest couple. They bought acreage on the Alfara River, and then opened a restaurant and fish camp that they called Giants Fish Camp.
That's a great one for American food. If you just call it giant food, it's like every American is like, yes,
right?
including myself. Like, honestly, I am
Big
so
stuff.
susceptible. Oh, big stuff. We love big stuff. It's one
I
of our
know.
favorite.
Who doesn't?
It's really excess. America loves excess.
Man,
And
we sure do.
I like if you show me a picture of a burger that I can't finish, I will be more excited than a burger that's the exact size that I actually need. And I think it's like I don't know, it's like that part in the back of your animal part that's like I might not get to eat tomorrow, so I should overeat. It's like
Yeah, so I want to eat all of this.
which is
Yeah.
weird because like in Europe they're like you guys are gross. Like you don't
Yeah.
need that much. And they're right. Like they are
They're
correct in
100%
that.
correct.
They are
Yes.
100% correct. But as an
We want to
American,
try.
as an American, we love one, we hate being told what to do.
Nope.
And we
Tell me.
love options.
We love options.
We don't, it's not that we need them. We
No.
don't like that you would tell us that we can't have it.
Yeah, we want more than yours.
It's purely on principle, and we are look, as Americans, we will do ourselves a disservice to prove you wrong.
Yeah. We just want more than you have.
We want more. And we don't, it's not about need. It is just about like, I don't like that you're telling me I shouldn't have that. If you didn't tell me that, I might figure it out on my own. But now that you told me, I will ruin my body to prove you wrong.
Yeah, we're gross.
And that's really the soul of America these days.
Oh God.
But let's not we talked for an hour and a half about politics.
Well, the soul of America is crushed.
It's bad. It's really bad. I mean, yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So every summer, my parents would leave and go on the road. This is according to a daughter, Judy Tomani Rock. This is their daughter, Alan, Jean, or Jeannie's. Every summer, my parents would leave and go on the road, make some money, and come back. Others in the carnival business joined them, and Gibtown became the place where circus people felt at home. Gibtown was only 45 miles from Sarasota, the winter home of the Ring Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus. Hillsborough County was friendly to the carnies. This is what they say, carnies. So if you are offended by that phrase, carnies, I'm sorry. This is what this article is saying. So the Hillsborough County was friendly to the carnies, giving them permission to keep wild animals, trailers, and carnival rides in their yard. Quote, we can have carnival equipment, says Rivera, because of a special residential show business zoning permit created by the county. So they can have all their animals, their equipment, like if they have rides or like if they have concession trailers or if they have whatever they have.
Can you just imagine like road tripping through this town? Like, and
crazy,
especially if you didn't know. Like, if you were just like doing a cross-country trip and you happen to go through this town, I mean, I guess you wouldn't go to Florida on a cross-country trip. It doesn't matter. You're going through this town.
It doesn't matter.
And you don't know. Yes, for the point of my point, it doesn't matter. But just like to drive through a town and be like, what the fuck? Tiger, Ferris wheel, like elephant, like what?
I mean, exactly. That's literally though.
Because like, especially back then when like information traveled slow, and also like, why would you be informed about this, right? It's like this is just where these, yeah, exactly. And so like to just drive through the neighborhood and see all that, like that is got to be a delightful treat to just like get to see that just in the wild.
So on top of Al Tamani and Jeannie being like restaurant owners and kind of like the, not mayor of the town, but kind of like the founding people.
Kind of like the ambassador.
Yeah. It's alleged that Al, the giant Al, was the fire chief of Gibsonton.
Oh, that's fun.
And president of the town's Chamber of Commerce.
I mean, he could just, people at the burning building window, he just like sticks his hands out to them and just like neatly places them on the ground.
In contrast to her husband, Jeannie Tamani, who stood a supposed mere 30 inches tall, and once performed as a carnival acrobat, billing herself as the half lady. And I wanted to do a whole episode on just them as a couple. But Jeannie also served as one of Gibsonton's postmistresses. So she was the head of the local post office.
Honestly, like these two are kind of cool. And like, I mean, we already talked about like a couple that was like, they shared a similar, but kind of opposite end, like physical attribute. It's like all hair versus like scaly. And now we've got like the tallest guy and the smallest woman. Like, that's one of those things that like if you're writing a story, this is what you do. But the fact that this is just in real life and the two of them are like, no, we actually really get along. Like, and then they are in a town and it's like, yeah, well, I'm the fire chief and she's the head post office woman. It's just like a very cute vision of a town. It's like, it feels something out of like Big Fish or something. Like it just
is
like
Nick said. That's exactly what Nick said. He was like, isn't this Big Fish? And I was
it just kind of, because there it's like a town of like circus folk and everything. But yeah, it's just a very cute, because like in a circus, there's a lot of people who work there, right? You could have someone who's like very tall with a clown, or like someone who works behind the scenes, or whatever it is. So the fact that these two people are opposite ends of a similar spectrum is just like, it's very charming.
Yeah. And they were together before they decided to live here. You know what I mean? But in winter, off season, they
Hmm.
like became business owners, and they
Which is
have
an interesting thing because, like, yeah, it's like how many months is the winter season, right? It's like four
it's
to
like
six.
yeah,
Like,
exactly right. Yeah.
and obviously, it's kind of like that thing where it's like, okay, what do teachers do when it's summer school? It's like a lot of them
Mm-hmm.
are camp counselors or they have another
Mm-hmm.
job and stuff. And this was something that I just didn't, even though we've talked about like, the winter quarters and stuff for other, like
Right.
we kind of mentioned it briefly in other episodes. I
Yeah.
never thought about like, yeah, you don't get that time off. It's like you still gotta
Right.
pay your bills.
Yeah.
And so it's just very interesting that like, yeah, like they'll be a head firefighter or they'll start a restaurant. And it's just
Yeah.
like, and then you have again this vision of a town that is just like full of like interesting, unique people.
Yeah.
And it's just like it's so picturesque. It's like I want to see it. You know what I
I
mean? It's
know.
like,
I
and I
know.
almost want to see that more than their acts. Like I just kind of want to walk through this town and like spend an hour just kind of like walking around, just walking, watching people do their thing.
I have a short YouTube clip that I'll send you that's like
Hmm.
a couple minutes long that you can look. But the town, oh, and I'll get there, but it's not as uh lively as it once was. So
Unfortunate. Is it like a
yeah.
current video?
Well,
Or
there's
not current, but like more
I'll
recent?
I'll show you one that's like an older one, but you'll get the gist of how it once was. But
Hmm.
I've seen current videos, and it's not. There's definitely remnants of, and people still live in Goodtown. Like it's well
Hmm.
known to be that haven still, but because
Yeah.
sideshows are not as common and
Yeah, that's the
performers
thing. There's just
ha
not as many people to populate the town.
right, exactly right.
Yeah.
So this was like the 30s to the 60s. It was like
It was
picture
the
it like
heyday.
it was thriving. It was like full of these performers and carnival workers and sideshow performers and just circus folk in general. It
Yeah.
was just like chock full of it, which is so unique and interesting.
Well,
Um,
yeah, and the thing that to me, kind of in the way that like when we did the clown college and like clown bureaucracy, it
mhm,
was charming to me that something so silly had so many rules. And
yeah,
this is kind of like you have these people who are like their whole job is to be like, I am trying to make my situation like work for me.
yeah,
Whatever I've been given by fate, whether it's like I'm super tall, I'm super short, I have more hair than normal, I have like
hmm
scale, whatever it is, they're like, I'm gonna make something out of that.
hmm
And so when you see them in a show, it is sensationalized,
yeah,
right? It's like
of
that's the
course,
point is that people are coming to see someone they've never seen before.
right,
But I find it so charming that there is this town where that is, it's like flipped on its head. It's like
hmm
the fact that they stand out is what makes them fit in.
right,
And it's kind
exactly.
of like, and you kind of just get to reimagine. It's like, yeah, they look different, but this is just people. Like,
Yeah, and it's like that's where they feel at home is
mm-hmm,
actually being a part of this community of sideshow and like quote human attractions. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm,
Um, so after permanently settling in Gibsonton, the couple operated Giant's Fish Camp, that
mm-hmm.
restaurant, and then many other businesses. Al passed away in 1962. Jeannie continued to run the restaurant until she passed away in 1999. So she survived, and
She did pretty good.
yeah, she did. Other residents in the town's heyday were Colonel Casper Belson, who also toured with the carnival circuit in the mid 20th century. As a little person, Belson stood 36 inches tall and counted Al as one of his best pals. He served as Gibsonton's police chief
Mm.
and the entire police force, apparently, from 1949
He
until
was the only policeman.
I guess so. Yeah.
This guy must have been a pistol, man. You
I
got
know,
one
right?
guy to do all that. I hope he was good. He
Um,
must have been good. He didn't
and
need any help.
he served from 1949 until the early 1960s,
That's
according
20. Yeah, that's like 10, 20
10,
years.
yeah, it's like
Not, I
10
guess
to
it's closer
12
to
years.
10, but like, yeah, that's you, I mean, good for him.
I
Because
know, right?
I feel like police is one of the job that you just can't do by yourself. Like, but it is
I
a small
agree.
town. It
I
is a small
agree.
town. And I bet you too that the fact that the majority of the people who are populating the area are carnival folk, circus folk, like people from
Self-policing kind of?
Kind of, yeah, because they're
Yeah.
all from a similar walk of life. And so I
Yeah.
got to imagine that a lot of them either A, know each other, B, understand each other in a way that other communities wouldn't. Because, like,
And I would imagine there's some internal justice similar
yes.
to some clown justice.
Yeah, exactly. Because like you kind of had to solve your own problems on the road, and so that's probably had to do the same thing. And
Yeah.
as long as no one was getting too crazy with that, he was probably like, "Yeah, let's just let's let what we've always used as justice be justice."
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So Belston ran for the title of honorary mayor in 1964.
Nice.
He was a proud Gibsonton resident for 18 years until he passed away in 1968. Another resident was Dolly Reagan, who was immobilized her entire life due to a birth-related condition. She was once Gibsonton's town librarian. She too traveled the carnival sideshow circuit under a variety of show names, including the Ossified Girl and the Half Woman, Half Baby. Yet
Okay.
she found comfort.
Very different too.
I know, right?
Two selling points, yeah.
She found comfort in her Gibsonton home, where she felt at ease and entirely welcome in the small town until she passed away in the early 1990s. Many more carnival sideshow workers found a home in this place that they lovingly called Gibtown. And I mentioned Priscilla, Emmett, those two that were a couple with the alligator skin man. They were married 40 years.
40?
Yeah, 40 years.
That's great.
Yeah. And Emmett passed away in 1995. Priscilla passed away in 2001. But there's certain things that make this town more unique than what I've already described, other than the fact that, obviously it's residents. But let's see, we have, the unique policing staff, fireman staff, librarian, and the postmistress. There's also, let's see.
This is just like, I can't help but not see this place as so ripe for a story, like a movie or a show. Because like, can you not picture a show, limited series, whatever you felt like you wanted to do?
We could write it, Mark.
We could, because here's my pitch. Here's my angle.
Let's hear.
The main characters are people who have lived in this town their whole life, family who have been here for years and years and years. And we basically start it with when it starts to become a haven for circus, for sideshow. And then they have to adapt to the fact that these are just people. Their town is forever different.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, nothing is actually different. It looks different, but nothing's different.
But is it different? There's still restaurants.
And there you go.
There's still the post office. There's still a librarian.
And it's all just about how we're all just the same, and it doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, we look different, but at the end of the day, people is people. It doesn't matter where you come from, what your background is. It doesn't matter. People are people are people are people. We're all the same.
I'm happy to set aside one day a week to write this with you.
Because it just seems like so like there's so much there. You know what I mean? Like it's just like I just feel like it's visually stimulating and interesting, but we're also clearly sending a good message of like
there's a human experience message, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So on top of Al and Jeannie, Priscilla, and Emmett, there's Melvin the Rubber-Faced Man. Burkhart.
Oh, that's a great name.
You know who else lived there for a long time is the famed Grady, Lobster Boy Styles. He lived there
Oh my God, yeah.
He lived there a long time.
That's a deep dive ep at this point. That was like our fifth one or something.
But that's where he lived when he moved
crazy.
To Florida.
That's like when the story we talked about where it happened.
Yeah. Yeah,
that one is so wild.
Yeah, but you remember in that episode where it was like, oh, he had the fat man come out and point a gun.
Yeah,
and he had the this guy and that guy, and there's so many different characters in that story. And it was because he was in Gibtown.
Because of the town.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
also
pretty
those
crazy.
were like acquaintances of his as well. But,
yeah. Oh yeah. But yeah, in that story, it just seemed like these kind of like quirky details. But it's like, no, that's because that's what everybody who lived there was like.
Exactly right. Um, and there was conjoined. It says the Hilton sisters that lived there and had a fruit
Hmm.
stand, but I looked in it. The Hilton sisters never lived there, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But it said there's a conjoined twins that had a fruit stand at this.
Maybe, yeah, maybe they weren't sure of who it actually was, so they kind of
Yeah,
just educated guessed and got it wrong.
yeah, but I think there was conjoined sisters that had a fruit stand.
Hmm.
And it was full of circus performers, also carnival performers. By the 1940s, the year-round beauty of Gibsonton started to attract snowbird sideshow performers. So, like
Hmm.
for winter quarters, who
Yeah.
were looking for a welcoming place to spend the off season. And it's just a 20-minute drive from Tampa.
Hmm.
Um, and it was one of the most fascinating towns in America, according to
Yeah.
this Osprey Observer article. I'm gonna send this YouTube link. It's a pretty quick video,
Hmm.
but it's pretty good. I think you'll like it.
I mean, the thing too about this is like, so in thinking about this town, it reminds me a lot of like, I suppose what the modern day equivalent would be is like a strange, or like a better word of saying is like a niche group of people who are like really into something finding each other
Mm-hmm,
on the internet. Like that's
mm-hmm,
kind of what
mm-hmm,
this feels like, where it's like, oh my God, there's a group, there's
mm-hmm,
a
mm-hmm.
place that I could go where you know, people think like me.
Yeah, yeah. In its heyday, it was, home to infamous sideshow acts like I've listed: bearded ladies, giants, conjoined twins, sword swallowers, fire eaters, a variety of folks.
Hmm.
Some would stay for a season, some stayed for the rest of their lives. One of the last remaining bastions of that era is Ward Hall, and this guy's a super famous figure, I guess you could say, in the sideshow
Hmm.
community, known as the king of the sideshow. I'm going to quote Ward Hall a bunch during this episode
Hmm.
in present tense, but a lot of these articles are from like 2008, 2009, 2015, but he passed away in 2018. So,
Okay.
just of note. But at the time during this article, he was dedicated to keeping Gibsonton's story alive. And at the time of this article, he was in his 80s. He passed away at the age of 88.
Oh
Um,
wow.
but he was an expert on both the town and the history of circuses and, F word freak shows,
Hmm.
serving as a consultant for numerous fictional works on the subject. So he's often like the go to guy for fictional works,
Hmm.
TV, etc. So that link that I sent you, the YouTube thing, it's like, it kind of it's 7 minutes long, not three. I lied. But it kind of blows through what Gibsonton started as, who the residents, and you can have more visuals to,
Yeah, I kind of
to
I got it
pair.
on mute and I'm kind of just like looking through it all. Um,
What was cool about the places within Gibsonton is it offered like physical, not amenities, but like, for example,
hmm.
the Gibsonton post office recognized the needs for its citizens. So the post office, um, it was like, we should have a lower counter because we have a lot of little people that
Yeah.
are here, right?
Hmm.
So they had a specially designed low counter that was like, they had a certain like
Yeah, and
average, quote, average size counter for the post office, and then they had a
hmm,
smaller counter. um
which is just like a nice thing that like a place did where it's like, you know what? Let's be a little more accessible.
yeah,
Like instead of being like we mandate that you must be accessible and people being like, but I don't want to spend money. They're like, you know what would be good for people and business?
yeah, right,
Like, you
like
know, those two
crazy.
things can work in tandem.
Yeah, and I mentioned this before, but Gibsonton has special zoning laws to allow the residents to keep exotic pets.
Yeah.
So, um
Which makes a lot of sense because you got to imagine that this town is like you said it was like 600-ish people
to
before
start,
this.
yeah,
Yeah. And
and
so it's like, you know, a small town is like, wait, we're getting a lot of new traction. We're getting a lot of
mhm,
people coming in and let's keep that going. You know, it's
yeah,
like it's almost like what LA used to be with movies, where it's like, yeah,
Hmm.
come do movies here. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
we want to make that because we want more people.
yeah.
And it's like, yeah, you incentivize the people that are coming and more will come.
And the population eventually jumped to like, some articles will say like some 8,000 to 14,000. Some
That's
articles
pretty
will say
wild.
18,000. I mean, it's still
Even
small.
8,000 from 600 is like
Yeah,
an enormous jump.
yeah. I mean, over time, but even still,
Of course,
it's a
oh,
lot.
sure, sure. Even
Yeah,
over a couple years, that's like a
yeah.
huge boom.
Many residents kept exotic pets, which were often part of their acts or part of another
Hmm.
circus performance. So they would house for either another circus show or their own performance.
Hmm.
Elephants, tigers, monkeys were just a few of the animals residents were permitted to keep in their yards. Zoning also allowed carnival rides on personal property, and some, in the crumbling final stages of decay, are still on display. So you can now currently see like kind of
Like a Ferris wheel that's like falling
yeah, like
apart.
just falling apart. Yeah. And there's a lot of, but they're allowed to be on their front lawn. Like
Hmm.
you can go in their front or backyard and you can have any of these things, like
Well,
an
like,
animal or, like an elephant.
hmm,
And it's rumored that at least one of the Gibsonton residents still keeps elephants in their yard. So,
like it's one of those things where a lot of the time, someone doing something like that is only stopped because neighbors complain, right? It's like
yeah,
they complain to the local, whatever it is,
yeah,
and then there's pressure for them. Even if it's like your hedges are trimmed weird, man, if
yeah,
you get into like wealthy neighborhoods, they don't like anyone doing anything.
yeah,
But just imagining this place, it's like, yeah, of course everyone was chill with all this stuff.
yeah. And
Because
it's
to them
alleged
it's like
that,
this is work. Like, where
yeah,
am I gonna put it?
exactly. And many times people would call and report that there's exotic animals in the yard or there's
Yeah.
property illegally stored in someone's yard, and then the public officials will be like, they're permitted to have these.
Yeah.
So
It's like,
sorry.
look, I understand that tiger is alarming. Just don't go near
Yeah,
it. Just don't go near
sorry, it's also
it.
not our
Sorry.
property.
They're kind of like
Yeah,
making our town boom, and we would really like
yeah.
to keep them.
I
And they
mean,
have tigers, so
yeah, I'm not like saying any of that's okay to have exotic
yeah, in
animals
in
in your front
hindsight,
yard,
yeah, in hindsight
but
we know better, but
that's just this is just this unique town,
yeah.
you know,
It's
and
kind of the
it's
magic of it in some
yeah,
ways.
yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. So from a February 26, 2015 Guardian article, quote, for those who didn't quite fit elsewhere, Gibtown was a utopia. Its first settlers, and this says that the Al and his wife Jean, the half woman, were the settlers of the town. They
Hmm.
ran a campsite, a bake shop, and the fire department. The
They
post,
really like
they
set
were
this place
jamming.
up.
Yeah,
Like they were like, you know what people should have when they come here? It's like a
yeah,
whole ass town. So
yeah.
let's run every business. It's like
Literally,
let's be
and they're
the
like,
movie
we'll own them
theater and the
all.
post office and honestly, good business idea because
For
as long as they
real.
had the means, which they clearly did, like you get all of your circus sideshow folk friends to be like, this place is great. Y'all should come
It's super
here.
smart.
And then they're
Yeah.
like, all right, now that we know a bunch of businesses coming in, let's open a restaurant. And what restaurant are they going to go to? The one that
Yeah.
is run by their peers or by strangers? It's like,
And think about like being a sideshow performer that when you're in the off season, you're like, I hate going out to eat. I hate
yeah.
doing errands because
And
it's
like,
so annoying. And
and
this is
like,
like, who cares?
oh, absolutely. And like, as the person in my relationship who makes dinner, to the idea that I couldn't go somewhere to have someone else make me dinner once in a while,
Yeah.
like because like and also like nowadays we have the luxury of obviously like ordering in and stuff, but before you
Sure.
didn't. It was like
Yeah.
you either ate at home with what you made or you went and you got something.
Yeah.
And for them it's like so you just got to cook every single day or get
Hmm.
oogled. And it's just like
Yeah.
yeah, like what a it's so nice that they had this place. Like
Yeah. I
just
agree.
it's so nice. And these two so smart. Yeah, own every business in the town. Like
So smart.
and the
So
other
smart.
thing too about that is like circus, sideshow, carnival folk, they're good at getting a pop-up going. Like they
Yeah.
know how to quickly raise the roof and get a thing running. So like
Raise the roof.
it's just like and they don't need to be that nice at first, right? It's like all
No.
you have to do is make a place with a roof where I'm going to feed you. And
Yeah.
then so you don't have, you have a low overhead, you get it started, and then if it works, double down, and now you're in business. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
for real.
very, very smart of these two.
Yeah. The post office will cater to little people with extra low
Mm-hmm.
counters. The beer hall had custom built chairs for the quote fat ladies and the
Mm-hmm.
tallest man. This is according to this article in Guardian.
Mm-hmm.
Special zoning regulations allowed residents to keep and train exotic animals in their gardens or their front lawns.
Mm-hmm.
And again, there's allegedly conjoined twin sisters that ran the fruit stand.
Mm-hmm.
Three factories manufactured Ferris wheels and carousels within the town,
Oh
which is
wow.
like smart, right?
Yeah.
Or at least that's how Ward Hall, aka King of Sideshow, remembers it. And a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people will be like, he kind of spins a yarn, but
Yeah.
I believe it. I kind of believe it personally.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's not that dissimilar from things that just happen in just, I was going to say America, but honestly, anywhere. It's like if like
Yeah.
any town needs to be able to make money, right?
Hmm.
Because there's things that they have to do to be a town, and that
Right.
costs money. And
Yeah.
so, like, typically what ends up happening is they will bend to wherever the money is, right? It's like,
Yeah.
if you have a certain type of business, it's like there's so many towns in America that were like, this big factory opened here. And so now we have all these, like, I mean, this was back in the day, but like all these automotive jobs or whatever the factory was. And then it kind of came a car town or a whatever the factory was town because that's what brought in business. And it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, it makes sense. You got a lot of circus folk here. Why wouldn't you manufacture tools that they use? You're like you want to make a product that the people you see are going to buy, and like everyone around here, it's like this is their world, so why not make things that they're going to purchase and use?
100%. In the golden days of American Carnival, all roads led to Gibsonton, Florida. The
Hmm.
self-defined $15,000, wow, 15,000 inhabitant town 12 miles south of Tampa
Well, if
became
every
the
person is a dollar, then
yeah, 50. This is where I need my magic mind. My brain is very
oh
good.
my God, yeah, I
Did you
really
order
wish
yours?
I ordered it. I just like I'm like counting the days for it to come. I got an email that said that it shipped, but I got so
I'm
excited because
so
I thought it was
excited.
here.
I'm so
And
excited.
yeah, it's just yeah, that's the kind of thing that you don't make those little slip ups.
I want it.
Honestly, it's like I've been getting in such a bad sleep pattern lately because Joe has
No.
been working like
Aw.
closings, and it's like it's fine. It's not the worst shift, but it's like she gets out at 10, and like you don't want to go to bed like an hour after you get home from work. You kind of want to like de-stress and like have a little actual time.
Yeah.
And it's just gotten me going to bed late and waking up kind of like the thing is I can't at my age anymore. Um I was gonna make a joke and be like, which is 25. I can't.
I know my birthday's next week, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's next, and it's like,
I'm
oh, turning 26
33.
this year. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, I'm at that age where like you can't recoup going to bed late. It's like you're
Yeah.
gonna wake up at a like minimum like the longest I can go is between 8 and 9.
Yeah.
Like I there's no
Yeah.
way I sleep pat like sometimes if I don't get out of bed, I might be able to go back to sleep after waking up. But what
Yeah.
always happens is I wake up between 8 and 9 if I haven't set an alarm, and then I have to pee. I get
Yeah.
up, go
Yeah,
to the
me too.
bathroom, and now that I'm up, my body is like, well, we got out of bed, so clearly we're moving and grooving now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And once that's happened, I'm doomed. I'm like, you're not going back to sleep.
Doomed.
It's
Yep.
bad. And it's like it's one of those things where when I get into that pattern, it's so hard to not be just like a little diminished. Like anytime you're sleepy, it's like everything's harder. And like I really am missing Magic Mind right now because I've gotten this like habit,
Yeah.
and Magic Mind just gives you that like extra like 5% alertness, which when
Yeah.
you're well slept, you feel like a superhero. I feel like when I am well slept and on Magic Mind, I feel like I'm Sherlock Holmes. Like I notice
Yeah.
everything and I
Yeah.
know how to do it. And if I'm underslept and I have Magic
Uh,
Mind, I feel mostly normal.
yeah. I
I feel
mean,
like I can like hit a normal stride, like it kind of like pseudo got me some sleep.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've mentioned Magic Mind a couple times during our episodes, but they reached out to us
Mhm.
and we're working with them, and like I'm thrilled, like
I'm
to
so
be honest.
excited because like yeah, when I ran out of the kind of like supply they gave us last time so that we could actually like genuinely talk about it instead of just like be like corporate shills, it's like we can actually be like, oh,
Hmm.
we like this, we will talk about it.
Yeah,
And when I ran out, I was just like, I'm just gonna be a slug for however many days
I love it.
until,
Yeah,
yeah, it's just like it just gives me that little bit where I'm just like, I just feel like I drink this and now I'm good at chess. You know what I mean? Like I just like
it's
I get that little bit of like laser focus.
yeah, it's like they're mental performance shots, right? That they're
Hmm.
just like 2 ounces, and they have all this good stuff. These like ashwagandha, turmeric, lion's
All the good
mane.
mushrooms.
Yeah, and it's the health benefits of just this tiny little juice shot that it is just like zing, like
It's yeah, it's like it's hard to describe like super accurately because it just feels like you just feel like a little better. It's just kind of like you have like an
yeah,
edge that you
yeah,
don't have when you're not on it. And like we're waiting for the batch to arrive because we both ran out.
yeah. So we're
And
getting a
it's like,
subscription, and it's like
mhm.
super convenient
Oh
because it
yeah,
just ships to your house. It's like
it's
a
like
monthly
monthly.
subscription, and it's
And
just
it's
like
honestly a
super
way
easy.
cheaper when you do it that way. It's
Oh
like,
my
which
God,
the
I'm so
and to be
pumped.
perfectly honest, like it is one of those things where like I would recommend anyone try it for at least like, 5, 7 days just to like
Hmm.
actually see if you like it or not.
Hmm. Yeah,
But it is totally one of those things that like I didn't expect to like, but now that I do know I like it, I just wish I had one every morning. Because
yeah.
it's just it like I said, it's just one of those things like it gives you a little extra edge, and like life is crazy and difficult, and like getting good sleep is hard. And this is, I'm not saying this is a you can't sub this for good sleep, but it gives you that just a little bit more. Like if you're because
Hmm.
like if you're at 100, this pushes you to like 105, 110%. And if you're at
It's
60,
awesome.
we're up to 70 now. You know what I mean? Like it just gives you that
Yeah.
little extra. And man, once you know what you're missing, it's like I really just want it. I just want one every day. Just keep it coming.
Yeah. I'm excited. It's like free shipping comes straight to your house. It
Hmm.
comes in like this cool little package where all the little shots, the individual shots are like parsed out. The packaging is really cute,
Yeah, you
which
don't have to do
I don't know if
anything. It's
that
just
matters to
one,
anybody,
crack
but
it open, pop
yeah,
it down, and
yeah.
you're done.
And you can cancel the subscription anytime. They have like a hundred
Hmm.
percent money back guarantee for your first purchase. You
It's
guys should try it.
definitely, yeah, it's definitely like if you're interested, the subscription is for sure the way to go. Because like Kelly said, you can
Hmm.
always cancel it, but you
Yeah,
still get that discount. And then if you do like it and you do want to keep using it,
yeah,
you don't have to think about it. It's just
yeah,
gonna keep coming. And you get to keep that extra 10 goodness train going.
yeah.
Because yeah, when I run out is when I'm like, dang.
It's
I
wild, and
was
I mean I
riding
know.
so high and now I gotta like build it back up because it takes a couple days for my body to like real like feel all the benefits. It's like
Mhm.
you get a little and then you have it for like 3, 4, 5 days and then it's kind of like you're running on all axis now.
It is. It's like Mark was like, we got really excited that we're continuing working with them, and he was like,
Mhm.
we're gonna be so powerful.
Yeah, we're gonna be
And it's
so
true.
powerful now. It's like there's a couple things in life you can do to just make yourself more powerful. Some of them
Yeah,
are harder than others. One that
yeah,
we can technically all do, but seems impossible, is get more sleep. That is
yeah,
just something, if you do that regularly, you're gonna be
yeah,
more powerful. Another
yeah,
thing that anyone could do, but it is expensive a lot of time, is therapy. If
yeah.
everyone was in
Good.
therapy, you're just going to be a
Yeah,
more powerful version of yourself. I know
yeah,
some people it feels like I don't want to tell people, I don't want to. They work for you,
yeah,
okay? And they're going to
yeah,
help you get to the root of the bullshit that's been holding you back, and when you can get
yeah,
through that, you're just a more powerful version of yourself.
yeah, yeah,
And to be honest, the most convenient and cheapest of all these, well, sleep is technically free, but not really, because if you have a
fair.
job, sleep is not free because you got to
Yeah.
do whatever you got to do. You got kids, whatever. This one is the cheapest and most convenient way to become more powerful. It's
It's
just you
pretty
just have one
rad.
of these every day and you're good.
Yeah. I I'm like so down for it. But if you guys want to explore getting some magic mind and be just as powerful as us,
Hmm.
and it really does work. It's like my
Yeah,
mental performance is like
it's
jamming.
no BS. And
Yeah.
like I gotta say, this is the type of thing that I am very skeptical of, and the type of thing when I see advertised to me, I'm like, shut up.
Yeah.
You don't know me. You're vitamin, you just B12 and I just feel good for 1 hour. But no, like we
Yeah.
tried it. We wouldn't be bringing it up to you guys if we didn't
Yeah.
actually use it and like it.
Yeah, for sure.
And
So
I
if you
was,
guys,
when they reached out to us, I was kind of like, God, I don't want to lie to people and I don't
I
think I'll like
know.
this. And then I
Yeah.
tried it, I'm like, thank God. I was like,
Seriously, we
thank
both are
God.
like,
It
phew.
was such like a relief because it's like obviously we want to work with people and promote good products, but
Yeah.
also the fact that like I genuinely liked it wasn't even just like I was medium and felt like I wasn't going to be like crappy and tell people to use something I didn't like. I'm like, no, I
Yeah.
actually like it.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I want to be more powerful.
We both texted each other and we're like, it's actually really good.
It's really, yeah.
We're like, thank God.
It's like, yeah, thank God, because
Yeah.
yeah, what an awkward position to be in otherwise. Thank
Yeah.
goodness they have a good
Yeah.
product.
Yeah. So if you guys want to be powerful, you guys can go to magicmind.com and
Hmm.
use the code, go /circus LT20. And if you just get a one-time purchase, you'll get 20% off. But if you get the subscription, um, you will get 48% off of the
Which
subscription.
is 48 is just under 50, and that's easy math to do.
And
Like,
it's like the subscription's so chill because it's just like
hmm
ships to your house the same time every month.
you
It's like,
it's like a
you know,
subscription service. You don't have to worry about it once you set it up.
yeah, for power, for
Yeah.
mental power.
And truly, like, what is more valuable than mental power? Like, if
Yeah.
you're a parent and you got kids, there's a lot you got to think about, and you don't get to
Yeah.
sleep.
Seriously.
So this like just anyone who's got a lot on their plate, this is a great way to help kind of get you feeling a little bit more apt to deal with it. It
Yeah.
really is a nice little easy way to just up your mental performance.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. So yeah, so go to magicmind.com /circus LT20, and you'll get 48% off a subscription. See, I need it.
Yeah, so we need it. This is, look,
Or
we
20% off
you
your
guys are
first
gonna tell
purchase.
when the next episode drops, we're gonna be so GD sharp.
It's so true. I know I ordered it yesterday or the day before, and I was like,
Yeah.
please come, please come.
Yeah, I was like, look,
Subscription.
it might come in time. I might be
I can't
so
wait.
sharp.
I'm so excited. I can't.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna just slap Nick's hand off of all of the
Oh yeah,
bottles.
that's the other
You
thing because like
cannot touch.
Joe does it too, and like I like don't want to be like don't drink my brain juice, but like
I
that's
know.
my brain
I know we
juice.
all
Like
made we all
I
make
only
the
get
brain
so
juice
many a
bet.
month. Like I want to be
I know.
sharp, and like I
Yeah.
want her to be
Yeah.
sharp too, but she can get her own subscription.
Get your own sharp
Yeah, just
superpower
get your
juice.
own subscription. It's basically 50% off.
I mean, right. It's so
Like
true.
it's 48 is basically 50. Like,
It's true.
come on, that's a deal.
See,
Most
I
of
would
the
be
time
so
these things are
focused.
like 10% off, and Magic Mind's like F that, 30%,
I know,
48%.
right? Yeah.
Those are numbers that make a difference.
It's true. Yeah. So get your powerful juice.
Give it a shot, be powerful, baby.
So back to Ward Hall because, he's got cool stuff to say about Givetown. This place is
Hmm.
magical.
I really like, I'm glad you sent me that video because like
Did you?
yeah, I started scanning through it and it's just like I have such a picture in my mind
It's
and
a
it
much more visual thing, right?
yeah, it just feels like a very magical in a lot of
Yeah.
ways. Like magical in the sense that like obviously there's things here that are only gonna see here. There's like a
Hmm.
culture that is unique. Like there's so many
Yeah,
aspects of it that
totally.
is unique. But then on top of all that, it's magical because it's giving these people who feel often like they are apart from
Yeah.
society a place to feel like they have a society,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
at the end of the day is basically what everybody wants. Everybody just wants
Hmm.
a safe place to just be a person.
Yeah, it's their real community where it's like
Hmm.
unencumbered. They can just be themselves
Yeah.
and not feel like they have to shy away from any kind of situation. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Which is
That they just get to
nice.
be like accepted as who they are. Like they just get to
Hmm.
be treated like a person
Yeah.
instead of like an attraction.
Yeah, something like sort of exhibition walking through everyday life, and people are just
Hmm.
like rubbernecking
Like making
their
comment,
every
yeah.
move.
Because like it's even just weird, like in public, like if you've had like, let's say you're out in public and you like spilled something on yourself or you had a bad hair day and you
Yeah,
can just feel
totally.
people looking and you're just like, I know, just shut up with your eyes.
Yeah.
Like I know. That's these people's lives at
Just
all
scrutiny
times.
constantly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So when Ward Hall arrived in 1967, it was home to up to 100 self-defined human oddities, quote unquote, in addition to several thousand, quote, carnies. Balmy winter weather offered a foothold in the nomadic lifestyle where rides could be repaired, big cats trained every day, or what does that say? Let's say big cats trained and stunts practiced during the off season. It
That
was a
makes a
safe,
lot of sense
yeah.
for and the animals too, because like
Mm-hmm.
a lot of these animals are exotic from places like Africa, like
Mm-hmm.
places that are warm most of the time, and
Yeah,
like
and that's
that,
why they do that. That's why they winter
mhm,
quarter in a warmer place sometimes,
that makes sense. I figured it was just because it's nice in the winter in Florida.
Hmm.
I thought it
Yeah.
was just like
Well,
how
because
like
they don't want to store these animals in snow,
no,
technically.
that makes from it being a logistical choice makes tons of sense.
Hmm.
But I just assumed how it's like I prefer LA winter to LA summer. I'm like, it's
Sure.
nice. It's like fall when the rest of the world is frozen. So I love that.
Exactly.
And I
Yeah.
assume that's just why they liked Florida. It's like, yeah, it's really
Hmm.
nice in the winter. It's like it's the opposite. Like the summer, you can do fun stuff for sure in those places in the summer, go to the beach, go to amusement park,
Yeah.
whatever. But like
Yeah.
it is so miserably hot that like I personally prefer the winter in these kind of places. But
Sure.
yeah, it makes sense that there was a logistical angle too. You can't have a tiger in the snow.
No, no, no.
It's not
Yeah, I
built
mean,
for that.
ideally not. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
It was a safe haven away from prying eyes, like we said, according to The
Hmm.
Guardian. Before the internet, radio, and TV, Sideshow was sold as edutainment, like an educational entertainment,
Yeah.
right? As a show organizer, Ward Hall promised visitors what they had never seen before, assuring them that they would be shocked and amazed because he was an exhibitor as well.
Yeah. He knew how to
So
sell it.
yeah, the so-called F-word freaks, right?
Hmm.
They came in three categories: self-made, like a tattooed lady; working
Okay.
acts, like a sword swallower, fire breathers, knife throwers; and
Hmm.
then the natural born.
Okay.
Um,
People
so
born
there,
with, yeah.
correct. Yeah, there was Betty Lou Williams, who had her baby sister growing out of her abdomen,
Hmm.
which it's almost like Lentini, that guy that had like another leg. But a lot of people
Yeah.
have those like twins that aren't like fully formed on their body also
It's like, yeah, when they were in the womb, it was like maybe gonna be a twin, and then it's like didn't fully develop.
form, right? Yeah. You could admire Priscilla, the monkey girl, as we discussed, who had
Hmm.
the double set of teeth, her silky black hair covering her body, and she was married to the alligator boy, as we said. You could also meet Lobster Boy, who was
The
born
murderous lobster
the
boy.
murderous lobster
Hmm.
boy, who was born with ectrodactyly, a condition where your fingers are somewhat fused together technically, and
Hmm.
they somewhat resemble a type of cloth. So it's like your four fingers and middle finger, and then your ring finger and pinky are kind of like fused together. So it's like a split, almost like you're doing the like Star Trek
The
thing.
Spock, yeah, they'll
Yeah,
like live long and prosper.
yeah.
Which, if you guys haven't listened to that episode, go check it out. It's wild. It's like a true crime
The
episode
lobster
focused
boy.
on circus folk. Yeah,
It's
wild
wild.
stuff.
It is. It is. As a manager, showman, and stand-in father figure, Ward Hall worked with all of these people. These days, one of America's most controversial entertainment legacies is all but extinct. Ward's World of Wonders is the last legitimate 10 in 1, 10 acts for the price of one sideshow in America. So you'd pay, they do 10 in 1, which is like usually you pay a dime. That's
Hmm.
why they call it 10 in
Oh,
1.
because 10, yeah.
And then there's 10 acts, right? Initially they would call it 10 in 1, you pay a dime. But,
Hmm.
prices change also.
Hmm.
Quote, the public loves the show, Ward says. At the time of this article, he's 84. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be in the business after 70 years, because he's been doing this for a long time.
Truly.
Where society saw disability, Ward saw business opportunity and star potential. In showbiz since age 14, Ward made a living selling the extraordinary, macabre, and bizarre across America. two-headed animals. Um, it says this is like that.
Old verbiage.
Well, also like the human exhibitions is there is like a fine line
Yeah.
where it's like
Exploitative versus like
I
people
mean,
actually owning it.
yeah. So like in this article, it says three Native American boys wrestling alligators, and I'm like,
Wow.
what
What?
is happening?
Yeah,
I was
you're
like,
like, okay, what is that
why?
actually happening?
Yeah, I was like,
That sounds fucked
when was
up.
that, and why? Why did you, what the fuck? I mean, none of like the argument with a lot of sideshow performers is like, yes, they're I mean, depending on when this was also, but it's
Yes.
like, are these willing participants? You know what I mean?
Exactly,
And like,
exactly. Which, and as we know from previous episodes, there's tons of people who are
often
just
not.
exactly. It's like people who are
Yeah,
just kind of like scooped up by someone with a little bit of power and then just exploited for the majority of
yeah,
their life.
yeah. So I'm presenting this one via this article, and two, like not condoning any of it.
No,
You know what I mean?
this is one of those examples of we're telling you what happened,
Mm-hmm.
not it doesn't mean we approve of it or think it's good. It's just
Yeah.
unfortunately this happened.
There's the argument that sideshow performers, in my opinion, this is me, you know, extrapolating on this, is that there's, you know, a lot of people that are self-made or naturally born, you know, human attractions, and then they're given the opportunity to make money in a
Yeah.
society where they may not be able to, you know, in the 20s,
hmm
30s, 40s, etc.
Yeah, they couldn't have a quote unquote normal job. And so
Right.
this gave them an avenue. And some people do kind of own, I mean, at least that we've talked about in the past, and hopefully there are more, but like they get the opportunity to own their situation and
Right.
make it work for them. But unfortunately, there are a lot, at least of the stuff that we've talked about,
A
there's like
lot
a lot
more.
more who are exploited for it.
Yeah, yeah. So there's mixed feelings there in the sideshow history in general.
Yeah.
So I'm just presenting both sides here as I continue with this, you know, information. But on top of these native people wrestling alligators, there's monkeys and race cars.
See, that's cuter.
Sort of, sort
A
of.
little bit. I mean, yeah, it's still dangerous. It's just what
Yeah,
it's just like one is directly life and death, and the other one
yeah,
is just dangerous.
yeah, yeah. A wax replica of the Last Supper. Interesting.
Yeah, what?
And how large is this? Is it life size?
Yeah, that's just like, did you so you made it out of like clay, basically? Is
Yeah.
that
Is
it
it
doesn't
like,
seem on par with the others,
is
but I
it
will
Madame
say,
Tussauds size? Like, is it?
yeah, it's like this is one of those ones like morally much better than the last two. But
You're gonna love this next one. A man barehandedly milking rattlesnakes. Is that made for the venom?
I was just gonna say that feels like what it has to be because I'm
The
pretty
alternative.
I feel very confident saying that snakes don't have tits.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure because they lay eggs,
Yeah, you're right. That's
right? They
right.
do.
Yeah,
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 because
yeah, they
because
do.
all reptiles lay eggs and no
Just
reptiles have titties.
the way it's phrased is interesting though.
Yeah, it's like yeah, using milk as a like verb for anything other than a cow is just like kind
What?
of yeah. It's, your brain is like I don't
Also
know.
fetuses in glass bottles. I don't know if these are real
Yeah,
fetuses.
hopefully not.
And then human quote unquote F words freaks. Sorry for that. I'm just not gonna say it. It just feels bad
Yeah,
to say.
yeah.
Um,
It's well, it's like when you read an old article and they're using just like very outdated language, and you're like, this
yeah,
is what like I'm reporting something, but like
yeah,
this sucks that I have to say this. Oh,
yeah,
this thing I know is not what anyone wants to be called over
yeah.
and over again.
No, no, it's just like constantly,
hmm
yeah, throughout these articles. So
It's like when you watch a movie from like the 80s or the 70s or 60s or whatever, and you'd forget, and then you're like, oh God, like
yeah, yeah,
it's because like
yeah,
obviously there's still like a long way to go in terms of like getting social justice to be like genuinely equal for all people and like
yeah,
actually understanding what things like do suck for people to be called or heard, and what people prefer to be called. Because that's one of the other tricky things where you're like, I know I don't think this is what, but like I don't know who to ask to be like, what is the correct word? But like, man, when you just see what we used to say and the way we
Yeah.
used to, like, how can it even like not that long ago, I did like even when I was in like high school, it was just like we were just like everything was gay back then, everything
I
all the
know.
time. And it was one of those things where you're like, you don't think anything of it because at the time it like is quote unquote normal to you just because it's like
Yeah.
on average. And then it takes a while to be like, oh, that actually like was very damaging. And like I know people in my personal life who like I found out were gay and were like, oh God, man, I didn't realize because like in your head you're like, this is just whatever people talk about. I don't actually hate gay people. And then you realize
Yeah.
one of your friends was gay and you're like, oh, was that like so hard for you? And they're like, yeah, yeah, that no, that really sucked that time. And you're just like, damn, like,
There was this one time because in high school, like as a
mhm.
14-year-old and 15-year-old
Oh
me,
yeah, you
that
were just
was
trying
like
to
a
fit in, and
well,
that
and
was
just
just what
like that
people
was this
said.
common slang,
Yeah,
unfortunately. And
unfortunately.
my uncle is gay, and he's maybe like 13 years older than me.
Hmm.
I might be wrong. I think so. No,
Yeah,
he might be more. He's nine. No, that's wait. Yeah, I think that's probably right. He's nine.
yeah.
I can't do the math right now. Anyways, but he's like I would hang out with him a lot. I would visit him a
Yeah.
lot. And I love him, and we were very close. And I remember
Hmm.
saying that in like a
Just casually.
casually, and he was like, "Oh, is it gay? Why is it
Hmm.
gay?" And I was like, "I don't
Yeah, and then it's like it's that
know."
moment where you have to be like, wait, is this
And I was
because
like, he really called me on it, and I was like, "Fuck, I don't
yeah.
know. Maybe I shouldn't say that anymore."
Well, and it's yeah, I remember being in college and I had a friend who challenged the language and I was like, "Oh, I don't think any one of you guys think I actually don't like gay people. It's just the verbiage. It's just how we just." And they're like, "Yeah, but you're saying it's lame. Like what you're actually saying is that's lame."
Yeah,
But
yeah,
you're saying so like you're equating it with the negative and
yeah,
I
yeah,
it took me a while to kind of like accept that like all you're being asked to do is use a different word
yeah.
and and I understand and like this is something that we still deal with today. It's different
Sure.
words that are like people are challenging, but like you know there's a lot of people who are like, why can't I just talk, why can't I blah blah blah? And the core of that issue is all you're being asked to do, and believe me, I was one of these people who like didn't
Hmm.
want to change what I was saying because I felt inside that I wasn't doing anything wrong. But
Hmm.
really, the reality was all I'm being asked to do is get used to a different word to describe this thing.
Yeah.
Because the word I'm using, while it doesn't bother me and maybe not the immediate people I'm around, anyone who hears what I'm saying doesn't know how I feel. They don't know that I don't actually give a shit if anyone is gay and it
Well,
doesn't
and it's the
bother me.
connective
You
tissue
know?
where
Yeah.
you're like, oh, I'm saying it, and that means bad. Like when I say that's
Yes.
gay, it means it's not cool, or it's
Hmm.
you
And like
know,
your brain not actually equating that that's what you're doing because that's what we were doing. Like that's how
right?
we
We're
were
like, that's
using
not
it.
cool. And
Hmm.
and my uncle was like, who was a gay man, was like, what the fuck? And
Yeah.
I was like, yeah,
Well,
that's a good point. I
and it's
shouldn't say
funny
that
too because
anymore.
like I remember when like I was challenged by my friend who shout out to Haley, appreciate you challenging me on this stuff. I remember
Yeah.
being like, "What? I'm gonna say lame? Lame is such a lame word. I don't want to use lame." But it was just
I also
like
try not to say lame either because it's like the lame
then it's
people
like the kind of
can't
like
walk.
ableist. Yeah. It's like and I can understand people being like, well, what can I say and feel
Yeah.
frustrated? But at the end of the day, all you're being asked to do is use a different word
Yeah.
because the word you're using makes people suicidal. Like just don't you know what I mean? It's like I
Yeah.
get it if you
Yeah.
don't understand because I didn't
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
But once you understand, it's like just get used to a different word.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
it's
nobody's perfect, but like you must
yeah,
try.
and the other thing I think to keep in mind too is like this isn't like using a different word is not like an all like for your whole life scenario, right? It's like you don't have to use the same words all the time. And if you realize what you were doing and then be like, oh crap, I didn't
Mhm.
realize how this actually affected people,
Right. Right.
and then you change you it's not like you did said one racist thing and now you're racist forever, which I think a
Mhm.
lot of people are like are afraid of like being
Yeah.
like
Right.
you're a racist now. It's like no, everybody's done something racist by accident. Like
Yeah.
everyone has done something homophobic by accident. Everyone's make mistakes because we're people. The main thing is when you realize it's a mistake to be like, oh, this actually does really hurt people. And
Yeah.
I'm basically choosing, do I want to just say a different word
Hmm.
or keep really hurting people?
Yeah.
It's
And like
like,
fix your behavior and acknowledge
mhm.
it too.
Yeah, and it's like it's not that big of a deal to realize you made a mistake. And I
Yeah.
think that like it's tough, especially these days, because I think that online culture loves dogpiling on people, and they love to
Yeah.
be the one who's like, I know the thing, I got it right, I called you out. And that
Sure.
kind of sucks because people should be allowed to make mistakes as long as they understand that it's a mistake and
Yeah.
work to not do it again. Because
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that's the only way you learn, right?
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
it's the only way to get better as a person. And so like give people in your life that space, but also people who are making these mistakes, especially when it's someone that you like trust and is close to you. It's not just like a person on the internet because like that is obviously hard to trust even if they're right. But
Yeah.
like especially when it's someone you know and trust, it's like just just take a minute and try not to be like you're not a bad person for making this mistake. You're not a bad person and it's not forever. You can change the way you talk, you can change the way you act, and it's really not that big of a deal as long as you make work to change it. It's only a
Right.
big deal if you
100%.
double down, dig your feet in, and decide, no, I'm going to keep being an asshole because I feel uncomfortable to be corrected. Like that is baby shit. And
Yeah.
I understand that that is often our like baseline. It's like I feel like
Uh,
I'm being attacked, so I'm going to dig in. I get it, especially on the internet. But
yeah.
you gotta just be a bigger person and take a moment and be like, is this person right?
Right.
Yeah, or maybe there's something to what they're saying. And again, you're giving up one word and it's crazy, but it can genuinely change the course of someone's life.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it can be really, really powerful. And just think of it this way. You stop saying that gay slur and you might literally save children's lives.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's kind of that simple. Like
Yeah.
just like just ex yeah, let's just work on being better.
Yeah.
And also be gentle with each other for
Yeah.
both ends of the spectrum. We want people to get better. And it's hard
Yeah.
in this, like, it's very hard with the internet, I feel like, because it's kind of like when you have road rage, it's like it's so easy to scream through your car at that car because you can't see their face.
Hmm.
And it's the same thing on the internet. You don't see them as a person. They're words. They're an idea. It's like the
Hmm.
guy who cut you off isn't a guy. He's the idea that you've been wronged. And so it's
Right.
easy to just scream at him. But everybody's just a person trying to figure it out. And if we can all just be a little gentle with each other, but also accept that, like, we can make mistakes. We are not perfect. And if we want to be better, we have to be uncomfortable sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. This is uncomfortable. So
Nice.
today,
Transition, baby.
yeah, today the exhibition of extraordinary quote extraordinary bodies remains illegal in several states, according to this Guardian
Mhm.
article from 2015, with laws reflecting a discourse of victimization, which is probably good. Michigan and Pennsylvania's penal codes, for instance, prohibit the exhibition of any, quote, deformed human being or human monstrosity, end quote, except
Hmm.
for scientific purposes. Interesting. That the performers are consensual adults, highly paid, and not necessarily suffering, is often
Hmm.
overlooked. Several
Yeah.
awards, yeah, right. Several awards performers featured. Oh, interesting. Several of Ward's performers featured in Todd Browning's 1932 film Freaks, widely banned as too graphic a display of physical disabilities. That's interesting because he's even that old. He was in 1932.
Hmm.
I mean, if he, I'm going to do the math there. That doesn't seem right. Oh,
Yeah. It's an interesting thing because like at first I was kind of thinking like as you were talking, I'm like, is this law good
No,
or
he couldn't have.
bad?
He couldn't have had. I mean, maybe his later performers were in that movie. That makes more sense.
Hmm.
Um, their collectible portraits now fetch hundreds of dollars on eBay.
Hmm.
Um, Ward says, "Of course, I exploited them, and the more I exploited them, the more money they made." He had not been had he not been exploited, Ward says, Elvis Presley too would still be singing in some beer joint in Tupelo, Mississippi.
I
Um,
mean, I see what he's saying, but I think the number one counter argument is he's using the word exploited,
yes,
because like, yeah, what he should have said to make a better argument, but clearly he's. I mean, clearly, I don't know about clearly, but like it sounds like he's lying. But what he should have said is, I'm giving these people a platform to
right,
make money, because like
yeah,
there's an enormous difference between giving someone who has a very unique circumstance the ability to profit off that,
right.
especially
The
if that
opportunities,
yeah,
right?
you're giving them an opportunity where normally this would be a hindrance to a lot of work. You're giving them an avenue to work. And
Yeah,
that is not inherently bad.
right,
It's bad when you take most of the money and give them scraps and
right.
then treat them like shit. And
Yeah,
so that's part of exploitation, sir. It's
right.
like you can't say you
Yeah.
exploited someone for good, because exploitation is inherently bad.
I
Like,
mean, Ward Hall is quite revered, and one hopes that he wasn't that negative in his
yeah, maybe he's
managing.
just being tongue in cheek with the way he's
Yeah,
describing it.
yeah. Ward turned pity into fascination and unfortunate circumstances into superpowers.
Hmm.
Dick Brisbane, with feet growing directly from his hips, causing a waddling walk, became Penguin Boy. Stanley
Hmm.
Barrent, born with stumps for arms, became CeeLo the Seal Boy, which I want to do an episode on him. With the right sales pitch, anything and anyone could be exhibited, according to this 2015 Guardian article.
Hmm.
Quote, these people were not handicapped, at least not in their minds, Ward insists, recalling Louise Capshill, the armless girl who drove a tractor, milked cows, played guitar, and raised her children on the farm. Quote,
Yeah.
you and I will see them and say, oh my God, what handicap to have no arms at all, end quote. But there was nothing that girl couldn't do, which is good. I mean,
Yeah.
he's very like advocating for
Yeah.
their physical,
Hmm.
abilities.
Well, and
Um,
and like to be fair, like yeah, that there's like it's one of those tricky things where you're like, yeah, a lot of what you're saying is correct here, right? It's like
mhm,
there are certain things that even today we'll see and be like, wow, that is quite the handicap. But then you watch a guy who has no legs compete in the Olympics, and you're like, I
right.
can't do that.
I know,
It's
right?
like this person is overcoming, and it's like it really does challenge our idea of like what it takes to just like get through life, essentially.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
one of the things about human beings is like the reason that I mean, I was gonna say the reason that we're like the dominant species on the planet is because we figured it out. We
Right.
figure out how to get through things, how to survive things, how to like make it work. And you just do the best with what you have. That's all
Yeah.
anyone can ever do. And if
Yeah.
you don't have certain things that most people do, like it's like whether it's like limbs or hands or like whatever it is, there's probably a way that you can get by perfectly fine. And
Hmm.
I suppose it's one of those things where it's like, you know, maybe it does, maybe life is harder, or maybe life's just different. And maybe the
Hmm.
hardest part is being treated like other, which is why this place is so special. Because it's like, yeah, maybe you don't have legs, but like this woman had like 5 jobs and ran a town.
Hmm.
It's like,
Yeah, right.
is she really having so much of a harder time in this environment? And so
Yeah.
it's interesting. It kind of like challenges the idea of like, oh, poor you, you don't have XYZ. And it's like, just shut up. Like, I can do it. Like, I'm
Yeah.
fine. Just
Yeah.
stop
Yeah. Yeah.
look. It's like the harder part really is maybe being treated like you
Yeah.
can't do it.
Right. Right.
Like the
100%.
underestimating is the real crime.
Yeah. Um, for the first 100 years of us as a nation, the majority of people came from somewhere else, he explains. Everyone here was the other, an outsider, an outsider. They came here because they had a dream and an idea that tomorrow was going to be better a better day if they had only worked hard enough and were smart. Sideshow was only an extreme version of that. Anything is possible, and here is a good example. If it's possible to eat fire, then I can be president of the USA. Okay.
Hey, it's all about framing your situation.
Sure. On behalf of the already waning trade, Ward spearheaded a campaign against a 1921 Florida statute banning the exhibition of malformed, deformed, or disfigured humans. He was successful. 3 years later, judges held the sideshow prohibition unconstitutional because people with deviating bodies have the right to work. This
Yeah.
right to work was crucial to Ward, who approached his performers matter-of-factly with well-meant pragmatism. People are going to gawk anyway. Why not make them pay for the privilege? He taught them to make money and brought them into his makeshift family. Quote, I was the papa, he says proudly. Many stayed with him all of their lives. The carnival became a tight-knit network of solidarity. The Carney Code, which prescribed unconditional support for one another, was soon developed with a secret language. Carney remained incomprehensible to outsiders. The International Independent Showmen's Association still runs its own miniature welfare system, providing retirement homes for those in need, which I'll explain more on that in a little bit. Its chairman, Lee Stevens, is a New York City native who became a first-generation performer in his teens. He still romanticizes the hardship associated with the lifestyle, washing from rivers or buckets, living in the back of a wagon, traveling highways at night, working by day, regardless of the weather. To him, the carnival embodied the very freedom and opportunity that was America. It's the entrepreneur of it all. It's the entrepreneurship of it all, he explains. It's open to anyone with an idea, to anyone who wants to partake in all of it. It goes back to having freedom of choice, of not wanting to sell your soul into the company store, to not wanting to sell your soul to the company store, work 9 to 5 for a factory, and never getting anywhere beyond minimum obligatory raise. On the lush banks of the Alifa River, it's spelled so many different ways. The unlikely community carved out a tropical paradise for themselves. The Tomani couple, Al and Jeannie, arrived first, according to this Guardian article, spreading the word over the carnival grapevine of a place of strawberry fields, orange groves, and rivers full of fish where locals didn't shun show people. Conveniently close to Sarasota and with a railway passing through, the location was ideal. A chain migration sparked off as those operating rides, games, and cotton candy stands followed suit. As society grew, residents named streets after themselves, which I would too.
Sure, why not?
I'd be like, this is Cali Street. Okay. In return for their contribution to the local economy, residents of the Hillsborough County were granted permission to keep the carnival trailers, rides, animals, like you said, to keep, they're bringing so much money to this place. They're like,
yeah,
you
make
can
it
keep
easy
all
for
your
them.
shit here. Yeah. And the stigma associated with the trade was convenient as well. As outsiders stayed away, thanks to rumors about Carney stealing their children, the world's showtown capital remained a well-kept secret, purposely never a tourist destination. So they would create rumors. So it was like, we'll snatch up your kids if you come in here. Please don't look at us.
That's really interesting because, earlier in this episode and a couple times throughout this episode, I've been talking about how interesting it would be to drive through this town and see it. But until you just read that bit, I'm like, well, of course that's not what they want. Of course, the whole point of this town for them is that it's the place they get to feel like they have a normal life, the place where they're not being gawked at. And all I wanted to do was drive through and gawk. Unfortunately, it's like I wanted to see it because it sounds like a very interesting place. And but that's the last thing they want. So of course they wanted to just be like, no, this isn't where people drive through and get a free look at
they want their haven, their place. It's theirs.
This is our community. And it's honestly, it reminds me a lot of gay bars where it's that's for them to exist in an environment where it is accepted and there's no there's nothing but the acceptance of it, right? And it's like
Right.
the more straight people or whatever that come there, it's like you guys, even if you're nice, the
You're
point is to
fucking it
be,
up.
yes, it's like it doesn't matter that you're nice, that you don't mean whatever. I mean, it matters, but like it's to
But
be
you're
with
going to
our
watch
people.
us, right?
Yes,
Like you're
it's
going to
like
watch us
you
be
want the
us.
environment we made instead of us
Hmm.
just wanting to be in our
You want
environment.
the environment we made. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a great way to put it. According to the Osprey Observer, Gibsonton, once a thriving carnival sideshow worker retreat, began to change in the 1960s and 70s. Medical advances changing public perceptions and laws, as well as the dramatic rise of television, led to the demise of the carnivals and sideshows, as we are familiar.
Hmm.
As a result, many human performers who worked for the shows, like the Gibsonton-based Royal American shows, saw their numbers dwindle in the Gibsonton. I'm sorry, saw their numbers dwindle in Gibsonton during the remainder of the century. By the early 2000s, many of the sideshow performers and their families had died or moved away.
Mm.
Um, there's a really cool museum in so it says to experience Gibson's role in this once dynamic industry, you can visit their renowned International Independent Showmen's Association on Riverview Drive near the US 41 highway. It's an excellent museum highlighting the carnival industry. So there is a specific large museum in
Hmm.
Gibsonton that kind of highlights how thriving the sideshow was at one point.
That's pretty
And
nice because it's
yeah,
like it is kind of like, I mean, as a lot of circus stuff is, it's kind of like a almost a time capsule in a sense because like it was a snapshot of something huge, but that is not like you're not going to see it the same way anymore. And
yeah.
like it's nice that there is something to kind of immortalize what this town was for these people because it really does sound like a very special place.
I'm going to explain how it is now. But Ward Hall was the association's first Hall of Fame inductee. The structure itself is 52,000 square feet of sideshow history come alive. In the
That's pretty
middle,
cool.
yeah, in the middle of the massive space sits an old Ferris wheel, long unused rides, curiosity, and exhibits abound. So it's well worth a visit.
Hmm.
But nowadays, Gibtown looks like any other American small town. The only town in Florida is shrinking for the past 25 years, claims Ward. If you didn't know
Hmm.
it was there, you might drive straight through it. The F words are gone, supposedly. Ward's
Hmm.
last human oddity, Norbert Pete Terhune, or Pooba, with a fire eating little person and king of the Pygmies, once chief and sole inhabitant of Ward's traveling pygmy village. Jesus Christ. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yikes. Yikes on a stick.
Yeah. Oh my God. This is according to this article.
Hmm.
He passed away in 2012. Um, yikes on a stick.
Yeah.
Um, according to Ward, quote, we have people who just ruined the freak show business. He complains with a smirk. We call them doctors, he says, the medical science. Deformities are now detected in the womb and pregnancies terminated. Fewer F words are born, and if they are, physical abnormalities are medically adjusted. Conjoined twins can be separated at birth. It does not say conjoined, it says something else.
Hmm.
It says the Siamese, but okay. Um, uh, so, yeah, so conjoined twins can be separated at birth. No one pays to see a fat man anymore. Ward's last fat employee passed away in 2009 at the weight of 607 pounds.
That's pretty big. I was gonna say, like,
Yeah, that's pretty big.
yeah, I mean, we do have an obesity epidemic, so like
Yeah.
large people are not unusual, but 600 is quite something. I mean,
I will argue that, we don't have sideshows, but we have a lot of reality television that
I was
is
just
the
gonna
same
say,
thing,
yeah, because we have the like what, my 1,000 pound,
Yeah, my
like
600
whatever.
pound life. It's like, well, no,
Yeah,
that's the title
that
of the
is
show.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. The whoever, if they were born like, 60 years ago,
Yeah. Or
that.
like there's like the shows where it's like My Little Life, or I don't, that's
Hmm.
not the title of the show, but like there's,
Yeah,
there's shows about
it's.
little people and their family,
Hmm.
etc. And it's like
It's just to the different full media that's
Yeah,
the only thing
yeah,
that's really changed.
yeah. And I don't think that I these people are willing and they are getting paid
Hmm.
well, but people are watching it because they're curious. You know what I
And
mean?
at the end of the day, it's no better or worse, I would imagine,
Hmm.
than, I mean, maybe it's a little better just because of like just current laws, but like I was
Sure.
gonna say it's no inherently better or worse. It's just like these are people who have a very specific circumstance that can
Hmm.
make life difficult, but
Hmm.
they found an avenue to basically make it work for them.
Hmm.
And it's
Right.
just as potentially exploitative as somebody exploiting you in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s as it is
Hmm.
now. You work with a
Yeah.
crap company who's gonna like withhold the money and like
Yeah.
lie to you about how much you're making and blah blah blah. Still totally possible. You still gotta have your, eyes
Yeah.
out for that kind of stuff. But yeah,
Totally.
I completely agree. It's just the medium has changed,
Yeah.
but these people can still find these places. It's just not the sideshow anymore.
Yeah. Ward's World of Wonders now relies on illusions and no longer human attractions. As
Hmm.
far as like human oddities, quote unquote, as
Yeah.
far as like physical oddities.
Hmm.
Um, and working acts like John Red Stewart, the Sword Swallower, or Gorilla Girl. The only human oddity is Popeye, a man who can pop his eyes out. So, according to this article in 2015.
I mean, I
So,
bet he could do it.
yeah. So John Red Stewart, at age 66 at the time, was the oldest sword swallower still performing on a sideshow. And I'm going to send you a picture of him. He is swallowing. This is a fucking insane photo. He's swallowing a Ford axle. It's it's fucking nuts. Where you're just like,
The things
what?
that like humans can do are just like never cease to amaze. It's like
Yeah.
if a human being dedicates their time to something for long enough, they will do it.
Oh,
Like
here's a picture of Ward Hall, so you can see what he looks like. Also, it's
I'm
just
picturing a
it's
curly mustache.
no, but it's pretty.
Whoa, not what I thought. But
Yeah.
wow, and that's like the placing of him with the sky opening up behind him. This, I mean, it sounds like this guy has done in general like good things for the community, but this little bastard, look at that smile.
He
Like,
looks like
oh my God.
a little rascal.
He does. He looks like he's got a little freaking secret that he's not going to tell you.
Yeah. And this is part of the museum that I mentioned a little bit ago, just like a part of it. Um,
Let's
uh,
see.
and this is part of uh, the museum as well.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
A lot of
But here
miniatures.
is Red Stewart swallowing an axle.
Welcome to Gibtown, USA. Man, the entrance almost looks like a carnival.
I know, right? A Ford axle.
I'm excitedly waiting for this one. I'm not. Oh, it's loading. Okay, let's look at this guy. Oh God.
That's the appropriate response.
Yeah, it's because it's like if you didn't tell me what it is, it almost just looks like a guy drinking a beer.
It
Um,
looks like a railroad spike.
yeah, but like knowing how long that is, I'm like, dang man, that's like just above his belly button right now.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
It's crazy, and it's like you got to imagine it's not clean.
No way. How do you ever clean that? Okay, that's
No,
crazy.
it's
Um,
wild.
so this is an interesting picture of Gibson Town uh, in the more modern times. So from a Vice
Hmm.
article published April 4th, 2013, the interviewer is just talking to folks around town. So,
Hmm.
but the article goes on to say by the 1970s, the sideshow acts dissolved, rides and games were the new way of making a buck in the industry. And with that growth, a union of sorts emerged, the association. So, like the Show Folk
Hmm.
Association. The Showman's Auditorium had a capacity of 4,500 members. Every year, there is a trade show where the showman companies show off their latest ride, food, and ticket designs. The main building has multiple themed bars, from the tropical style to a carousel bar. This sounds great. The bar top is made out of a used carousel ceiling. Also sounds great. Um, The bartender
There's
said,
a place when we went to New Orleans
yeah,
that
the
had a
carousel bar.
carousel in the bar,
Hmm.
and honestly, it's great.
It was fun, right?
It was cool. It was one of those things where when I heard about it, I was like, I don't know if I want to spin and drink, but
It was slow.
it exactly it moves slow enough where the novelty is kind of delightful.
Yeah, it was fun. The bartender says to the interviewer, it's not a job, it's a lifestyle. Everyone
Hmm.
at the bar nodded their heads in agreement. She said the living quarters could be rough, like sharing a travel trailer room with five others.
Hmm.
Show people often work 48 hours straight, setting up the fare, then breaking it down. Then they drive cross country from dusk till dawn to the next town and do the same thing.
Jeez.
She's just describing how the lifestyle of a show
Yeah.
person it can be. Um, a scruffy, large man in his late 50s walked in. He looked like a retired football player. He ordered a drink and introduced himself as Joe Royal, a former president of the association. Joe said he started out as a roughie, someone who sets up games and booths, and has remained in the business for more than 50 years. Quote, what do you want to know about Lobster Boy? Joe asked. Um, the interviewer, or the writer of the article says, I had
Hmm.
heard the legend before I arrived. Lobster Boy, aka Grady Stiles Jr., was a performer and resident who had the ectrodactyly and was a
Hmm.
famous act throughout his childhood, and we are very familiar with the story. But for those that don't know, I'm just going to revisit this via this article. So, according to the article from Vice, Stiles became an alcoholic. He beat his wife and his kids
Hmm.
with his ectrodactyly, and he had really crazy upper body strength, but was not, he was like bound to a wheelchair, but he still like just was
Hmm.
so
It's front
abusive.
loaded. Yeah.
Yeah, he was so abusive. In 1978, he shot and killed his daughter's fiance on the night before their wedding. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Like, and he said he was going to kill him, and he did
It's
because of the condition the state, because he confessed to the murder.
hmm.
And then because of he was convicted, and then the state only gave him 15 years probation because they said they couldn't accommodate him.
Which
Like,
is crazy because like he's clearly shown that he is a threat to the people he lives with.
yeah,
So it's like,
and
okay,
they were like, how could you shoot a gun? But he confessed to shooting it, and then he was convicted. But they're like, well, you get probation, which was so
this is one of
fucking
those things
crazy.
when it's like this is on a silver platter for you. This guy confessed, like it's here, and you're like, I just don't know if you could do it. And it's like, oh my God, you guys fucking just like you're trying hard to not do your job at this point.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
just just accept that he did it. People are telling you he did it. He's telling you he did it. It's
Yeah.
like just lock him up, man.
And
He's
then
abusive.
his wife got back together with him,
Ugh,
and
so sad.
remember she was with that quote smallest man in the world, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
that little person, and
Mm-hmm.
then she left him after he injured himself.
Mm-hmm.
But so then his ex-wife slash they got remarried or something, and then
Mm-hmm.
she moved in with back with him, Lobster
Mm-hmm.
Boy, Grady Stiles Jr., with her stepson Glennie, right, who was like
Like,
giant. He was like
mm-hmm.
humongous. And then Grady was abusive again. And then they
Mm-hmm.
got their neighbor, who was like 17 years old, to murder him while he was watching television one night
Crazy.
for $1,500. And
What
then
a
they were all three sentenced to jail after that, which was just like
Yeah, and it's
rough.
just like, oh my God. And it's again, it's one of those things that like if you just could like put him somewhere, which like, look, he you say we don't have the means. This dude was living in a house. Like,
Yeah,
what means do you need? He clearly can live. Just like put him in a cell, man. This guy gets
yeah,
around his home. It's like just look at his house. Ask
yeah.
him some questions. I don't think it would be that hard to make accommodations.
But he would wheel, because he was in a wheelchair, he would like wheel
Hmm.
to the local bar in Gibsonton and
Yeah.
just get shit house almost
Hmm.
every day when he was off season. And sometimes
Yeah.
he would lose his wheelchair. Like,
Which is crazy.
yeah. But his wife got sentenced to 12 years. Glennie got life in prison. And I think the other dude that shot him got like 25 years.
And
But
what a like terrible situation because it's like
yeah,
he's they basically the government told you it I don't like essentially there's no way we'll ever take him out of here.
Yeah.
Because if he can kill somebody and then they're like, I don't know if that I don't know about that. He just is on probation. It's like,
and he was constantly threatening his ex-wife slash
yeah.
like
So like what do
she
you
moved back
do
in with him.
about that? You know, as a person, it's like, okay, you're learning that okay, this violent abuser who killed somebody,
Mm-hmm.
it got caught, confessed, and they're still like, no, you can go home. It's
Yeah.
like,
And he
how do
would
you
be
get
like,
out of
I've done it
that?
before, I'll do it again, like that kind of
Yeah.
shit, which is like,
And they're just
fuck.
like, I don't know, this guy, this guy's wild. He's just saying stuff. And it's just like, oh my God, you dummies.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. And so it's like, of course they got desperate and did something like that. And then ironically, you know, obviously the solution is not to just go murder people, but
Sure, of
at the
course.
end of the day, it's like, but so then that guy gets life in jail. It's like they
Yeah.
both killed someone.
It was like it's
Like,
just such a sad story
yeah,
altogether.
truly.
So Joe, who's telling the Vice, writer
Hmm.
this story, Joe says, I was there on the day of the funeral. It was packed. The pallbearers all wearing red hats. I think the funeral was sponsored by Red Lobster. He laughs.
Oh God.
Stupid.
Hmm.
Joe was a born showman. His father, Danny Royal, was the president of the association, and he showed me a picture on the Hall of Fame wall. Quote, it's a different way now. We went from true subculture to mainstream, he said, seeming distraught. To change the subject, he took me on a tour of Gibsonton. Quote, we have a retirement village back here, he said. We walked out the back door to the outside area, a plot of land that looks like an empty fairground. The retirement quarters had little porches with hibachi grills outside each unit.
Ooh.
Dues from the association pay for the living quarters for members. Joe told me anybody from divorced to just down on their luck folks are allowed to stay there because of their memberships. So we made our way back inside to the main building through another door that led into the room that looked like the UN decked out in the country flags hanging from the ceiling. This is where the decisions are made. This is where every Friday meetings and this is where we have our Friday meetings and dinners, he said. We fill it up every week. Above the head table were framed pictures of each board member smiling away. The adjacent wall was filled with old photographs of human attraction acts. He gave me a quick history lesson. Quote, this is our gargantuan, one of the first apes to appear at the shows, he said. This is Miss Purdy. She raised that lion since it was a cub, he said. That damn lion was scared to hell of that woman. This man used to live in town. He did the monkey races. Those people on the left and right are my great grandfather and great grandmother. He used to operate this show. She really wasn't 603 pounds. She was big though. This was Al and his wife, the giant and half woman. She was the boss in their relationship. That's amazing. He told me that Al wore a size 27 shoe. He was the fire chief,
Wow.
and he says that Al is the cop of Gibsonton. So that's
Yeah, a little
a
bit
different,
mixed. Yeah.
yeah, which
Maybe,
would
maybe
make more sense actually.
yes. And maybe the first guy was more like honorary.
Or maybe he was like, like, oh my God, what's that show? That black and white show where there's the deputy and the
Andy
sheriff.
Griffith.
Yeah, Andy
Hmm.
Griffith. So the little man is like the deputy.
I mean, it'd be really cute if the two of them worked together and were
Yeah, that
partners.
could be part of
Like
our movie.
that would be good.
I like it.
I'd like that.
I like it too. Royal also mentioned the fish camp that they owned, but it seemed like a distant memory. He says it was bought out by Mosaic, a phosphate company, but they got his boot memorial down there, he says. The association takes care of its own, whether hooking them up with a beer or a place to stay. There are ranks of respect within the industry, from roughy to show owners, and a true pride for those who stick with the life. So basically, they have this like retirement housing for them.
Hmm.
So if you're part of the association, you get like a little plot of land and you get like a little house.
Which
So
is really lovely because it's like I got to imagine too that a lot of these people that had certain just like uh, whatever their circumstance was, a lot of them I would imagine it would keep them from holding like your average job. And
yeah.
so I could imagine that if you get to an age where you can't perform anymore, or maybe
Mm-hmm.
just the circus or sideshows are just less popular, so it's harder to get work. And it's just nice that there's a place that they can go and be with people who have had similar experiences so they can just like feel like part of a community and just have a place to be. So they don't
Yeah.
just have to like be an outskirt of society or just kind of like feel shunned somewhere and not have money. It's like at least they can be in a comfortable place with like similarly minded people and just have a nice little spot to be. Like
Yeah,
it's
because I
it's
was reading
really
like they each have like a little living quarters, if they retire and they paid into their due, if they paid into their dues and
mhm.
they have like it said, they have like a little
It's like a
barbecue,
union.
they have a front porch, yeah, and like a lot of these people that were, you know, in this like any show people, circus people, etc., that paid their
Mhm.
dues into this union, usually their body's kind of fucked up. Like there was this
Yeah.
one woman that was like a contortionist and she was like, yeah, I have arthritis. And like
Of course.
I can't do much more. Like I need to be here
I mean,
retired,
hell, think about just like professional athletes.
Yeah.
Like it's like even they just like they use their body so intensely. And it's
Yeah.
like these are
Yeah.
people that have like medical conditions that will potentially shorten their lifespan
Yeah.
and they're doing intense performances. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. So it was like such a nice just a reprieve for them to be like, oh, at least I have this
yeah.
to like I don't have to worry about the money thing
It's
or
really
where I'm
nice
gonna
when
land.
people do that type of work where they like, because like that's the type of thing that like is as people get older, they might think like, oh, it'd be nice if this existed. But like for people to get proactive about it and be like,
Hmm.
no, no, let's get ahead of this now and set something
Yeah.
up for
Yeah.
people
Totally.
because life is hard and
Yeah.
nobody should have to live in squalor.
Yeah. So when Gibtown visitors ask for where like the quote freaks are, Ward
Hmm.
Hall directs them to the cemetery. Um, that's where he'll be like, there's a sun bleached textile flowers marks the graves of the extraordinary performers, such as the Lobster family or
Hmm.
unidentifiable, or sorry, the Lobster family or identifiable only by their sun-bleached textile flowers mark the graves of extraordinary performers, such as the Lobster family, identifiable only under their real names. That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
that's nice.
yeah. More than
Because
anything, go ahead.
I was gonna say, because again, it reinforces the kind of the soul of this town, which is they're
They're
just
people.
people.
Yeah,
Hmm.
totally. Totally. More than anything, the rise and fall of the quote freak show is a story about society's changing view on physical difference. Brigham A. Fordham. What was that? I don't even understand. What does that mean?
That's
Brigham.
this
Oh, that's his name. That's his full name. Brigham.
oh,
Brigham
okay.
A. Fordham.
I was gonna say,
Off.
do you get to do a circus word of the day? But it's just an old timey
I
word.
was like, Brigham A. Fordham. What an
Yeah, what is a
interesting name.
Ford ham?
But that's
The
his full
Ford
name.
ham
His
runs on
first,
four-wheel drive.
his first name's Brigham. His middle initials A. Fordham. Okay, Brigham A. Fordham, author of what might be the most substantial analysis on the legal discourse of sideshows, explains. Quote, by necessity, sideshows can survive only so long as they offer something that their viewers find slightly more entertaining than offensive. Which, sure.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the world is encroaching on Gibtown, according to this 2015 article. A gigantic Walmart marks the arrival of chain corporations in a society priding itself on its individualism.
Hmm.
Industry is expanding, low income housing under construction. Quote, in 20 years, all of this will be gone, Ward says, gesticulating towards his house, which he shares with his life partner, Chris Christ, and Red the Sword Swallower. With that fucking Axel, my God. As showmen become a minority, Ward believes it's only a matter of time before even the zoning regulations disappear. Which,
Yeah.
damn. For the first time, the nearby Tampa State Fair decided not to feature a sideshow this year, which was, this article is in 2015. The economic downturn closed down the carousel factories. All post office counters are now average height. One man allegedly still keeps a few elephants, though they are currently working in Texas. Lamont Dace, the human volcano who practices fire eating in a riverbank trailer park, is the only performer in sight. With the demise of the carnival and the with the demise of the carnival and of Gibtown, an important slice of American history risks being lost, though residents try hard to keep the legacy alive. A metal replica of the enormous boot, crowdfunded by concerned citizens of Gibtown, marks the town's entrance and the spot where the Giants camp once stood. That makes sense. That's Al's boot. Downtown, the recently opened Showman's Museum features antique rides and non-PC minstrel show posters. Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes. There's so many bad show posters where you're just like, fuck.
You're just like, oh God.
These are really bad. Yeah,
somebody Xeroxed this.
Yeah, and just like the artwork where you're just like, this is.
You're like, who? Somebody did this.
Yeah, the artwork is just very offensive, and you're just like, woof.
You're like, yeah. Don't like it.
Yeah. Quote: "We hope that school children can come here to see that you can be whatever you aspire to be," says Debbie Rivera, a museum associate. Quote: "That you can dream of something, work hard, and make it happen." End quote. David Doc Rivera says, "Gibtown today is a sad old lady in her finery and her makeup that has seen her better years." It's sad. He is the founder of the museum and self-imposed guardian of America's carnival history. He goes on to say, "It is an..." Oh, God. Let's say... I don't even know what words are anymore. It is an anachronism. Is that a word? Anachronism?
I think so.
Anachronism? Yeah,
it's like if you didn't question it, I would just be like, yeah, of course, that's a word.
We're gonna cut that part out. Okay. It is an anachronism in the sense that it is more a city in someone's imagination. Everything wears out, everything goes away. End quote. The king of sideshow may well be the last man standing, admits Todd Robbins, the historian, describing him as the greatest showman of our times. Now Ward Hall, who has starred in over 100 films, has three Smithsonian exhibitions, have been honored in several halls of fame, sung at Carnegie Hall, and performed at Madison Square Garden, can't always join the show on the road. This, again, he's passed away at this point, but in this article is 2015, and then 2018 he will have passed. Referring to himself as the dinosaur and one of the last human oddities around, Ward is nonetheless adamant he hasn't retired yet. His house is the closest Red the Sword Swallower has to a permanent address. Their driveway, on which a British juggler spent the past few months training, is still lined with show equipment, plywood decor, banners, and a worn circus wagon. Together, all those performers created a family of their own, often the only family they had. Robbins goes on to say, "The sad fact is that there will come a day when Ward is gone," and that day has come.
Fortunately, yes.
Yes. The day World of Wonders doesn't go out anymore is the day the sideshow is gone. And we're nearing the end. I'm sorry, there's more. But I love painting the picture of this town because it's just, it had such a heyday and now it's kind of sad and run down. So,
yeah, I mean, there is a very romantic quality about it, right? Because it's like, this is kind of like an oasis for these people.
Yeah, but it's kind of like a sad,
run down.
Yeah, but it still has remnants of what this was. So
you can see, it's almost like, I was going to say it's almost worse than if it was just overtaken by something, but I don't know if that's really true, but it's definitely sadder to see the remnants
of these things are still there. You
get to actually, it's like you get to be reminded that something else special existed here.
Yeah. So from a Gainesville Sun article published March 2nd, 2008, it paints a very illustrative picture of this evolving town as it shifts into the modern era and the fading sideshow presence there. So the article states a clown rides to Walmart on his tricycle. Ferris wheels rise out of the backyards, cotton candy booths line the streets, bags of stuffed animals spill into the trailer park. So people just have their shit, just like their carnival stuff, just in tow.
Yeah, just park it in the driveway.
Sure. For generations, carnies had wintered in Gibtown. They eat and drink at the Showtown Bar and Grill. That's where Lobster Boy would go. For business, they visit the annual trade show of the Showmen's Association. When they die, they wind up in the local mausoleum called Showman's Rest. That is where Lobster Boy is buried. Lots of carnies retire in Gibsonton at this point in 2008. Population 8,700. For those still traveling months at a time, it's a place for repairs and reunions. I just ran into a man that I haven't seen in years, says Jeff Vantoricht, age 41, who works for Louis Fun and Games. There's a saying in the carnival, you meet everybody twice. Once on the road and once in Gibtown. To the south is Apollo Beach, marked by the quadruple smokestacks of a huge power plant. To the north is Riverview, where twin phosphate mounds dominate the landscape. In between, there are bars, shops, and boat stores. Food marts and thrift shops, Gomez Tacos, G-Town Auto Repair, and the First Baptist Church. It ain't the carnival town it used to be, says John Curtis, a 78-year-old entrepreneur. People died off. The last to go in late January was Chuck Osick, owner of the Showtown Bar and Grill. A sign out front read, "Thank you, Chuck, we'll miss you." Mourners included Little Pete Turney, 78, a 3-foot-tall carnival veteran and town mascot. Everyone fit in, said Ward Hall, who was 77 at the time of this article, the unofficial historian of Gibtown. People came here because they weren't looked at or talked about or asked questions. There was a certain level of tolerance. There was a comfort level. And again, it just talks about the relaxed zoning rules about the trailers and the elves. People had elephants in their yards, etc.
As you do.
Sure. This says Alfalfa River.
That's like a truly just like a constant set of traps with this like river.
Alfea, Alfara, Alfalfa. Alfalfa River, called Giant's Place, ran by Alan Jeannie Tormani, which was sold to another owner after Jeannie passed. It finally closed for good this year in 2008. There's still a for sale sign topped by reduced price in front of a crumbling structure. When Giant's Place closed and Walmart came to town, some described it as the end of an era for Gibsonton. Carnies without cars, though, welcome the convenience of a discount store. That goes double, make that triple for Randall Johnson, who performs as Calvin the Clown with K. Both have Ks. For Tip Top shows. He gets around on a gaily painted tricycle.
Nice.
Quote, "It's for shows," says Johnson, 46. But right now, it's for transportation. It carries a lot of stuff. I can load up at the Walmart, he says. On a cloudy afternoon in January, Patricia Young hangs her laundry carefully on the barbed wire fence next to a 50-foot-tall amusement park ride.
Yep.
Sure. Patricia Young's boyfriend works on an electrician for Myers International Midways. She runs her own photo booth, taking pictures of children on the carousel taking pictures of children on a carousel horse. After working at different factories in Kentucky, her home state, the 40-year-old Young joined the traveling show. She says, "I like meeting new people. I like all the interesting people within the carnival. I like the kids. I like taking pictures of kids." Sure. Plus, she says, "I get to be outside. I'm not stuck inside doing one job all day long." Young and her boyfriend travel the country in a trailer they pull behind a battered Dodge pickup. Across town, Melvin Moore, 58, washes the deep fryers in a glass-walled trailer with a sign for, quote, "Aunt Martha's Sausages." The carny learned the concession business from his relatives. He says they originated all this, pushing back the brim of his NASCAR cap. Sure. Aunt Martha was my aunt. Thanks,
I mean, at least it's authentic.
Sure. Times change. The carnival is not such a family business anymore. Fewer people speak Carney, a Midway language that inserts a Z sound after the beginning of the word. So Zarni. Interesting.
Is it like Pig Latin then, where it's like as long as you know the trick, you can speak it?
Well, it's spelled Czarnie, so Zarni. I don't know.
Mm.
Interesting. So Melvin Moore, like Patricia Young, is a Kentuckian who drives a road-weary Dodge truck. He has been visiting Gibsonton since he was a little boy. He says, "Some years we stay all winter." He laughs, and sometimes we go up to Louisville and freeze. That is hilarious that he was like, Aunt Martha sausages. Aunt Martha's my aunt. It's so funny.
I mean, it's just so you know,
It
that
writes
this is
itself, Mark.
it's
I'm just
she
telling
was
you.
real. She was real and an aunt.
It writes itself. Okay. Ward Hall, a lifelong showman, lives at the end of Shirley Avenue in Gibsonton. Again, this was a while ago,
Hmm.
and he is not alive. Next door is Houston the Illusionist. Across the
Ooh,
street
his
is
name is
the
an illusion.
I know, right? It's like Huston or Houston. I think it's Huston.
Houston?
It's
Houston?
it's H. No, not Houston, not New York style, but it's
Mhm.
Huston. So Huston,
Huston, yeah.
Huston the Illusionist. It's not Houston the Illusionist. I don't fucking know.
That's part of the
I wanted to. I wanted to
illusion.
rhyme. Across the street is a rusting trailer for what used to be the All American Circus family. Um, at the time in 2008, Hall was still traveling with the World of Wonders. It was one of the last sideshows in the country, but few of its performers would come from Gibsonton. Years ago, Hall employed the Fat Man and the Tattooed Ladies, but those days are over. Today, it's hardly unusual for people to be obese or to have their bodies covered with permanent ink. That's so sad. The next thing to go will be fire eaters, he says. Too many kids do that now, too, which is
What an
hilarious.
interesting prediction that it's
I
like,
know.
yeah, there's a lot of people with tattoos and a lot of large people out there. And I
Like,
bet you that fire eating is going to be the next. It's like, what?
it's so
That
funny.
thing that you have to very specifically learn to do as
I
opposed to
know.
like eat food or
Get
have a
tattooed.
professional tattoo you. Like,
A lot of people do eat fire, though. It's kind of funny.
I mean, maybe,
Um,
hey, maybe he's right and we're just not paying enough attention.
he's not wrong. When Hall does die, which again he had sadly
Yeah.
passed in 2018, but according to this article, it says when Hall does die, his remains will go to the showman's rest. He has already written his own epitaph. Quote, being of sound mind, he spent all his money. That's what he wants his epitaph to say. And he says, "Oh yes, when I was a kid on the circus train, I only had half a berth, and those were the happiest days of my life." It's
What?
I know it says
What does half a birth mean? Half a
well
birthday? What are we
it's
talking about?
it's spelled Berth. So what does that mean? What's Berth?
Birth, like a wide birth, like your
No, a
base?
Berth. What does that mean? Berth. Half a berth, a ship's allotted place at the wharf or dock. Oh, okay, a fixed bed or bunk. So he had half of a bunk.
Oh, okay. This is one of
Okay,
those.
I had to look it up. It's a word of the day.
It's an old time. Yeah, exactly. Old
Uh,
timey word of the day.
so he only had half of a bunk, and he said those were
Hmm.
the happiest days of his life. So he loved being on the circus train. I thought that was cute. So yeah, let's see. Gibsonton, according to the 2015 Guardian article, they still do not like outsiders. Um, because at one time it was a place that people could go to,
Yeah.
get out
I,
of like the public eye, not be, gawked at or
Oh, for
ridiculed.
sure. And like, look, I'm all for like inclusion, but I do understand that like more everyday people coming there takes away from this haven, right? It's like
Hmm.
this is a
Hmm.
place where they can go and be just who they are and accept it and not be gawked at. And the more that kind of like more that the ratio gets to tip back to everyday folk, it's like
Hmm.
you're losing that oasis.
Right.
And it's like it's honestly It's like when in gentrified areas, like let's say some like young white kid moves to a gentrified area because they actually don't have a lot of money. And then it's like this kid is the symbol of gentrification to the locals. But this kid isn't alone causing the problem, but you also get why they're like, well, that sucks. Now that I see you, it's like the thing I had is going away, and
Hmm.
you represent that to me.
Yeah.
Um, and so it's like, yeah, it's like don't be an asshole to people, but also that's a really hard thing to have to look at and see happening in real time.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so that is I don't want to say the rise and fall, but just the unique history of the once
Hmm.
thriving and unique community of Gibsonton. So
Yeah.
it is still well known
Hmm.
for having, unique laws, and people are allowed to have, their carnival and
Their
exhibition stuff.
attractions and stuff on
Yeah,
their
their
lawns.
attractions. Yeah, yeah, but it is not what it once was, and I think that's
No.
partially just because sideshow is
Yeah, that's
not
what
what
I
it
was
once
gonna
was.
say.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's like you just don't have the same amount of that going
Yeah,
on. It's like,
yeah,
and so it's like yeah, by that very virtue, it could never really continue because the business is gone.
right, right. Yeah. And briefly, it's said that Gibsonton was like somewhat of an inspiration for an X-Files episode,
Hmm.
and also a bit of an inspiration for the fourth season of American Horror Story in pieces. But
Oh, that makes sense.
what circus thing isn't an inspiration for that season?
Yeah, truly.
Did you watch it yet?
No,
You must.
I know, I
That's
know.
your
There's a
homework.
lot. Yeah.
You must.
No, I gotta watch that one.
But
We
yeah, I mean,
started watching the first season, I think. Is it because it's season two, right?
no, it's season 4 because all the
Oh, season
seasons
four.
are
Oh,
their
maybe I'll
own.
skip
They're
to
all
it. Yeah.
they're all standalone. You know what I
Okay.
mean? But I think you would really enjoy it. I think you would really enjoy it just because you'd be like, oh shit, that's cool. I know what that
It's
means. And
yeah,
that
it's actually
is,
it's interesting. So like you since you said that, Joe and I have been listening to a podcast about the Black Dahlia, and
oh yeah.
yeah, and so like one of the murder mysteries that I do is like themed around that. And so they
Hmm.
use real characters and real names, and it's like we're not doing the actual Black Dahlia murder, but it's like we're living in that world. It's like 3 years after that, the events of this
Mm.
murder mystery show that we put on go.
Cool.
So when we're listening to the podcast, I'm like, oh, I'm recognizing these names. I know
The
these
detective
players.
names and all this stuff.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
so I
yeah, yeah.
imagine it would be similar where it's like,
Yeah.
you watch it and you're like, oh, that's the Lobster Boy, or like
Mm-hmm.
that's, it's like that you
Yeah.
see where they're pulling from.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Black Dahlia is fascinating.
It's crazy.
It's pretty wild.
It's yeah, there's like we've been doing things where like when we're both because we just have the one car between the two of us, so like
Mm.
whenever we like go do errands or like drop her off at work or something, we'll like listen to the
Yeah.
podcast.
Yeah.
And yeah, the Black Dahlia is just so wild because like somebody just it's like it seems like clearly a surgeon just
Oh yeah.
like
Yeah.
it's crazy. It's like they cut her in half, they drained her blood. It's like there's all these like layers of like what the fuck. And then every person that like pops up out of the woodwork, they're like, "Oh yeah, a crime of passion." And it's like you
Yeah.
don't crime of passion and then drain someone's blood.
Yeah.
Like that's just straight up not a crime of passion.
There's that detective, oh, what's his name? Frank something, that
Hmm.
was on, oh my God, I forget. But he's like, oh, he's a detective in the 70s, maybe.
Hmm.
And he was like, oh, my dad did it. And my dad was like a doctor to all these people.
Yeah, they so like we've only like I don't know how much of the podcast is left, but like the murder mystery show that I do, like there's we talk about like three main suspects.
Mm,
And one of them is a doctor. It's like one of them is a
yeah.
surgeon, or I think it's a plastic
Yeah.
surgeon. But it's like, yeah, it's like that should have been where they were looking because
Yeah.
someone was like perfectly cut in half, which is not easy to
I mean,
do.
and they didn't. I listened to this true crime podcast where they're like sisters, and
Is it
if
morbid?
Joe, yeah, yeah,
That's
is
the
exactly
one.
that.
That's the one
Oh,
that we're
so that's what
listening
you're
to.
listening to.
Yeah.
Okay. But so one of them was she's like a she's a autopsy technician, and she was
Oh,
like,
okay.
nobody can cut.
Yeah.
You have to be a doctor and not
Because like
be
you have to
you.
know where things are to not just make it like ragged.
Well, and she's like, it's impossible to not cut through organs,
Yeah.
and like unless you know exactly where you're gonna cut.
Mm-hmm.
She's
And
you would
that's like
definitely cut
the
through organs.
oh yeah, and that's like that seems to be the biggest clue as to like a professional did this. Like
Yeah,
whoever did that, whether they were the actual murderer or just some sicko with them,
yeah,
there was a doctor involved.
a
Like
hundred
that
percent. Also, he
that's
drained her blood and shit. It's like
yeah,
what?
it's some crazy stuff.
Yeah,
People, it's wild, but also it really makes you think of just like the ineptitude of police, especially
yeah,
in the past,
yeah.
where it's like just the amount of just like so you arrived to the crime scene and you just like walked all over
Walk
it
through it.
and you
Yeah, yeah.
yeah and you're just like what
You're
was that.
just touching shit and
Yeah,
walking
and it
on
makes you
shit.
wonder. It's like, was there any protocol in the past? Like,
No.
yeah, it's wild stuff. The amount of like mishandling of evidence in a lot of true crime stuff is insane, especially the
Yeah.
farther back in the past you go, because like at least now you can kind of catch people's bullshit. Whether they
Yeah.
actually get punished for it or not is a different story, but at least like there's evidence to like
Yeah.
point to things. Whereas back then it's like if someone didn't see you do it or you just didn't ask the right question at the right time, it was kind of like gone forever. Like
I
you just
know, right?
couldn't, there was
So
no
fucking
do-overs.
nuts.
Yeah, it was also, back in the day, people could get jobs just by being the only person that asked for it. So it's like it's not like you were exactly getting the cream of the crop every time.
It's true. It's true. But yeah, but back to this.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think that I just wanted to share it because I thought it was such a unique. I know we had talked about, or I had mentioned Gibtown before, or
Hmm.
Gibsonton, because I'll mention it, when we're glazing over certain, quote
Yeah,
characters
like in
in
the off
Circus.
season and stuff, a lot of
Sure.
people stop by.
And namely, I probably mentioned it quite a bit in Lobster Boy's story.
Yeah.
Um, but I wanted to dive into it because it was and is still obviously a town, but in
Hmm.
its heyday, from the 30s to the like beginning of the 60s was such a unique, for
Yeah.
those 3+ decades was such a unique haven for these
Hmm.
performers and show folk in general. That it is like this like movie. It sounds like so
Yeah.
picturesque and also like what a cool place for these people to be like, I can let my
Yes.
hair down. I can be myself.
Hmm.
I can go to dinner. I can go to a bar. I don't. I mean, the discrimination that these people must have faced
Oh,
in
absolutely.
mainstream society from just pieces of shit prick people,
Yeah.
and to not have to deal with that, and coming off of a really laborious and just physically tasking season, and then
Hmm.
be able to just live your life sounds amazing. And
It,
what a nice treat and true oasis to have that, like, from.
Yeah. Well, it just sounds like such a special place, right?
Hmm.
Because like you were saying, it's like these people are working insane hours. It's like they're working like 9-ish months out of the year of you said earlier, it's like 48-hour days where they do a show, tear it down, drive across like to a new town and do it all
Hmm.
again.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
that is strenuous for anyone. But then
Oh
on
yeah.
top of all this, like without a town like this, they kind of have to go into like hiding unless they want to deal with people's bullshit. Which,
Yeah.
look, I mean, think of how many of you guys listening have just had a long day at work. And when I say a long day, I'm talking about like a long 8-hour day. Like,
Yeah.
because like, I mean, or, if you've got a 10 hour or 12 or more than 12, which like a lot of people we know do work those hours,
Hmm. Oh
like
yeah.
any day like that, imagine that like you worked 24 hours or 16 hours and then you got to go to an area where people are going to like look at you like you're an asshole. It's like it's
after people stared at you all day long.
yeah.
You know
I
what I
mean, that's
mean?
one thing. Like,
Fuck.
if you do a job, like when I do a job that's like very verbal, like, if, like say I do a murder mystery, it's like
Mm-hmm.
afterwards, I kind of just want to shut up for a while
Mm-hmm.
because I've
Mm-hmm.
been talking to people and being on my
Mm-hmm.
feet and trying to be quick, like for hours. And it's
Mm-hmm.
like it you just need to be able to sit and be and not be on display.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that these people had this and had it for like for 30 years is really special. And it's a shame that there aren't more places like this because, to be honest, everyone should be able to have a place they can go to feel safe and comfortable and at ease.
Mm-hmm.
And, for a lot of people, that's like their hometown or
Mm-hmm.
just like or a place that they've found in the world. Those places exist, and a lot of people just have to go find where that is if it isn't
Mm-hmm.
where they already are. But everyone deserves that. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that like the nicest thing about this episode is just kind of it reminds me like at the end of the day, everyone is just a person who just like people don't want a lot. They just want shelter, love, and basic needs met.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just nice that they got to have it
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
they lived very hard lives, and a lot of these people were exploited and
Yeah.
didn't get to have any kind of like normal life. And so that the fact that they could have it, even if it was just a couple months out of the year, I mean, that's worth celebrating.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, the the scrutiny and just the weird prejudice that they
Hmm.
could have encountered had they not had this kind of like haven of a town. And it seems like it was populated with these kinds of show folk through the 90s, but it really
Hmm.
was thriving through the 60s.
Yeah,
Like when you watch American Horror Story season 4,
of
you'll
course.
see there's a couple scenes, and this isn't really spoiling anything, but like
Hmm.
there is like a sideshow crew of
Hmm.
people, and they go try to they're like in a town, and they try to go to a diner, and the diner people, everybody in the town and the diner, they're just like fuck you, and they're just like,
Yeah.
and they try to like drive them out simply because they are who
Hmm.
they are. And it's
Yeah.
like, damn, that is like, what a fucking, that's horrible, and like
Hmm.
I'm sure that's not far off of an
No.
experience that some of these people had all the time. It's
Yeah.
like, shit, dude, that's exhausting, and like just does not, that's all, it's horrible. No one should feel like that ever. You know what I mean?
No. And I
After
mean,
being like gawked at all day long simply for money,
yeah.
it's like you should just be treated like a human person in
Yeah.
your place
I
to
mean, there's a
house
lot of
and home.
parallels to just like racism, right? Where it's
Oh
just
yeah,
like,
yeah.
because, and the biggest part of that is that like these are things you can't turn off about yourself. It's
Right,
not like
right.
you can just like pretend and
Hmm.
then sneak on by,
Yeah,
which
they're very
even
visual.
that is exhausting and no one should have to do it. But like
Right,
you
right,
can never turn off your physical appearance. It's like
right.
you look the way you look, you have whatever you were born with, like
Hmm.
for better or for worse. And
Yeah,
nobody deserves to feel othered because of that. Because
yeah,
especially at the end of the day, when it's just like everyone just is a person, and all you
yeah,
really should be judged on is are you an asshole or are you just like I don't even want to just say like just nice. It's like you don't have to be the nicest person in the world.
yeah.
You just have to
Are you
not be
not
an
an
asshole.
asshole?
Yeah. It's like
Yeah,
if the bar is
yeah,
low, just don't be
yeah,
an asshole and it doesn't and nothing else really matters after that.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
as long
yeah,
as you're not an asshole,
yeah.
you're
Agreed.
good.
Yeah. Yeah. So I thought it was pretty interesting that this was like, a real place, and it was like, it sounded
Hmm.
really fucking cool. And like
Yeah.
these people were just like, yeah, we have this dope ass post office, and like this dude's the fire chief, and this dude's the
Hmm.
police chief, and not she's a librarian. And it's like, that's dope. This is
Yeah.
cool.
Oh, as soon as you told me, like the just like, began to describe it, I was like,
Yeah.
I want to see it. I like
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
sounds
Yeah.
cool. Like,
Yeah.
and then later on, I was like, maybe it's not for me, but but
It's
it's
like Field
cool
of
to know.
Dreams, right? Where it's
Hmm.
like Field of Dreams, where it's like, this isn't for you. And you're like,
Yeah,
okay, I
yeah,
guess
and
it's
that's
not.
okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. I mean, honestly, that is something that more people should hear in a kind way. It's like
Yeah.
it's not all for you. It's
Yeah.
like the people out there that are getting like frustrated when they see like a white character being played by a black actor and be like, hey, you know what? This doesn't have to be for you. If you don't like
Yeah. It's
that,
not
it's
all for
okay.
you.
Yes, exactly. It's
Jesus
like, I don't
Christ.
know why that bothers you so much, but you know
Yeah.
what? It doesn't have to be for you.
You can't
It
have
doesn't.
all everything
You've had
like all the
everything
time.
forever. Let's
Yeah,
give other
fuck.
people some attention. Okay.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I
Yeah,
hate that shit.
it's super annoying. It's just like then just don't see it, man. Who cares? Like, do you
You've
see
seen it
every movie?
also. You've seen
Yeah,
it
you
already.
have. You've
Like,
already got that. You
yeah,
already
you
have
already
that
have
version.
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
fucking
that's
A.
one of those
Yeah,
things. It's just like, dude,
yeah,
you
yeah,
just you. Who
yeah,
cares that the Ghostbusters are women? You already had the dude Ghostbusters.
yeah,
You
yeah,
had them. You can go
yeah,
rewatch that movie.
yeah.
Like,
But yeah,
it's.
I agree. It's like sometimes it's just for these people, and like
Mhm.
that's fine, you
Yeah.
know?
Like yeah, not everything has to be for you. Everyone should have a place somewhere
Hmm.
for them, but
Hmm.
not everything is for everyone, and that's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah, totally. So that's Gibsonton, Florida. Pretty fucking cool.
Pretty magical.
Yeah, pretty magical. We'll write our movie about it soon.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then we can go to the fake place when we made it. We made it
Mm-hmm.
up.
And then after we're done, whatever town it is, it becomes the new version of that because
Right.
we leave the stuff there. Yeah. So
But
we're
we will
not.
shoot it in California
Oh
because
yeah,
we need to bring the
we
industry here.
need to bring the industry back. So all the
That's
mayors listening to this, just
all the mayors.
tax incentives. You guys are the only ones that can really save this city. So
Yeah.
or like save the industry within the city.
Mm.
And it's gonna take more than just like you guys got to get aggressive with it. So.
Yeah. 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 I already know where we'll get our props. I already
Mhm.
know where we're gonna work it out. It's gonna happen.
We're gonna work it out, and you guys. I mean, if you don't see this in the near future, just know that everything takes 10 years to make. So,
It's true.
like,
It's a true
yeah,
story.
it's just like anything you're making that isn't a 5 minute video takes 10 years. So
Yeah.
you
So
guys got to
coming
stick with us.
soon to
Yeah,
2035.
yeah, yeah. When we all live on freaking Mars,
Yeah,
then
for real.
you'll get to see it.
Yeah, it'll be great. You'll love
It's
it.
gonna be good.
Yeah. So definitely check our Instagram for the images that we discussed. They're pretty cool.
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
thank
check
you
out this
guys.
guy's legs.
Yeah, check us long,
This
long
tall
yams.
man. Yeah, check out this like very fun couple because when you look at couples and you can kind of tell like are they happy, they're sad. These they look happy.
Oh, they're elated. They are
Like and that's just
two peas in a pod.
seeing a genuinely happy couple is like a little treat. You're like, "Ooh,
It's
look
so
at
cute.
this
They're
sweetie
adorable. And I love how
pies."
the guy was like, yeah, she was the boss.
Oh yeah.
Which is so funny.
That's so
Uh,
cute.
so yeah, definitely check that, and you can go to @circus.stories. If you guys have any fun circus facts or circus stories of your own, please email us. You can send that to circusstoriespodcast@gmail. Thanks everybody for listening as always. We definitely appreciate you. Anybody
We
that's still a
love it.
member of the Patreon, thank you
God
so
bless you.
much. Yeah,
Oh my
thank you so
goodness,
much.
thank you.
We're gonna start posting our preambles on there, our
Yeah.
tangent.
Our tangents. It's the dry run for tangent. You
Yeah,
guys are gonna get to see
it may
it.
not be circus related, but it is lengthy and fun.
Yes.
Yeah, so that'll be up on the Patreon. But if you we're trying our best,
Oh yeah.
we're doing our best.
It's hard out there, and
It is.
we do see you guys, and we
Yeah,
appreciate what you're doing,
yeah, I
and we're
do
gonna try
appreciate
to get some
everybody.
content
It's true.
specifically for y'all.
It's true. It's true. Definitely remember to rate and subscribe. Send us some reviews. We love it.
Engage. Engagement is
Engage.
king, and we need you to help us.
Yeah, even if it's like we hated it, 5 stars.
Yeah, as long as it's 5 stars, then you can say whatever you want.
Yeah, really, just really tear us a new one and just 5 stars.
But just add 5 stars.
Yeah, that's fine. But most importantly, if you do
If there's
anything,
one thing you do,
you must
please
check your boilers,
check your
baby.
boilers. It's cold out there.
Check our boilers.
I mean, look, a lot of y'all in different parts of the state are getting snow when you've never got snow before.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is the boiler is the only way out of that. So
yeah, boilers be boiling. Check them.
they do. You hope. And that's why you got to check them.
Yeah, you must. I'm watching 1923, and
is that the Yellowstone
yeah, and they're
deal?
talking about like, ooh, people are gonna get boilers soon, and I'm like, what?
Like,
What?
well, they better watch out.
Yeah, retro.
Hmm.
Those are dangerous.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for those things, especially when you own a lot of animals.
Yeah, because they explode.
Yeah, animals are flammable, you guys.
They are. They are.
So watch out for
Replaceable,
them.
but flammable.
Well, yes.
Yikes. So check your boilers. But
Please.
definitely be safe out there. Take care of each other, and we'll see
Hmm.
you down the road, friends.
See you next time.
Bye.
Bye. He's like my Bumblebee version. Bye. Doing some my computer's like playing music. I'm like, if you think that's
Why does it
music,
always think that? It
I'm
always
like, did I even hit a note?
a
Like, I
little
don't.
ditty?
Yeah, I'm just like, what is? It's like set it up in audio settings. I'm like, who even are you? Is this Zoom telling me that? Or they're like,
I love this tune you're playing.
we heard you singing so good, and so we decided to change your audio settings
to even better.
Yeah, we're gonna auto tune your Bumblebee by. I'm like, oh God, I didn't ask for this. I do, this is here's a little tangent.
Oh, I love
I'm
it.
very tired of machines guessing what I want and then doing it
Yeah.
without me asking. I hate that. All I want to know how to do is how to do whatever the thing is. I don't want you to just do it for me.
Yeah.
And the easiest example of that is like when your phone auto corrects a word that you spelled right because it thinks you wanted a different word. I'm just like, unless the word was spelled wrong, do not change it.
Yeah.
Don't fucking change it. I understand like if I didn't put an apostrophe and you just do it, great. If I spelled a word wrong and you correct the spelling, fine. That's okay. That doesn't bother me. But when I spell a word that is a correct spelling, especially when it's something simple like can, and it just changes it, and you're like, what is happening? Why are you changing a word that I spelled right? I can't stand it.
I have a thing that when I'm emailing, it will auto correct, but it to a thing that's all caps. So like I work for this photographer, and I'll write his full photography name, like if I'm doing like licensing things, and I'll be like Christian Horan Photography, and it will just autocorrect to all caps. And I'm
Which is just like, why?
Why?
I feel like they get like, I feel like there's I don't know, whatever software gets this idea. Because like the phone, even though my phone is old as hell, my phone is so small, but like it does learn. Like if I write a nonsense word enough, it won't correct it. Like if I'm like, yeah, like if I'm talking to my friends about like something we did in D&D or anything like that, a word it sees enough, it won't correct anymore. But there was a time a long time ago when I was writing my friend's name, I don't even know if it was a friend's name. I think I was just trying to write all, A-L-L, all. And it changes it to capital, yeah, or Allie or anything like that. And it will just change it to capital A, capital I. It changes it to AI all the time. It always autocorrects my all to AI. And I'm like, I never even wrote AI. This is like something you learned from yourself, and now you're doing it even though no one wanted it.
Did you mean AI?
And I'm like, no, dick, I don't want your AI. I'll ask for it if I want it. And like, look, I know we're going towards an AI future, and there's not much we can do about that. But I'm not super excited about AI running various things that I can do myself. I understand if you're going to compile massive amounts of data super quick, yeah, let a robot do that. I don't care about that.
Sure.
I don't want a robot controlling the temperature in my home. No. I don't want a robot driving my car. No. Because if they can make stupid mistakes like that, but they don't think it's a mistake.
No, thank you.
It's like, look, I know people can make mistakes, but at least people can also notice them. Like, I trust myself driving more than I trust a robot.
100%.
Look, I'll say this. That I don't think is true for all people because I've been on the road and some of you are idiots. But
you know yourself, right?
But at least I just trust my ability to notice a mistake and adapt much better than a machine. And maybe the day will come when it's just like overall really good, but then I just worry like I just would rather have that autonomy to myself.
Yeah.
It just would.
My God.
Like unless it became some kind of thing that's closer to a train where it's just like this isn't something that they can deviate from, it's just like a path.
Right, it's on a track.
Yeah, because at least then it's just about stopping, right?
Yeah,
Like it's not about like because there's just like there's too many factors.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
too many
Way too
factors,
many.
and
Way
it
too
just
many.
it freaks me out.
As it should. As it should.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like I remember I was talking to one of Joe's friends about this a while ago, and she was like, "Yeah, I don't necessarily think that like you're wrong, but it's coming, so why don't you just choose to not be so freaked out by it?" It's like
Mm-mm.
if and like but she has a point. It's like it sounds like I don't, well, this is how I feel, so that's how I feel. But it's kind of like this goes back to like a therapy thing where it's like there are things that you can change, and if you don't like them and you want to change them and have the power to change them, then yeah, work on change, whether it's quick or gradual or whatever. But there are lots of things in life you can't change and will never be able to change. And the only thing you can do is change the way you look at them. And
Yes.
so I can be doom and gloom about AI and all the things it's taking over and blah blah blah. And I might even be right about my doom and gloom hypotheses, but it does me no benefit to be doom and gloom about it. Because like it's kind of like my therapist would say,
But you
like,
don't have to embrace it at a
no,
rapid
I'm not
speed.
gonna like use it in the same way that other people are, but
Right.
I'm also gonna try not to be so like, oh, we're fucked.
Yeah,
You
I get
know,
that.
because it's like there was something that my old therapist used to say where it's like you're really stressed out about this thing that hasn't happened yet. And there's really no point to that because you don't even know that it's gonna happen.
Right, so you're
Like
worrying
you're
preemptively.
basically, yeah, you're either gonna be going through this feeling two times if it does happen, or once unnecessarily. So why don't
Yeah.
you just wait till it's a problem
Yeah.
before you
That's
start to, and it's like that's a pretty good, it's like, especially when you can't do anything. It's different if you're worried about something and you can do something to change it, and then you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna avoid this problem because I had the
yeah.
foresight.
Yeah.
But I don't have control over whether or not AI happens, so I might as
That's
well
true.
just like be like, oh, well, until it actually until the robots that the police are buying, the Boston Dynamics robots, actually start shooting people, I'll try to not worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah. You have a window.
Yeah, it's like
God.
at least I can worry about things that are actually happening,
Yeah. Oh God.
which there's plenty of that going on.
Yeah. Yeah. There's plenty to worry about
Yeah,
that
I don't need to
aren't
give it to the
AI
robots yet.
soon.
Soon. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. When the day that the military becomes all robots, that's the day we got to worry about. Because it
You
sounds
should.
nice on paper, doesn't it? No
There
human
is
has to
a.
die for a
Yeah.
war, but then no human can elect to say, that's immoral. I'm not going to do that.
There's a fun show actually on Netflix called Electric State. It's
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
it's good. It's a
Yeah,
movie. It's good. It's about
I'll look into
robots.
it. I
It's
do like
funny.
I like robots in a fantasy setting.
It is kind of fantasy. Kind of. It's
Sci-fi
good
is fine
though.
too. I just mean I don't like them in reality.
No, it's not. I mean, it's reality, but it's not really. It's like it's
No,
more.
I just mean like in a movie, a robot's great.
Yeah.
In real life is where I
Oh,
don't
like
like
yeah,
them.
got you. You would
Yeah,
like it. I actually haven't seen a movie that I liked that much in a while. It was good.
okay, that's fun.
Yeah,
Look
I
into
think
it.
you would like it. Well, thanks for doing this. I'm
Yeah,
gonna post our
absolutely.
tangent and people will
Yeah,
watch it.
we saw some good tangent times in
I
here.
think so. I think so. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna edit this in time for
Yeah.
our 30th release so that we
Our
can keep getting our juice.
yeah, with our brain juice.
Yeah, juice.
We love the juice.
Yeah. And then I told Jewel that maybe I'll do some stories. We'll see.
Yeah.
See how I feel.
Yeah,
But
we can feel it out and we can
I mean, it
maybe
could just
judge
be
it out
like
for
really, really tiny stories and
yeah, just little bits. Like yeah, maybe when we first get them, we can just do a
yeah,
little like
yeah.
take a shot and be like, ooh wee.
This is good. Bye bye. I'm editing.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought I
Hmm.
could just be like, I'm editing. I'm drinking this. Bye bye.
Yeah.
You know.
It's like I'm editing. Ooh, it's done. I
It's
drank
finished.
this and
I
it's
did it.
over now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at
Yeah.
that.
It can be easy. So
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a lot.
if they like
People,
it.
honestly, I think these days people really um, like like more authentic, like not produced content.
I think I would just be like, I'm editing this and I'm drinking this. Bye bye.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like see you when it's done.
I'll probably not look at my phone for another 6 hours.
There you go.
Something like that. So
Yeah, I think that's plenty.
yeah. Yeah. So all right. Well, thanks for
Yeah,
doing this. I appreciate it.
absolutely. Happy to.
Tell Joe hi
I
and
will.
let's party soon. We gotta
Yeah.
chill.
Oh, and so we're working doing wedding, like locking
Yeah,
in
let's
all the wedding stuff.
would you guys have a
And
date?
yeah, so we're gonna do it the 28th of September.
Ooh,
Yeah,
nice.
so we're still getting it in at the end of the year, but
Sweet.
I did want to talk to you at some point, and like does not have to be now because like we just were chatting for forever. But like I
Mhm.
wanted to talk to you about potentially being our wedding photographer. Mhm,
Wow. The 28th, let me check.
if you're available.
Yeah, I would love it. I would love it so
And like
much.
I don't know how you
That's a
normally.
Sunday, yeah?
Yeah, it's a Sunday.
Okay.
We couldn't get the Saturday. We procrastinated too long.
Where's your
But
venue?
it's the Oviat. Have you ever been to that space?
I
It's
don't know.
downtown. It's pretty cool. I think you would like it. It's got a what's the it's
I
like
would
it's
love to be your photographer. I would love it so much.
I think you really love the space too. It's cool. It's kind of like imagine a old Hollywood rich guy's penthouse and just how weird that is. And that's the like bar and hors d'oeuvre space. And then the
Uh-huh.
rest of the event is actually on the rooftop.
Oh, it's
Um,
cute. I like it. It's cute.
yeah,
Super
it's
close.
yeah, it's that's the other thing that's really nice about it. And like it's downtown, so like for, our wedding's gonna be really small. Like it's 50 people, like
Oh, nice.
50 guests. So like we're really like
Oh, it's cute. The roof is so cute.
the rooftop spot is great. I
Oh
really we
yeah.
but we like we were originally thinking of having it be kind of a different look. Like
Hmm.
we were something a little more like I'm sure you've seen the like Marvamon spaces.
Yeah.
We looked at
They're
a
so
lot of
expensive, dude.
that's the thing. It's like we really liked their vibe, but at the end of the day, we're like we can
Because they're
get
like $10,000, aren't
for
they? Or
just the
more.
space.
Yeah,
For
which
like with
is
no
fucking crazy.
amenities. Yeah,
Yeah.
and so basically what we decided was we can get like the Oviat is essentially like 10,000 for the place and booze. And
Oh wow, that's
everywhere,
great.
yeah, and so everywhere else is just 10,000 for the spot.
Yeah,
And
fuck
that's at the
that.
low end. Like a lot of them were like 12 or more.
Yeah.
And it was just like we're like, look, these places aren't like $5,000 better
Yeah.
than the Oviat, So we're like, let's just go with the Oviat. It'll actually like check some boxes, save us some
Yeah.
money. Um,
Well, I'll do what Mandy told me when I got married was what's your budget? And you can tell me later because
mhm.
I basically was like, this is my budget. And she was like, okay. So,
Yeah,
because I don't know what your guys' budget is.
I don't,
So,
to be honest, like I don't fully know
okay.
because yeah, the thing that's tricky about it is like, so my parents want to help and Joe's dad is helping. He already helped us with the deposit.
Great.
But I'm kind of like, I was asking Joe, I'm like, is he gonna help more than that?
I
Or
know.
is that,
I
and
kept
that's
being like, can you guys help us more?
yeah, it's like, and it's like my parents also want to know, like, they want to help, but they want to be like, well, what do you need help with? And I'm like, I
Right.
need to see how much he's paying because Joe feels like he'll pay for a lot of it,
Hmm.
and that's great, but like, we need to know if that's what he's doing.
What I can do is I'll send you my rate sheet, and
Hmm.
then you can say less, like
Yeah.
much less. You
That
know what I mean?
that
Like,
that that works good for me. And I also
yeah.
I don't want to like I want to figure out something that works. Like I don't want to just like, hang you out to dry because
No, no,
we don't
no.
have
But
a
I
lot of
would do
money.
it, like whatever. If it we'll see what your budget is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and we'll work with it, like if Joe's
Hmm.
dad's like, this is fine, then great. But if,
Hmm.
I want you guys to be able to spend money on other things also, you know what
I
I mean?
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Um,
So
yeah, and like what so like obviously you've done this is your job, so you know how this works, and I
oh
have
yeah.
never planned a wedding before. But typically, how many months out do you like to lock it in? I assume it's just
For
the sooner
me,
the better. Yeah, like what's a
oh
typical
yeah.
amount of
Well,
time
like
ahead of
what I'm
time?
gonna do is I put your date in. So
Hmm.
like I have it on hold now for you.
Yeah.
And then once you guys are like, yes, I would like you to do it.
Hmm.
I mean, unless you guys are shopping other people, which is fine, and I'm not offended. It's like it's your wedding. But if you're shopping other people, fine. But if and when you guys are like, yes, let's do it, and
Hmm.
we figure out a price and a package, etc., like eight
Hmm.
hours, do you guys want film? I could throw in film, to be honest. I would just love to shoot your guys' wedding. But 8 hours, 10 hours,
Hmm.
and I'll help you guys like with the timeline of like, are you guys getting
Hmm.
ready somewhere else?
Yeah.
Those kinds of things, and I'll walk you through all that stuff. But
Hmm.
what would happen is I would send you like a client agreement, which would detail like where's your venue, what the time, the date, blah blah blah, all the policy bullshit, whatever, and you'd
Hmm.
sign it, and that would just like secure me.
Okay,
And
that
then
like locks it in essentially.
yeah, yeah,
Okay, that
yeah.
makes sense.
And then
Yeah,
you do a 50% at that time, and then pay me at the
the
like
rest
a
after.
yeah, like 10 days before your wedding. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I mean, to be honest, Joe and I are at the point like we there's a lot of like the actual play-by-play of the day that we need to figure out. We recently got the venue locked in, so like that date is locked and secured.
Do you guys
Um,
have a planner, or does the site have a planner?
no, so they have like kind of a representative, but not the actual like they don't have like a point person that's going to run the events of the day,
Okay, okay,
which is something that like we need to figure out. There's a lot of variables that we still don't have an answer for.
that's okay.
The first thing that I'm trying to do ASAP is just kind of like get the save, like basically the now that the place is locked in, the next step that we have to do ASAP is get the like save the dates out to all the
Yeah,
people.
totally.
And which, a lot of the people already know the date because it's so small, but like we have
Right.
to do that part. And then after that, we have a little more wiggle room. But the stuff that we do know so far is we're not going to have the actual ceremony. It's going to be just a reception.
Oh, great.
Yeah, we're going to do kind of like a courthouse thing with just like our parents.
Nice.
And then essentially like the reception is where everybody is going to be to like celebrate it.
Are you doing the courthouse that same day?
I think so. I mean, I think
Okay.
like we'll maybe just do it like earlier in that day and then go from there. But again, like that hasn't been nothing. There's been no like locking in of any of that stuff. Like,
Okay.
and we're definitely kind of behind in that aspect. But once we get the save the dates out, I'll feel better because the rest of the stuff, like while we do actually like have to do it, the timing is not so like not as like pertinent. It's like we got some
Right,
months to
right,
figure it out before it becomes a problem.
right, right. Because how I usually do it as far as like a photo timeline is I'm like,
Hmm.
when's your ceremony?
Yeah.
And then I'll work the day around it, because then I would be like, okay, well, we'll need like 2 hours before plus
Hmm.
to be like getting ready, family photos, your portraits, and then we would do
Hmm.
your ceremony and then all the stuff after.
Yeah.
So depending on, obviously you guys have time to hash this out in these details and stuff.
Hmm.
But if it's just the reception, maybe it would just be like 5 hours, unless you
Hmm.
want somebody, to shoot the city hall
Hmm.
part, if you
Yeah.
don't, you don't. Or once you guys get married,
Hmm.
and then you guys would like hang out, and then we could do portraits. It depends
Hmm.
on what you guys are picturing,
Yeah.
what you're envisioning, and it could be like, oh, she's wearing a different dress for the reception
Hmm.
celebration part. It's what Joe wants to wear, what you want to wear, where do you picture your portraits being, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Where do you want the family portraits to happen if you do want that,
Hmm.
et cetera, et cetera. And then
Yeah.
I'll help you. I will help you shape that timeline because you've never done this. I've done it a bunch of
Yeah.
times. You know what I mean?
And I
So I'll,
appreciate that.
yeah.
Because yeah,
Um,
we're definitely at the point where we're kind of realizing like we kind of have to break it down in our heads and be like, how do we see the day going? Because like we
mhm,
knew the broad strokes,
mhm.
but like yeah, it's recently
And you
like
want to
people,
build it out so it's not stressful for you guys. Also, you
yeah,
want to make it so you have buffer time. You're not running
hmm
around. You want to have some time so you guys are like
so that we
enjoying
actually
it.
enjoy the day as
Yeah,
opposed to
so you're
just
not like
being,
go to thing to thing
hmm
to thing. You know what I mean? You want so
yep,
you guys are like soaking it in and like enjoying it and
yeah.
like being like, okay, this is good. I get to look at your face. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
I don't just have to run from event to event.
Right, right. Yeah, you really want to enjoy it and like experience it, you know.
Hmm
Um,
Absolutely.
and if you do need referrals for like a day of
hmm
coordinator that can
hmm
help you,
Yeah.
I can send you names that basically this person, they're called day of coordinators, but they would
hmm
help you a month out. Like they would get in touch a month
Yeah.
before. And then any like decor or anything that you have,
hmm
they would set it up. They would, they would be like, they handle
That would
all
be
this
pretty
stuff.
nice, at least just to see like what those options are like, because
Hmm.
that is some like a role that I imagine we're gonna need
Yeah.
just to be like running the day of like
Hmm.
just like checking in about time and letting
Yeah.
like and then also coordinating with the Oviat staff so that we don't have to
Exactly.
be doing
They would
that.
coordinate with like a DJ or any catering or
Hmm
anything with me and like your
Yeah.
makeup and hair person, whatever the fuck. And they do that
hmm
a month out and then they do it up until the day. And if you guys have decor for the Oviat, I don't know if
hmm
that's included or how that works, but they would set it all up so you guys aren't doing anything that
Yeah.
day. You know what I mean? Like you're because
hmm
I've been to weddings where it's like I'm gonna do it all the day. And I'm like, please don't do that.
No,
Like
you don't want to.
yeah, like
Yeah.
they're handling any florals if you're doing that or anything, you know, even if it's just a
hmm
bouquet or whatever. They're like, okay, this is where the bouquet is, and they'll give it to me, or like, where are your
hmm
rings? And I like that's my point person. I'm not going to Joe and being like, where is
Yeah.
this? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And that was something that like there's so much to weddings that like you don't think of until you're
mhm,
doing this and then you're like, "Oh, wait, yeah, you there's all these things that you need to choose deliberately and decide on." And
yeah. And you guys have time,
yeah.
but having a coordinator is so much. It's worth the extra like 2 grand or whatever. I don't know how much
hmm
coordinators charge, but it's like
Yeah.
around there, you
hmm
know. And then they'll check in with you like once you find one that you like,
hmm
and then they just handle it. You know, they get all your
Yeah.
if people are giving you gifts, they like
Nowhere to put
they
them so
hoard
they're
them
not
for you, and they're like, you know,
Yeah,
they
yeah. I mean, I was thinking about that when we were at the OVA because he was mentioning like, yeah, well, this will be our person who will like talk to your point person. I was like, oh yeah, we do. We need because like we are gonna be doing the wedding. It's like we don't want to
yeah,
be the people who are like putting
no,
up flowers and stuff like that. It's
no,
like
no,
that's
no,
not.
no.
Yeah, weddings are crazy.
They're crazy.
It's
They're
crazy.
crazy.
Thank God.
And
I mean, we'll hopefully only do one.
yeah, I mean, but that's the thing is like you've never done it before, right? So you're
hmm
like, I don't know. And like there
Yeah.
is things that pop up where you're like, oh fuck.
hmm
And a lot of people are like, I don't need a DJ, and it's like, well, you don't necessarily need a DJ if you want to get have a playlist, but you want something to do it for you.
Yeah,
Like,
someone has to actually do it. Like at the very least, get a friend to just
yeah,
like hit the start button.
yeah. Even if you're paying that person like a couple $100s or two hundred
Hmm
dollars or whatever, it's like that's their job, though. You
Yeah.
know,
So they
like
have to be there and do it and
yeah,
hit the cues.
yeah. Or even if you because if you're not doing like if you guys are doing toasts, so you do want a DJ kind of. So you
Well, yeah,
have
because then we want the DJ
microphones.
to like, yeah, and then like lower the volume. And
Exactly.
then
Yeah.
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 Yeah, we're aiming for a live band.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely way cooler. Yeah, they are expensive.
Live
It's
bands
like
are, right? You're
it's
like,
crazy. Yeah,
fuck.
we were looking at ones where we're like on the cheaper ones, and then you like play their samples. You're like, ooh, but they kind of suck. Um,
Yeah.
he's like, oh,
Some
there's
are
a
you're like,
reason that you're
you could be
cheap.
better. Yeah.
Yeah, and so there's a lot to figure out. I mean, we've got a vision of what we want, but there's definitely things that like we're not even like we're now starting to think of and be like, oh yeah, we really have to like map out how we see this day. Because like if we're not having the ceremony, it's like okay, so then. does it start with like cocktails reception, people arrive, and then we do this, and then we want to, have a space for speeches, but like where does that happen? And like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we have to do that kind of groundwork as well. But yeah, first step is of course getting those invitations out. And we're almost there. We've got our guest list mostly locked in, but
Mm-hmm.
it's tricky. Do it like we both agreed we wanted to do something small and like get like the most like core of people, but
Mm-hmm.
it is one of those things where like I got the core of people and then I had a couple like extra spots and then you're like I have to accept that I can't get everybody that I would want
Right.
in
Right.
there, but then
Yeah.
it's like okay, but then how do you make those choices? And then there's the thing that's tricky to avoid where it's like family members being like, "Oh, but what about cousin this and that?" And you're like, "Well, I don't know cousin this and that."
I have a lot
Um,
of that where they're like, "Where's this person?" I'm like, "They weren't invited." I was
yeah,
like, "I only have so many. I'm sorry."
that's the thing. It's like so far, my dad was kind of like, "Do you think my brothers and sisters can come?" And I was like, I mean, I wasn't gonna because we don't have really an adult relationship. It's like I haven't seen them in years and like yeah, I'm sure you want your side of the family represented, but also this is my wedding and I don't have a real relationship with them. And if I
Yeah.
pick your brothers and sisters, that is like
Friends that
four
you,
or
yeah.
more less people that have had more impact in my life that aren't
Yeah.
coming.
It's
Um,
tough conversations, but you as a person want to look around and be like, I fucking dig all these people very much.
yeah.
You know what
Hmm.
I mean?
And it's tricky too because then there's groups where I'm like I don't think I'm gonna be able to get hot tub people in because it's like
That's yeah,
where do
that's
you cut the
okay.
line, right? It's like okay, you get Joel and Mandy, but then also like Julie and Ellie and Catherine and you and like everyone, but then you're like, but I don't have that many spots. Because the
Yeah,
other
that's a
thing that's
lot.
crazy is every guest is two guests.
Yeah.
That's the
I mean,
real
you don't
thing.
have to do a plus one. You
No,
definitely
but a
don't.
lot of these people, it's like their spouses. So it's like, and like a lot of these spouses, like they're family at this point, and so it's like
Hmm.
you kind of have to get them. And it's like
Yeah.
you really only have like, you know, 8 invitations
Yeah.
because then it's
It's
16
tough.
people. And
Yeah.
then yeah, and so and then the other thing that I didn't even think about that you do have to think about is like, okay, I got these people and they're all from a similar time in my life and I still keep in touch with them and so they all know each other. And then we got this one friend who I want there, but he doesn't know anyone. And
Yeah.
then it's like, all right, we give him a plus one so that he's not going to be completely alone. But then that's
Yeah.
like weird stuff that you don't think that you have to think
Yeah, the
about.
seating is tough, like where you're like, who's
Hmm.
gonna sit next to each other and whatever the fuck. But they
Yeah.
all make it work. They're all there for
Yep.
you. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And if you're thinking of it like it's a big dinner party, you know what I
Hmm.
mean? Like it sounds like
Yeah.
if you have a cocktail and then you guys have like, speeches that lead into dinner or vice versa, dinner leads into speeches, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
It's just like a big fucking cool dinner party, you know what I
That
mean?
and that's kind of the vibe we want is like we want it to be like this is like a big party for celebrating us for our closest friends and family. Because like Joe
Hmm.
was kind of like she was kind of like ready to just elope and like not
Hmm.
do it. And it's
Do
like
it.
I kind of want it doesn't have to be big, but I do kind of want something
Yeah.
with my family and closest friends see it. And then so we kind of were like, okay, well let's just do like very small, like not a ceremony, but like a party for us. And we kind of
Yeah.
settled on that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And
it's
like
it's tricky.
you can like, do you guys want to do dances and stuff like that?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely do some dancing. I mean, we want to get the band, a live band in there, and we have like a wedding playlist that we want. Like we
Do
want
you
like
guys want to
specific
do
songs and
first
stuff.
dances for you?
We talked about first dances and then like, well, when would that be? And like what time? Because like Joe asked me, she's like, what would you want our first song to be? I'm like, well, what do you want the first dance vibe to be? Do you want it to be
Hmm.
like sweet or upbeat? Like what? And so that's still stuff we have to figure out.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, and it's like it can go so many different ways, right? Like you guys can do
Absolutely.
toasts, then you do
Hmm.
your dances, and then you have everybody get on the dance floor because you did a
Hmm.
fun dance. But even
Yep.
if you guys are on the dance floor and it's a sweet song,
Hmm.
you're already on the dance floor. So
Yeah, it's already
whatever vibe
begun.
song, it does not matter.
True.
You're already there. And if you
Yeah.
guys are like the pulse of the floor. So if you're
Hmm.
there, they will come. It
Oh,
will.
and I'm gonna erupt
I
that
know
dance
you
floor.
are. I know you are. Yeah.
I'll never dance harder
Yeah.
than at this wedding.
That's gonna be amazing. I'm so excited. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, it is literally like there's no wrong way to, do it.
Yeah.
It's literally
We just have
whatever
to
you want.
do the actual groundwork of seeing what do we want the like play
Hmm.
by play to be. And so
Yeah.
that's stuff that we're going to be working on. I still have to, I mean, she got all her invites. I just have to get like the last three. And of course, like if you're doing 50 and it's like 25 and 25, it's like one person doesn't get a plus one and you're like, who is that? Like who can come solo but like knows everyone else so they're not gonna feel like ostracized.
I
And
had a couple of friends that had no plus ones and they were fine. And they were
yeah,
just, my friend Jessica came and she was just like, I'm like,
yeah,
sorry, you're by
mhm,
yourself at a table you
yeah.
know nobody.
It's like you're
But
just
they're
gonna
all
have to
from New
deal.
York and so are you.
Hmm.
So there
Yeah,
you
yeah. So you'll have
go.
common ground.
Yeah. Yeah. And like she
Yeah,
did fine, like they're all there to
yeah.
party and they're all
We'll figure it
drinking.
out.
Yeah.
And it'll be a great time.
It'll be an awesome time. I mean,
Yeah.
it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be so
I
fun.
I'm not excited to plan it, but I'm very excited to have it. You
And
know?
once you guys get married, once you guys
Yeah.
are married and stuff,
Hmm.
it's all gravy. You know what I mean?
I'm
Like,
so excited for that. Like I am so tired of saying my fiance. It's like that John Mulaney bit. It's like such a dumb thing to
like
say.
what is
Past
this intermarried like this like
Yeah, it's like I just want to be able to say my wife because that just like there's a weight to that where people are like, oh yeah, this is like your person, as opposed to like it's like Joel and Mandy, it's like they don't call each other boyfriend and girlfriend. I don't
no, they just say
think.
partner.
Yeah, but it's like one of those things where it's like there's a weight to my wife or my
Yeah.
husband that
Yeah,
people
yeah,
take
yeah.
seriously. It's like if you
Yeah,
said
where they're
like,
like, oh,
oh,
you've gotten married, so got
yes.
it.
It's like, oh, my
Yeah.
wife's sick, I have to go. People are like, oh, yeah, of course. But it's like my
Yeah, you're
girlfriend's
like,
sick. They're like, well, so what?
well, you're like
Have her
in high
take an
school?
aspirin.
Get out of here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's like finish your shift. And it's like it's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
not the same, even though emotionally there's no difference.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Oh, I'm excited. That's great. Well, I
Yeah.
have that in my calendar. I'll send you my rate sheet
Yes,
and
please.
we will discuss. Like feel
Hmm.
don't feel like it's like, oh fuck, this is it, Like
Okay. I appreciate that.
we'll do whatever
And
you want to do.
And I'll chat with Joe, and then maybe just like we can have like a Zoom or
Yeah,
something where it's just kind of like
100%.
this is what we're looking for, and like what we're. I mean, Joe and I will have to talk first to be like figure out
Of
what the like
course.
play by play was, but after we've
Hmm.
got that, we can like reach out to and be like, okay, so now we've got the play by play.
Hmm.
Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, yeah, I would love it. And also, like, if Joe's leaning towards another photographer, don't feel like you have to go with me. I would love it.
I
Like
mean, I
100%.
appreciate you saying that. I would love going with you because it's like also a way to get you there. You know
Hmm.
what I
Yeah,
mean? It's like
yeah.
so. But I'll talk to her about it and we'll talk it over. But
Yeah.
I
But don't feel any obligation by any stretch. I
mhm.
would fucking love it though.
Oh
I would
yeah,
love
and
it.
I would
Even
too. Like I would love to make this happen.
yeah.
And
I
I
tell a
don't.
lot of my friends that when they're getting married, they're like, "Do you want to go to the wedding or do you want to
Mhm,
shoot it?" And I'm like,
mhm.
"I will be around you the whole night, so I want to
Yeah.
shoot it." Like,
Hmm.
what?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm gonna be next
Savor
to
the
you.
moments.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, I will be your shadow. It's gonna be so fun.
Yeah.
And I shot my friend Wendy's wedding in the Catskills, and she was like, "This is way better." And I was like, "Yeah,
Hmm.
this is."
Well,
She
that's the
was
other
just like,
thing
"It's
because
so much
like
easier."
I've also like I've been the best man or like in the groom's party a couple of times, and so like I've been part of those like photos
Hmm.
and stuff,
Yeah,
and like I just figured too it was like if it's you, that environment alone is more comfortable,
a
as
hundred
opposed to
percent.
just being a person we've met like maybe once or twice, like through
Yeah,
Zoom.
yeah,
It's like
yeah,
yeah, so I just figured like that'll add to part of it, and it's also like we get to have you there as well, which like
yeah.
also
I mean,
is
that would
more
be
important than
amazing.
just some like random person. So like I don't
Yeah,
think Joe has someone in mind, but like we'll discuss it, and I appreciate you giving us the
yeah.
space for that.
Of course, of course. I mean, I'm all about that. You guys need the space for that. You need the space on the day to be like, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
there's gonna be times where I'm gonna be like, I will walk away for
It's
a
like, well, we
moment.
don't know. We
Well,
don't know.
or just like you need a second to be like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, we're gonna be by ourselves for one moment. And I'll be like,
Mm-hmm.
you will. That's
Yeah,
fine, you know?
go take fun pictures of this weird penthouse. Because, Callie, there is a straight up cocaine room in this place.
Yes,
It is,
yes.
it is like there in the cocaine room, there's a pull-out mirror for cocaine,
Wow.
and there's a hidden toilet because you get the
What?
shits when you do cocaine.
Cocaine. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it's
Oh
like,
my
and
God.
the guy walking us through is like, it's for whatever people want. And I'm like, it's a
It's
coke room.
did you say
We
that? You're
no,
like, we
like
all know what
he
it
was
is.
alleging. It's like, oh yeah, it's a cocaine room. It's like this is old Hollywood. This is a cocaine room. Like,
Old
let's
Hollywood, circa 80s. Okay.
yeah, it's like I don't know the exact. It's like black and white Hollywood, like era.
Amazing.
So
Amazing.
it's yeah, it's kooky and weird, and then we've got a rooftop.
Oh, but the rooftop
So
looks great. It's
the
beautiful.
rooftop is nice, and then there's like an even higher area, which is like a smoking section, and so it's just like,
Nice.
and then yeah, it just feels like there's like three distinct zones, and it's got
Mm-hmm.
a lot of space, and it's like this is more space than a lot of the like Marvin spots where they
Mm-hmm.
were. We looked at them, and then we looked at like some like smaller independent stuff, and the independent stuff was like too like it was like not enough. It's like this
Yeah.
is like too much like a farmer's backyard. Like
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, it's like and I want to be a little nicer than that.
Yeah.
But then the Marvin Mine was like cool vibe, but yeah, you guys charge a lot of money and
Yeah.
you're in places that are very inconvenient. Like
Yeah.
that's the other thing. It's like you're on Skid Row or in an area where there's no parking, no hotels, no. It's
Every
like
time I've parked at a Marvimon, there's like syringes.
it's
Every time.
bad. And it's like
Every
they're
time.
lovely spaces, but it's like
They're
Jesus
beautiful.
Christ, I don't need our out of town people being nervous.
Yeah.
Like, you
Yeah.
know, and it's just
Yeah.
like, yeah. And then meanwhile, the Oviatt is like it's downtown. So getting a hotel for people where they could walk is not
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah.
So it's
That's
like
great.
this just solves a lot of problems, you
Yeah.
know?
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm stoked for you guys. That's great.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Have a chat with her. Feel her
Mm-hmm.
out. You
Will
guys
do.
have a couple combos. I'll email you my thing.
Yes,
And
please
then just
do.
have some chats just about vibe and like what you guys are picturing for the day. And then
Mm-hmm.
just, and then we can set up a Zoom, in the coming weeks, month or so and
Yeah,
see
it
where we're
sounds
at.
great.
Yeah, cool. I appreciate it. I'm excited. And
Absolutely, me too.
even if you guys, whatever you guys decide, I'll send you some referrals as needed for other shit. You know what I mean? Because,
Sure. No,
you
that would be
know,
super helpful
just because,
because there's a lot of boxes we got to check.
yeah, and just like I've just been doing this for so long. I know a lot
Hmm.
of names, that
And also, it's like I trust your judgment of people. So,
yeah,
like, that's the
I
other
know
thing
the
too.
good
It's like
ones. Yeah.
exactly. It's like we'll know we will not have to deal with personalities.
Yeah. And like that are good, that are like budget friendly, that are still good. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Like
which that is the
for
finest of
florals,
lines.
you know, florals, DJ, that are just like these aren't $5,000, these aren't 10,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? You're just like they'll still
Hmm.
give you some,
A good.
especially for florals. Like the chick that did my flowers, I was just like,
Mhm.
this is amazing. It was like
Yeah.
$600. And I'm like, for
Which is pretty
everything,
good.
great.
We were thinking, Joe was thinking she might be able to do the flowers through Trader Joe's because she gets the
Yeah.
discount. But
Yeah. Yeah.
like, I mean, we're at this point, I'm like pretty open to like all options just to see what
Yeah.
works the best.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and just like the less work, the better for her, to be
Truly.
honest.
Yeah,
I mean, I
absolutely.
know it seems like tempting.
But then you've got to worry about getting them, bringing them, placing them,
Yeah,
and it's like it
yeah.
would be nice if someone else was doing that.
Fucking nay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's your wedding. You know what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
this is the time where you're just like, oh,
Yeah, it's like
you
all
know,
of the prep is the work we have to do. On the day, we shouldn't have to be doing anything
100%.
other than getting married. Yeah.
The week before, you guys should just be like, we're not doing
Yeah,
anything.
we're done with this. Let's just
Yeah,
enjoy it
we're just
now.
like fielding family and
Hmm. Answering
getting a
questions.
hotel for a couple days before and fucking chilling.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And just like
Yeah.
enjoying it. Yeah.
Yeah, actually enjoying
Cool.
the party that we're throwing for us.
Yeah, this giant party that's going to be
Hmm.
amazing, you know? And like really just being like, this is for us to like everything that you feel it's like, do I want this? It's like, yeah,
Hmm.
for me though. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like it's
like I don't want
totally
this
for
for
you.
someone else. Who do
Yeah.
do we want this?
Yeah. Like, do you want a chocolate fountain? Get it. You
Yeah.
know? You know what I
That
mean?
Joe
Well,
would love that.
oh, she's adorable. So
She's
cute.
very
Oh,
sweet
she's gonna be
in
such
many ways.
a beautiful, beautiful bride. I'm
Oh,
so
it's gonna be
excited.
delightful.
Oh, I'm so
I'm
excited.
gonna make her cry and I'm gonna cry in the process.
Oh, it's gonna be so cute.
It's
Oh, I
gonna be
can't wait.
good.
All right, well, I'll let you go. Yeah, I'll keep you posted and we'll be in touch. Yeah, and we'll Zoom and
Yeah,
stuff.
sounds good to
Okay.
me.
Thanks, friend. Have a
All
good
right.
night, and I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, likewise.
All right.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.